However, if I were to choose the top left corner, and this is where a lot of people have problems aligning a lot of their work, and I'll do the same 10 millimeters again. Do you see what just happened? It pivoted on the top left corner. See that? And if I do the bottom right corner, and I do another 10 millimeters, you'll see that it will do the same exact thing. It will lock the bottom right corner and pivot off that corner. It's important in this demonstration that we have this set to the middle. We now know the radio buttons with no names. We're going to call those the anchor point. Alright, so with that out of the way, we're going to work on a new feature in LightRun in version 1.3, which is called the resize slots in selection. And we're going to say that we have this phone stand, and we're not actually going to make this phone stand. I just want to show you the feature. And let's go ahead and select all of these right here. And let's ungroup away. We'll just do ungroup until it's all ungrouped. First thing we have to do is ungroup everything. We're going to resize this from 3 millimeter to 6 millimeter wood. And I've got a lot of questions on this, and there are several ways to do it. This is now the easiest. So the first thing you need to do is get out your ruler over here on the left side, and you want to find out what size you already have. And we're in inches, I want to be in millimeters. I'm going to switch to millimeters, and we're going to check this top one. And you'll see that this is for 3 millimeter wood, because this slot is 3 millimeters. You have to know that number. So I'm going to say OK to the 3 millimeters. And now what I'm going to do is select all of these slots. So I'm going to drag from left to right so that I encompass all of these parts. Now I'm going to hold shift, and I'm not going to let go. And I'm going to keep dragging over these parts. And we're going to drag there. We're going to drag here. I'm not letting go of shift. I'm just dragging over all of these slots right here. And I'm going to keep on dragging until I've got everything in here. And now I've got all of the slots selected. So what I have to do now, we can't actually edit these yet because they're not a path. So we're going to come up here to edit, and we're going to come over here to convert to a path. And we've now converted those to a path. Now we can come to the tools menu, and you'll see that resize slots is lit up. So we're going to click on resize slots, and we know now it's not selecting anything here, right? Well, because we don't have the thickness. We want it to look for the 3 we're going to call those the anchor point. Alright, so with that out of the way, we're going to work on a new feature in LightRun in version 1.3, which is called resize slots in selection. And we're going to say that with the names, we're going to call those the anchor point. Alright, so with that out of the way, we're going to work on a new feature in LightRun in version 1.3, which is called resize slots in selection. And we're going to say that we have this phone stand, and we're not actually going to make this phone stand. I just want to show you the feature. And let's go ahead and select all of these right here. And let's ungroup away. We'll just do ungroup until it's all ungrouped. First thing we have to do is ungroup everything. We're going to resize this from 3 millimeter to 6 millimeter wood. And I know I've gotten a lot of questions on this, and there are several ways to do it. This is now the easiest. So the first thing you need to do is get out your ruler over here on the left side. And you want to find out what size you already have. And we're in inches. I want to be in millimeters. I'm going to switch to millimeters, and we're going to check this top one. You'll see that this is for 3 millimeter wood, because this slot is 3 millimeters. You have to know that number. So I'm going to say OK to the 3 millimeters. And now select all of these slots. So I'm going to drag from left to right so that I encompass all of these parts.
You want me to go offline? I will.
And I'm going to keep dragging.
I don't give a shit.
These parts. And we're going to drag there. We're going to drag here.
I'm running cardstock.
I'm just dragging
Test.
all of these slots right here.
I want to get this
And
cardstock
keep on
right.
dragging until I've got everything in here. And now I've got all of the slots selected. So what I have to do now, we can't actually edit these yet because they're not a path. So we're going to come up here to edit, and we're going to come over here to convert to a path. And we've now converted those to a path. Now we can come to the tools menu, and you'll see that resize slots is lit up. So we're going to click on resize slots. And we know now it's not selecting anything here, right? Well, because we don't have the thickness. We want it to look for the 3 millimeter slot. And we want it to resize that to the 6 millimeter slot. So if I click on slot over here, you'll see that it just lit up all of these 3 millimeter slots that I've selected. And we're telling it now to resize it to 6 millimeter. The tolerance we can leave alone. And it's important, like I said, that you have your anchor in the middle up here before you start this. And I'm going to say OK. And we now have perfect 6 millimeter slots for our 6 millimeter wood. So my goal today was to make a quick, simple, easy video to follow to introduce the new function, resize slots, as well as talk about the anchor point up here. And I think, for once, I've achieved my goal. I've made a quick, short tutorial for you that anybody can follow, and you now know how to resize your slots so that you can adapt almost any file to fit any thickness of wood. And there you go. Under 10 minutes, can you believe it? I wanted to focus today just on that one particular function. Now, there's also a couple of other functions, as you saw, which are slot depth and tab height. And those are two separate functions. Once you know how to resize the slots from, like in this video, then slot depth and tab height is just going to come natural. So you're going to figure that out on your own. But I thought that today would be an interesting video to talk about that new feature in Lightburn version 1.3.0.
So dramatic.
There are a lot of people that buy these files on Etsy, let's say, or whatever.
So dramatic.
And the designer doesn't tell you, hey, this is for 3 millimeter wood, or this was designed for 4 millimeter wood, 6 millimeter wood. They don't tell you that. So you have to go in and you have to actually figure it out, take your little ruler, figure out how thick those slots are, and then you have to change all of those slots to the wood that you're using in your project. And a lot of people design these to 3 and 4 millimeters when you might be using 6 millimeter wood, for example. And I ran across that, I guess, about a year ago when someone sent me a design for free for a organization box. And I was using 6 millimeter wood, and it was designed for a 3 millimeter wood. And I was like, why would anybody ever design this box for, that small of a wood? And back then, there are several different ways to redo your slots. But this is a great new feature. It's so easy to use. And if I wasn't doing the video tutorial,
we're getting close, I think.
Actually been able to do that much quicker. We're talking about,
1700
seconds to a minute to resize all of the
1500
slots in the template so that I could switch from 3 millimeter to 6 millimeter
power,
or whatever sizes I needed to switch between. So I'm loving this new feature in Lightburn, and it seems like every time they come out with a new version of the software, you're going to get some new feature that we're going to actually be able to apply in real life. And There,
wanna
like
see
I
my
said, there's
test?
no reason to go over the other functions because once you learn this, you've learned all of the functions in there. You'll be able to figure that out. You just measure the size that you want if you want to resize the tabs. But the important thing that I wanted to also point out was that anchor point. And there is no name for it in Lightburn. It's not in any of the documentation. And trust me, I've checked because I read all of the new documentation that comes out. There's no description of that that I could find anyway. There probably is somewhere. It's probably called something that I just didn't recognize. But I'm going to call it the anchor point. And that anchor point is extremely important, and as you saw in the video.
Of course, the focus is on.
I met my goal today, which is something
Figure.
that I wanted to do. I wanted to get a video done
Take
in under 10
focus
minutes
off.
on a new feature, and I think I got that done. And by the way, you won't hear any more squeaky chair anymore. Got rid of that annoying squeaky chair that was so uncomfortable to sit in. I guess that chair was about 10 years old. And
We're getting close.
Comfortable chair.
Ooh, look at that.
You can see it. Anyway, I hope this video helps you out when it comes to working with tabs and slots.
So
And
that's
I hope you enjoyed it
15.
as much as I enjoyed making it for you. And as always, thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.
15, 16. We're getting close.
Snap your W-2 and file your taxes 100% free with TurboTax Free Edition.
Just for the hell of it,
37%
let's
tax
go
payer
up
1040 unlimited credits
to
only.
15,
Get the TurboTax app
17.
now.
Tim Kennedy was raised in Buffalo, started in healthcare, and in the Senate he's always had our backs. Billions for infrastructure, major investments in public schools, tackling gun violence.
I don't
and cost of
have
living,
my
all while raising his
glasses
family
on
in the
yet,
same
but
town
you're
that raised him.
taking
Now
notes,
Tim's running for
so
Congress
good
because
job.
Washington needs
Are you
change, and
testing?
Tim knows
What the
it's
fuck
getting
did I
late.
just say?
He'll take on MAGA Republicans, fight abortion bans, cuts to Social Security and Medicare, and threats to our democracy.
No,
Tim
I'm
Kennedy,
testing
Chief.
I'm Tim
turtles.
Kennedy, through this message.
Turtle.
Hey, it's Rich Louisiana Hobby Guy. I wanted to, with everything going on in the shop here, I wanted to get out a quick video today, and I wanted to talk about something that few
Turtle.
people, it seems, know about, and that is different methods of fill to engrave your products a lot faster.
Dialing it in.
So today we're going to discuss that. We're going to be
So
talking
far,
about fill
15
and
speed,
offset
16
fill, and what
power.
the difference is, and what the difference is between
So
bio
far.
and CO2 as well, because that's an important fact right there. So let's get started. So now we're here in Lightburn.
What's
We're
the
gonna just
snow
take a
like
photo and
up
draw
there?
A rectangle. We're going to select it.
We got a little
And
bit
let's say
down
we're
here.
doing a picture frame that is 8 by 12. So we'll put
My
it
honeycomb
8
bed
by
comes in
12.
today.
There we go. That's our
Thank
picture
God.
frame. And let's offset it so that we have an outside here. So now this
don't know
is
why
the
I'm
picture
yelling.
frame that we want to engrave. And we want this border to go all the way around the outside. But if we have this border going all the way around the outside, the way that it is, we'll come up here to preview, and I want you to see, I'm going to leave traversal moves on here so that you can see how this is going to engrave. And there we go. So all of the red that you see in this preview is white space. In other words, the laser is not turning on. The laser is only turning on for the black.
Yeah.
Around the outside. So if we come up way up to the end over here, you'll see that just this border alone is going to take 1 hour, 17 minutes, 39 seconds estimated. So let's see if we can fix that real quick. And here's something a lot of people don't know about, they haven't played with, and that is offset fill. Now, in the
Offset fill.
let's come back to the preview.
That's how you speed things up.
13 minutes and 6 seconds. Do you see the difference that this makes? And let me show you why. Because offset fill is going around around and around and around 100% of the time that the
See
laser
what
is
17
moving,
power does.
it's burning. So this is an important function in light burn. It's an important mode to know for your engraving, and you can use this offset fill
I
for
need my
other things
glasses.
as well. You know, for smaller things, like let's say you had a balloon in the picture, and the offset fill, you can use it for that too. I typically use fill for most everything, but when you have something like this, you definitely
just
want
for
to
the
know about
helmet, let's
this.
try
You're going to
1800.
save a whole lot of time. Now, I will say that if we come to the layer, you'll see that we've got our speed and we've got our power, and here you can see
Let's try
this is how it will go in a circle.
15
Now, if you're on a CO2, let me switch to a
18.
CO2 real quick.
power.
So I'm going to come down here to the mod port 80 watt. I'll click on that. And now, on the CO2 laser, we have a different layer here. So let's double click that. On the CO2, you have max power, and you also have minimum power. So, and this is extremely important. Let's say that you're doing this 8x12 picture frame, and you're going to run it at 500 millimeters a second. You're going to run your max power around 50. And you know what? These are the settings I would use here. I would use on my 80 watt mod port behind me, I would use 500 millimeters a second, 50 max power, and 20 min power. And let me tell you what that is. That is the way the laser travels. It flies at 500 millimeters a second.
I found a new one.
Across this right here. But when it
So I'm
gets to
good
the
for a
corner,
little bit.
right here in the corner, it
I need a
slows
shelf.
down.
Everything's
make the
fucking
turn.
collecting on my
So,
desk.
you want to make sure on the CO2
I'm running out of
laser
room.
that you have your minimum power set right, or else guess what? These corners are going to burn out on you, even if you have like 1/4 inch plywood. Because when it slows down right there, if you don't have that min power set right, it's going to burn out those corners, I promise you. So
Weird, it
you want
puts
to make sure on the
patterns.
CO2 that you've got your max and min power set properly. So the beauty of this is that you're saving time, and that's really important if you're doing a big job like this in 8x12 as an example. And I can tell you that I did what was it? I did a 30, I think it was 30 by 20 border like that. And had I done it any other way than the offset fill, it would have taken forever, hours to run that job. So this is something that's really important for you to know is your
You gotta work
offset
today?
fill. And you also want to know when you're doing an offset fill, you want to make sure that your LPI, your lines per inch, are high enough to actually fill it in. Now, I would probably go
LPI.
around 318 on mine. You could put it at whatever you want, but 318 is where I would go on this so that the lines would
Lines per
basically
inch.
touch each other. You could even go a little bit
Maybe I
higher
should
to
change
make sure
that.
that the lines overlap, but not too much. Maybe 320, 321, something like that. And then you guarantee that you have a nice dark burn all the way around. Lines overlapping, no space in between, and you're good. So, with that said, I wanted to make a quick video today
Lines per inch.
just on the offset fill. But I'm going to add something else to it. I'm going to tell you about a new laser engraver, brand new to the market. Look for this review in, I'd say about the next 4 or 5 days at the most. Today is the 28th of January. The scheduled date for this review
It's the same.
video to go up is February 3rd. It might be the 2nd or the 1st. Who knows? But it's depending on
More-
when Amazon stocks them. This is a
It's more
new
defined.
precision 10-watt laser that like nothing
Gonna
we've ever
go
seen
that
before.
too.
It has every single option in the world, and
15,
it's the type of
16,
laser that you pull out of the box and you get to
15,
it. So
16.
you're gonna want to look forward
And I
to that one.
changed
That one is
the
coming
lines
soon.
per
And hey,
inch.
I'm surprised so few people have signed up and entered in the raffle for that Portour Laser Master 3. Don't forget, we've got that raffle going on all the way until the end of February. I mean, you could win a brand new Portour Laser Master 3 just by going over, either log in with Facebook, sign up with your email address, and you can enter every day. So make sure you jump on that. Get over to the raffle site. The link is going to be down below in the description, the show notes section of the video. I don't know what to call things anymore. YouTube is changing things so quickly. It used to be description, it's called show more now. Anyway, that link will be down below for the raffle. Other links will be down below for laser supplies and things like that. Don't forget to give the video a like, thumbs up, subscribe.
LPI.
Make sure you hit
I
that
changed
bell
the
notification
LPI.
so you get notified of all the new videos that come out and the live streams that I've started doing lately. So you're definitely going to want to jump in on the live streams. If you've got any questions about laser engraving, they're going to get answered. So anyway, quick video today. Hope you enjoyed it. And as always, thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
Up on the run? No problem. With 5 drive modes, road makes this a walk in the park.
Drive the Nissan Road.
3 to 10. A complete making of.
We're going to go into node edit in a minute, and really what I'm trying to do here is just line up these
That's
two.
more defined than.
And right about there is
15,
good. So let's go to node edit on the left. And what we want to do here is
Pattern
bring this
sticks
whole
out
group
more.
down over here. So I'm going to drag over this whole group and select them all and drag the whole group down over here. And I think what I'm going to do is drag over these two and bring them in like that. And then I'm going to drag over these and move these in like that. So that looks pretty good there. Now this part over here needs some adjustment, so I'll drag over these and I'll bring these up like so. Now we're looking pretty good. I might want to drag these over just a bit like that. What we're looking to do is get an inside outline, and this handle needs to come up, and these are off over here, so we'll drag these out like that. This is too wide of a gap, so I'm going to type the letter I. And to insert one, you can also type the letter M, and that would put it in the middle. And you'll see now we're getting our shape on the inside. And we've just got a couple more we need to move over here, like that. And
I can't get it focused anymore.
Bring this down a little bit. Grab these two. Bring them up. And if we go to the selector tool now, you can see that shape looks good inside of that shape. We're going to take these shapes back out again when we're done. But for right now, we're just going to work on putting them inside the other shapes that we have. So we want this shape now. Oh, looks like they're joined together. So the first thing that we're going to do is come into node edit. We're going to zoom way in.
Multiply.
And
What the
right over
fuck did
here,
I just
we're
do?
going to press the I key and the B key to break it. And now we have a broken shape there, as you can see. And we can now make two pieces.
Oh.
So over here, I'm just going to press the B key to break this shape.
Oh.
And I'm going to attach this one to there. And then I'm going to click on this one, attach this one to here, so that I now have two separate pieces. And now I can come to the selector key up here, grab our piece, bring it into place, hold the control key, shrink it down, and shrink it down some more, like that. Hold the control key to get it perfectly positioned. And that looks pretty good, although I'm going to go into node edit and I'm just going to move a couple of these nodes in just a bit, like that. And there we go. So that piece is now done. We'll grab this one, bring it into here. I'll hold the control key and shrink it down.
So
This
we're
one
gonna
should shrink
do-
almost perfectly, with the exception of a couple little pieces here. So we'll go to the node edit, we'll drag over
16.
those pieces, and we'll bring them into line with the rest of the shape. And now we've
LPI.
got our inner shapes and our outer shapes. Now all of the inner shapes are going to go,
4,
and actually what I
0,
should be doing, I should be putting the inner shapes
52.
on another layer. We'll put that on the blue layer. So let me move some of the inner shapes onto the blue layer, and I'll show you why later, because it'll make it easier to handle when it comes time to take them all off at one time. So there we have all of our shapes, our inner shapes are now on the blue layer, excuse me. All right, the next shape that we're going to go after is going to be this big shape over here. And we're going to select it, and you can see it's all the same shape. Well, we only want this part right here. We don't want the whole shape. So let's go ahead and go back into node edit. You'll see there are a lot of nodes in this one. We're going to find the node that we can break right about here. You're going to click on it, press the B key to break it. See it turn green. And now I can move that off, like so. So now I'm going to follow this up and around to the other side. And I think we're going to come all the way down to about here. I'm going to click on it, press the B key. It's now broken, as you can see. And now when I select it, let me get the selector tool, I can now move off just that one piece. And now this one piece, we can start to work on the nodes and get them all inside of what we've got here. So we'll come to node edit. We can actually select all of those nodes and hit the D key to delete them, because I don't really like those. We can use the D key to delete those. We can use the D key to delete these and move this inside like that. We can use the D key to delete those. Now I'll use the M key to put one right in the middle and bring it out like that. Do you see what I'm doing here? So I'm trying to get this shape inside of this shape. So let's go ahead and delete those.
I don't know.
I'll delete some of these, and I'll press the M key to get one in the middle here. And we'll bring this one out like that. And this is really all I'm going to be doing going through here is deleting, moving things around. These I don't want. These I don't want any of, so we'll get rid of those. We want to move
Can you see
all
the
of
detail
these
now?
in to the middle. So let's go ahead and move these first. Move these into the middle. Let's go ahead and get rid of some of those.
How about now?
Bring this in. Bring this in. Let's get rid of some of these. Get rid of some of these. Get rid of some of these. And we can get rid of some of these and move this one over just a bit like that. And we'll also get rid of some of those. a lot of the problem is there. Move this out a little bit. Let's delete those. Let's delete those. And let's get this out to about here. Now this shape is going to continue all the way around here. So we're going to need to add a couple more. So let's put one in the middle, right here. And let's drag
The
this
fuck
out
did I just do?
like that, because we're going to be on a different layer now. And let's bring this guy over like that. And let's put one in the middle here. And we'll drag this one down. Now let's take a look, see what we got. Here we don't
What
have-
did I
we
do?
got one with a weird handle on it, so let's take and put the handle back the other way. Join those two together. And I'm just going to delete that one because it's a pain in the butt right there. And
Reset
this
transformation.
looks about what I'm looking to get. So what I want to do now is bring the
There.
circle in
I got it back.
to see how close we're coming, and we're coming pretty close right there. So that looks pretty good. And I also want to take a look at my picture again. I guess I shouldn't have deleted it. And see what we got. Yeah, we got like a lot of brown space in there, so that would be our bottom layer. So the top layer, the right side, is where we're not going to want to take wood away from. Only on the left side, following this sort of
I don't-
pattern over there. So yeah,
I don't really see a change. I don't see a change. Changing the LPI. So
Lindor, made to melting by the Mint Master Chocolatier.
Says we need to buy out the trucks and
Four.
super again. How are we gonna run a business without a truck?
You can't.
So let's figure out a plan to keep you guys on the road.
Coffee, Greg? Thank you.
265.
For every financial need, we'll meet you in the moment. KeyBank.
16. Did I do 17? Yeah.
And that's your Wallabot stud finder. It's
So-
cool because it shows the wire also. This company, Wallabot, sent me this visual stud finder to find the studs in the wall. So now the way that this thing works is it connects to your phone after you download the app, and then you can scan it on the wall, and then it lets you know exactly where the studs are with a picture on your phone. It also can locate wires in the wall and pipes, and it sees through insulation. We can select
Yeah, that does
start
it.
scan, and I can see I already have a wire right here. So there's probably an outlet on the other side of the wall. And then I have my first stud, which my magnet found, so I could mark this with a pencil. I have another wire going that way, probably for an outlet on the other side of the wall. See, it shows the next stud perfectly. Shows the next stud perfectly. So now I'm going to mount the
1500.
TV bracket to the wall, and I want to put my lag bolt in the center of the stud. So I'm going to move this, and now I can see exactly where my stud is
LI.
on the wall. For both of them, I already know my height that I need the lag, so that's why I put the tape in the correct location.
0.016.
And that's your end result.
LPI
All right. The only things we've got left are a couple little anomalies.
8,
And what we're going to do here is
50.
we're going to move these anomalies over to that side. And actually, you know what? We don't even need to. We know we need to paint
Okay.
the back of these. So
Start.
yeah, we're going to leave those out. The rest of this is okay. Now all we need to do at this point is delete this circle so we can add ours. So let's come over here and select this guy. We'll come into Node Edit again. And what we're going to want to do is break this away from the edge of the circle.
Wow.
So I'm going to put my mouse right
That
there.
jumped from fucking 6 minutes to
Right in that
16
spot.
minutes.
So bullseye, I'm going to hit the letter B to break it. And you'll see that all
Holy
of
fuck.
the little Vegas lights going away. I'm going to come back on this side. I'm going to select over here. And I'm going to break it right there. So now you'll see that that's broken. And now I can come to my selector tool, select just this outside one. And where is it attached? It's attached somewhere else. Oh, you know what? Where I broke it over here, I didn't move it out of the way, so it still thinks that it's attached. The question is, where did I break it? Let's break it again. And hit the B key, select it, and move it off. Now we should be able to just select that outer one. Yep. And hit the delete key. And it's gone. So what I'm going to do at this point is I'm going to group these for a moment. And I want this one, select the circle, to move on top of this one. And I'll hit bullseye. And now you can see we've got the moon. We just have a little more trimming to do here. And maybe it wasn't in the right spot. So I'll hold control
Detail.
and I'll move this to where I think it was. And there is about where I think it was. So now we have our 2 layers. But it doesn't look like 2
Need
layers.
to build a shelf.
The only thing I've got left to do is to
Need to
ungroup
get this hung up
and
here.
put this one on the blue layer because that is
Get that to
goes
stay up
below.
there.
We also have to duplicate it and make it a little bit larger because that one goes on top. The one on top is on the black layer, like that. And this will all make sense to you after a while. And I think what we've got here, yeah, I think we're pretty close to being finished here. The only thing left to do now is to close these shapes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come back to Node Edit. I'm going to find the end over here of this, and I think it's this one. Sure is. And I'm just going to delete everything here because I need the end facing. Oops. I hit the delete key instead of the D key. You don't want to do that. So I'm just going to delete a bunch of these right here so that I have this one that I can work with. Then we're going to just bring this one down here. I'm going to hit the S key to smooth it out. See, it just smoothed out for me off my handle. And I'm going to bring it all the way over here. Press M to put one in the middle. Bring the middle one all the way down like that. And hopefully you can see what I'm doing here. I'm going to attach this one to that one. So I'm going to take this handle and move it out. Slide that all the way out there. I'm going to press another M for the middle so that we can make this easy to do. Fix that handle there. I think we can probably get rid of a whole bunch of these. Press the D key, not the delete key. And let's see what we've got left. Let's put this one here, grab the handle, bring it out, bring it down here and attach it right there. Let's hit the M key again to put one in the middle.
God damn it.
Bring that out. And now we've got our shape that's now closed. At least I think it's closed. The way to know for sure is now I've got just the shape selected. If I hit the offset and set the offset to 0, say OK, then I know I'll be safe that I won't get the message that some shapes were set to fill that weren't, you know what that is anyway. So I'll get rid of the original one and put the offset back in its place.
Don't teach me. Eat Nutrish. Nutrish Whole Health Blend. Helping dogs, dog healthy.
That's how to set a cozy room.
sugar is what it's at. Or maybe you're more of a champagne spritz and roses type mood. Whatever the mood, set it with one of these Febreze Air Mist fragrances today.
Cadbury Mini Eggs. Crispy shell, creamy chocolate, pure joy.
So I can take all these trips because Priceline has all these amazing deals. And that's when I said, deal!
And on your right is our Infinity Deal.
I am the deals. The deals are me.
Go to your happy price, Priceline.
We train to feel powerful. We train to feel unstoppable.
And there, I think we're pretty good. Let me make sure that nothing is going to overlap, which it does look like we have a little overlap over here. So I'll just bring this up just a tiny little bit. Let me see. Where is that overlap? It must have been something that we missed. So we'll come in here and just drag these out of the way. Like that. Come back to the selector tool. And I think we'll come in here and drag these out of the way. Just a little bit. Like that. We can probably even delete a whole bunch of these over here by hitting the D key to keep it smooth. Alright, and I think we've got our final product here. The only thing left to do is to put this center part right here on the blue layer. So let me show you why I'm using 2 layers here. Now, we're going to have 2 pieces, so we need to have 2 layers. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to hold down Shift this time, Shift, and I'm going to click on the blue layer. Shift, click. Now I've got the entire blue layer selected. I'm going to hold down Shift, and I'm going to click the outer circle. So now I have the blue layer and the outer circle selected. Now I'm going to press Control and the letter D to duplicate those. And we now have our 2 layers. And let's get rid of this junk over here. There we go. So now we've got our base layer. This is going to be the base layer over here. This is going to be the top layer. So what's going to happen here is we're going to set the blue one to line. We're going to set the outer one to cut, obviously, to cut our material. So we'll put those both on the cut path. We're also going to set the inner black layer to cut. So everything that's on the inner black layer is going to be cut as well. So what we can do, again, Shift, click on the layer, the black layer, assign it to the cut path. All of the blacks are now assigned to red. All of the blues are engraved. This blue inside ones now can all be deleted because we've got them there. So we're going to delete. Oops, I didn't want to do that. Okay, delete. Come on now. Delete. 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 We don't need the blue inside here anymore. So we're going to delete all of the blue from inside there. So now what we've got is the cut, and we've got the second cut and the engrave. And this is just to show us where we're going to paint. That's all it's for. And this is not going to cut out. It's just going to engrave those lines. So now if we take and group this and we group this, we can now put this one, hold Shift, on top of this one, bullseye, and now we have our 2 layers, our 2 grouped layers. The only thing that we have left to do now is to put the circle in the middle. And it's okay that they're on top of each other like that. So we're going to take our circle and we're going to measure the size. Oh, the first thing we need to do is size this. And didn't mean to do that. So let's go to the selector tool. Let's grab both of these together, come into inches, and I want this to be 10.5 inches. inches. Now we have a 10.5 inch. Actually, let's make it 11.5 because I have 12-inch wood. So now that's 11.5 inches, and we're good. Now the only thing left to do is to put in the hole, which is 8 millimeters. So I'm going to that is our hole. Select the outside of this over here. Bullseye it. And we now have our hole in the middle. And all we have to do now is do... And we're going to drag it off. And we have two perfect moon scenes. Layers of a moon scene.
All right.
Look, you guys are going to get the picture when we put this all together, because and actually it's going to be 3 layers all together. So the only thing we have left to do now is to create one more of these circles, and if we ungroup this for a moment and just press Control and the letter D, we now have our base, and now we can regroup all of these. So that was the only thing I forgot, was the base layer right here. And of course, we do need to put that hole in the middle. So let's go ahead and ungroup this again. Let's take this one, put it on top of that one, like so. Let's take that center cutout, Control and the letter D. Once I've done that, it's now selected. I can now press Shift and the outside button. Line, and I've got that perfect cutout. I'm don't know what's wrong with my voice tonight, with my mind that's going in other places. So we've now got the base here, and then we've got layer 1 and layer 2 that goes on top. And like I said, all of this blue in here is just to show you where you're going to be painting. And you're going to be painting this and then down here is your base. So now that we've got all the layers all done, we're ready now to put the final touches on the top layer, which are the clock numbers.
Fucking.
So let's go ahead and do that. Let's take this guy over here. Let's press Control and the letter D to duplicate it so that we have a template to work with. And now we have just a template. And what we're going to do is we're going to create a circular array around this so that we know what numbers we can put where. We're not going to be able to put all the numbers on here. So let's give that a shot now. Let's take and put a number up at the top. We'll put a number 1. We'll go ahead and select it. Let's zoom in a little bit, make it a little bit bigger, like that. And now what we'll do is drag across both of these, and let's get this perfectly centered, like that. And let's select our number, and then select our circle, and come down here to the circular array tool on the bottom left side. And now we have numbers. So what we want it to start at 0, 0, end at 360. The steps we want to be, we'll leave that alone. The copies we want at 12, like that. I don't know why I mentioned the steps. And now we have our 12 numbers. So we'll say OK to that. And let's see now, with all of this selected, let's select all of it. Let's see how many numbers that we can get on here. And it looks like we may only be able to get 2, 3, 4, 10, and 11. 3, 4, 10, and 11 are the numbers we're going to be able to get on here. So let's go ahead and do that now. Let's go to the text tool.
Feel like fucking drilling.
Let's come over here. We're going to put number 2. Like click in over here, number 3. No, actually, that's number 2. Number 2, number 3, number 4, and what else did I say? 11. And I think that was it. So the rest of these we can't use. We're just going to come up in here and backspace them out. 2, 3, 4, backspace, backspace. Just get rid of the rest of these. 2, 3, 4, and 11, I think, are the only ones that we're going to be able to use. So, 2, 3, 4, and 11 have to be on the engraved layer, so we'll put that on the blue. We're not going to use the circle, that was just our template. So with the 11, 2, 3, and 4 selected, I'm going to hold shift. I'm going to click on this one over here, and I'm going to hit the bullseye. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to group them first. So, and I did that wrong as well. So we're going to ungroup. So now with just these selected, we're going to move them off onto our graphic over here.
Fuck off.
So now we have our 2, 3, 4,
I don't want to.
and 11 selected. And if you want to make sure that it's perfect, there's another way that you can do this. We can undo that. We can go ahead and
I need one of them
both
little
these,
white
bring this over like
white
so,
wire shelves.
where it's right
Actually,
on
I
top
can't
of
put
it
a
like
shelf
that.
there.
And then we can just grab
Fuck.
that top layer and delete it. And now it's perfectly aligned on there. So now we have 11, and I think maybe 10. We could have done 10 as well. So let's back up. Let's go ahead and back up to get to the point where we were deleting numbers. And where we put the 10 in here. So there we go. Now we have the 10. My mistake. Sorry about that, folks. When you do these things live, it's not quite as easy as you might think.
Our
so
best
this is all
bet
one take
is
video. And now I can align this over the top here. Get it to snap in place. Click just that outer circle and delete it. And now it's perfectly aligned. And yes, this one little part of the 11 will be cut off, but that's okay. So we'll still know the hours
16.
on the clock here. So we'll have 2, 3, 4, 10, and 11. And maybe we could have even gotten 1 in there too. But we're going to leave it the way it is. Because I think it's going to look cool, just the way it is. So we have 2, 3, 4, 10, and 11. And now we're ready to
100.
These, I will probably go ahead and put these on a different layer, and the reason for that, I'll put these on the green layer because I'm going to do
I
these
think
in
that's our
fill
best bet.
like that, and we want to get this guy. I didn't mean to select that one, so we'll put him back on the red. So now we'll have that engraving on the very top left layer, 10, 11, 2, 3, and 4. That's it. I think we're ready. We have our 3 layers. Probably the safe thing to do at this point, and it's always a safe bet to do this, is to drag over everything and group them. Drag it off to make sure we got the group right. Let's go ahead and group these. And finally, we will come over here and group these. And now we have our 3 different layers, and we can make our art library. And let's go ahead and do that. So let's go new. Lightburn, library. So no, we want Lightburn art. We're going to call this Moon Clock and say save. Now we have Moon Clock in our art library down here. And we will grab this one, import. We'll call this one base.
1600.
We'll grab this one, import. We'll call this one layer 2. And we'll grab this one, import, we'll call this one top. So now, not only do we have our graphic for our clock, which is ready to go, but we also have our art library that'll be there forever if we ever want to repeat it again. And we can even import the original photograph. So we'll just call this photo. And that way we have the original photograph that we used to design with. And now we can delete it. Now the only thing left to do is to separate these
Try
out
this.
and get them off the work area so that we can now run the job on the laser. So we'll get those off the work
No
area. We'll
crosshatch.
put this one in the middle, or you can put it in the top corner, wherever it is that you're going to run your job. And
See what
start
no
running these
crosshatch
off.
does.
Run off all three of these layers. Let's head over into the shop. Throw this on.
No,
the
not
laser.
pegboards. That white wire
A couple
shelf.
of quick changes before we actually burn this.
I can't put a
I
shelf
put
here anyways
everything
because of
on
the
red
hood.
layer, and sometimes I think I'm way ahead
Fuck.
of myself and don't realize what I'm doing. Now, I wanted to
Oh wow.
use a
There goes that
thicker
idea.
material. I wanted to use 3mm wood, so which is actually like 2.95 millimeter or something like that. So what I decided to do was I measured the size of the mechanism, and I'm using a clock mechanism that takes into account daylight savings time, so it automatically adjusts the clock at daylight savings time twice a year. And so I measured that, and it turned out to be 55 millimeters in both directions, square. So what I did was I created a 56 millimeter
I'm gonna do it side by
square,
side.
and then I put a 4mm round over on the corners down here in the bottom.
Regular
Radius.
and
I
crosshatch.
clicked on radius and I clicked on all four corners to put a round over, and now that clock mechanism will fit
Same
through
speed, same power.
this first layer, and hopefully everything is going to work out fine for the other two layers. Another change, or another two changes that I made, was I didn't think this part through. These are going to be cut through. So rather than paint them, we'll paint each layer. So this is the top layer, and I decided that on the top layer, rather than engrave the numbers, I think they should be cut out. The second layer is going to be painted, so the painting will show through those cutouts. I hope this will all work out perfectly. But like I said, I'm doing this pretty much live. Almost everything except for a couple little edits here and there is live. So I've changed some of these. I've taken out some of these graphics that were in the middle here, because now this graphic, when we put this one on top of here, will be below it, and that will all be painted a different color. So you're going to be able to see these. This cutout now will reveal the bottom layer over here. So 3 layers, 3 colors. We don't need any of the little items that were in the middle. So after a little rethinking, I think this is going to be a much better design. And now I think we can go over to the shop and cut this out. So again, this part right here is the mechanism for the clock. And by cutting the entire square out, we'll be able to shave off 3 millimeters of the thickness of the project. So it'll only be the thickness of these two, which is going to be close to about 5.5 millimeters or so, somewhere in that range. And finally, I actually went and cut this out, and it didn't work. So it's going to see what happened. The
No
clock
crosshatch.
didn't reach all the way through the front. So what I wound up having to do was just do a slight little redesign. All I did was copy this square here in the middle and put it onto layer number 2. And then I had to move some of these graphics out of the way. Not on layer number 2, but on layer number 3. So I just selected all these nodes and scooted them over.
Library.
So now we've got 1, 2, 3, and now we can
Edit.
cut this one out of the wood in the shop and get this done, and you can see the final project. Oh, and one other thing I forgot too was the 4 and the 10 cut completely out. So what I had to do was just break these apart. I broke apart the number 4 and I broke apart the number 10 so that, the whole number would still be there, because what happened was the whole inside of the 4 and the whole inside of the 10 dropped out, and we don't want to have that. So now it's actually finished. I've got it cut out. I'm going to put up the video now of the file being cut. The first file being cut, not the final one. But I'll show you the pictures of this final cutout and assembly and painting, and you're just going to love the way this comes out. You're going to want to do your own.
What's he doing? Stop. 1500.
Mr. Clean Magic Eraser powers through tough messes, so it makes it look like I spent hours cleaning. And no, I didn't.
It makes my running shoe look like new. It's amazing.
It's so good. It makes it look like I have magical powers.
Magic Eraser and sheets make cleaning look easy.
That puts the line back in.
So much more hydrated since I've been using this product. It's Olay.
Milk chocolate beyond words. Classic recipe by Lindt. Now, discover the creamy, crunchy hazelnut bar by Lindt.
Wow, that was a long video today. But I do have the final product, and you can see it's late at night. It's after 10 o'clock at night. And I've got it right here. This is the final product. It's 3 layers. I still have to finish the outside edge right here. I'm just going to paint that white. And I have to put my brand on the back. So, but that's it. 10:10 at night. I'm still here doing this video for you guys. There is the final product. I think it came out great, except for the fact that I probably should have just made this second layer gray. And I might even go back and paint this second layer to make it a little darker. I'm not good at painting.
I wonder if we could speed it up.
But yeah, I do still have to do the edge, so I might change the second layer to gray. Have the white on top, the gray, and then the black in the background, and then put my brand on the back, and maybe I'll put a light finish on the back of this. I might take the clock back out. I might just paint it on. I don't know what I'm going to do with it yet, but that is the final product. I want to thank you all for sticking around, and it's actually pretty beefy. It's pretty heavy, even though it's only 9mm stick. But the thing that I wanted to cover here is the clock mechanism. So you have to make sure that you have a long enough clock mechanism, which I didn't. So I wound up having to cut the back layers out of 2 of them, 2 out of the 3. I wish I would have gotten something that maybe was, the mechanism was maybe twice as long. This way I didn't have to actually cut out the back, but it turned out okay because it's not going to sit too far off the wall. So that turned out okay, cutting out the 2 layers. But, you know, I think it would have been better if I didn't have to make any cutouts at all, except for the hands. I don't know, what do you guys think? But, I think the project itself came out great. I know there was a lot of revisions in it, but this is how it works. This is how I design. So I design things, and usually what I'll do is I'll cut them out of really thin, 1.5 millimeter wood, just to see how they come out and layer them together because it's cheap enough to do that. And this one here, I only used 3 extra pieces of wood, so it wasn't a big expense. I guess altogether I used 6 pieces of the 12 by 12.
I think we might have got it.
Millimeter wood, or the 3 millimeter nominal wood, and I think it was 2.9 or 2.85 to 2.9, something like that.
Let's try.
I only used 6 pieces altogether, so it cost me about, with the clock mechanism, I got those on sale. It's a clock that automatically changes for daylight savings time twice a year. It slows down and speeds up at 3 o'clock in the morning to change the time. And I think I got those on sale for $5 a piece. I bought like 5 of them. I'll put a link down below in the description if you want to take a look at it. But that's the final product right there. I'm happy with it, except maybe that layer with the blue. I should have probably put more gray in there. Like I said, go from light, almost white gray to darker gray to a black, and I still might do that. So I haven't decided yet what I'm going to do there. But anyway, I hope you enjoyed
we got it
today.
dialed
I
in.
hope you saw the little bonus thing
Finally
there where you can download this for free. So I know that some of my regular viewers that watch the entire video deserve to get something. So there's that coupon code over in my store to get this file for free so that you can do this yourself if you want to use my design, or you can redesign it. You start off with my art gallery, my art library, and bring them out and redesign it to however you want. But anyway, I hope you enjoyed this video as much as I enjoyed making it. And believe me, it took some time to make it. The biggest time that I put into this is the post-production. It took about 2 hours to make the clock, and probably about 5 hours to compile all the video. So here I am.
This may be it.
I'm getting this video finished. Hopefully I'll be finished by midnight. And I want to thank you all for watching. And, it's just been a
This
fun
may
time.
be it.
So thanks for
Holy
watching.
fuck.
And I'll see you in the next one. You want to be able to do photos, and you want to be able to do artwork and things like this, but you can't seem to get it just quite right on a laser. Well, that's what we're going to be talking about today, doing photos on your laser. And this is
That's it.
seems to be a big problem with lots of people that watch the channel, and I get lots of emails and messages about how you can't get photos to come out right. Well, photos is an art form on a laser, and unless you completely understand how a photograph works, you're just not going to get it to work. So you have to understand how the photo works, and you may even have to do a little bit of work in a photo editing program to even out the colors of the black and white. And remember now that we're only working with black and white, shades of gray on a laser. Now, I want to preface this by saying that I'm not an expert on photos. We're not going to get into all of the finer aspects and technology of a laser engraver, dot size, dialing in your laser, all that kind of stuff. What we're going to do is I'm going to show you how I do photos, and you can go from there. So this is not going to be a video on how the laser works and how the scan works and everything else. It's just going to be a video on how I do photographs, and maybe you can do the same. And let me tell you, I'm not an expert on any of this stuff, really. So lots of people like to call me an expert. I'm not. I'm not an expert on any of this. All I do is share with you the things that I do.
2,000
This
speed,
is my hobby,
1,600
and I'm sharing it with you. Excuse
power,
me. And I am not an expert
flood
on any
fill.
of this. If I'm an expert on anything, it is making mistakes, and that's about it. Making mistakes, and I'm definitely an expert on losing things. I'm an expert misplacer. Those are the only two places where I will tell you that I am an expert. Other than that, let me share with you today how I do photographs, and maybe you can make that repeatable. So let's go. All right, so let's go jump over real quick to ImageR, and I want to show you how most people do it in ImageR or some other software program. And then we're going to come back to Lightburn, and I'm going to show you how to get the same results or better with Lightburn, and have presets so that you can replicate those results for future products. Alright, so we're going to start here at ImageR, and this is a place where lots of people start. And if you come to imag-r.com, you'll be presented with this website. Here are all the instructions for using it step by step. You're going to start here with upload. We're going to upload. We're going to pick the bell.
Nope, back it down.
And we're going to come down here, and you're going to see that our current size is over
25
3,000 by 4,000. So in this program, not in Lightroom, but in this program, we're going to have to resize this, or else we'll get an error message. So we'll hit resize, and we're going to come into inches, and we're going to say 11 inches. That's about like the one that I have in Lightroom is. So 11 by 9, that's good. We'll say OK to that. Now we have a resized image, and the advanced panel has popped up over here. What we're going to do is adjust this image for laser. So most people are going to switch right over here, and they're going to go to material. And they're going to pick, well, we're going to be using wood, so they're going to pick wood and say OK. And what you're going to get is you're going to get a version that you can use on wood, and actually is probably pretty good. Now, the difference between this software is that you're just going to get what I think is an Atkinson mode, it looks like. You're just going to get that one mode, and that's pretty much the only mode you can use, whereas in Lightburn you have several modes to choose from. So let's go ahead and say that you're an advanced user, for instance. You might come over to the gamma adjustment, and you might raise that a little bit. And you might come over to the contrast, and you may raise that a little bit, and you see how it's looking better. And you might come over to the brightness, and maybe raise that a little bit, and the sharpness, maybe you would do a 40% sharpness adjustment on it. And here, now, we can see that if we zoom in up here, we've got a much better image. Not what I'm looking for, but it's pretty decent. And you can download this now and burn it. And lots of people have lots of success with this. But you would have to, if you wanted to test this burn, you'd have to either leave this window open, or maybe you're going to want to test it the next day or whatever. Whatever the case may be, you'd have to write down all of these numbers that you just did, in order to adjust them further should the burn not be what you want. So you need to have like a
Still got the line.
where you write all of this stuff down.
So let's
And
try
then you burn it and you test
21.
it. You see if it works. If it doesn't work, you come back and you do a little
21.
more gamma adjustment. You do a little more contrast adjustment. But you would need to know all of these numbers that you've done before. Well, let's jump over into Lightburn and let's do the same thing. So now I have got the resized image here in my art library, and this is the size that I want. If you look up here, it's 9 by 11 or so. So this is the original image that we started with in ImageR. Now if we select it, it must be selected to right click on it, and then we go down here to adjust image. Lightburn has a completely separate program already built in that is very similar to ImageR with a couple of really nice advancements. So let's make this larger so that you can see it better. And over here you have a section called presets. Okay? Now I have some presets in here, and I have several different computers with several different presets. We're going to choose the one that says Veronica, which is one that I've already done. So now you can see we have Veronica, and I want you to take a look at the difference between the two. So there is the ImageR, and here is the Lightburn. Completely different images. And now I can still do everything I can do in ImageR.
Yeah.
I can do contrast, brightness, gamma, but I can also do
That
other
was
things in here. So you see, when I selected the preset of Veronica,
2116.
I have a 400 DPI, which gives me a line interval that's smaller than the dot size on my laser, which is 0.08. This gives us a 0.064. And
Just for
the
the
reason
hell of
why
it.
I want to do that is because I'm going to defocus the laser and I want it to
17.
be smooth. I want to apply smoothing to the photograph. And you're not going to get that kind of adjustment in any other program. This is an actual image program. And over here you'll see that I have enhanced it. And if I put this back to the way it was originally imported, which is going to be zeros on all of these. So let's just go back to zeros on all of these. No, the gamma was not zero. Yeah, the gamma is 1. So there is the original image that we're working with. Now in ImageR and in here, you'll have to adjust this to get this to where you think it would look nice on the laser. There are all kinds of adjustments that you have to do in here, and when you do this, then you have to test it on the laser. And I've got presets already that I've done that do this automatically because I've done a whole bunch of testing. So if I come to the preset over here and I choose Veronica, you'll see this is how I want this image to burn. And I've gone through some testing, and I've found that these numbers here are the right numbers for me to get an optimal burn.
Let's see which
on
one's
my
better.
laser. Now I do also have another preset on in the other shot for the same image that I tried a different way, and I've done them in 2 different ways. The beauty of this is that over here next to the save icon, first off, you can save it, and you can use it again in the future if you don't want to work with this again for a week or 2. It'll still be here. And you can also export it. So you could export it to a flash drive if you needed to take it on the go, bring it to work and work on it at work, or you can come over here and import it and import this preset.
Okay.
So for instance, I'll be making this preset available for you to download. And you can pull this in and you can drop a piece of plywood on your laser. And if you have a 10-watt laser, you can use all of my settings and probably get something very similar to what I have. That's the beauty of this export, import, and over here, modes. And this is the most important thing right here, is that we're not depending on one particular, and I think it's threshold that ImageR uses. We're not depending on one particular mode. We have several modes in here that we can change. And whenever I change modes, I always zoom in on the image first. The part that I want to see the most, which is this, and you can see original photo here, laser ready photo here. Okay? So if you choose threshold, you could see what
I think we got it dialed
It
in.
would actually be pretty good.
It's a toss up
If you
between
were to choose
21
orders,
speed,
you'd see what would
16
happen.
power,
And you could zoom out
Or
a little bit if you want to
2000
detail.
at
We could
16
also
power.
choose Atkinson, which is one of my favorites. We could choose Dither, which is another favorite. Actually, all these work very well. We could use Stuckey. So if we go to Stuckey, and we can go to Jarvis.
2116 or
Newspapers probably wouldn't look very good on this. We go to Halftone, which won't look good either. It's very close to newsprint.
what's your bet?
Sketch.
2116 or
does look
2016?
if you want it to look like a pencil drawing, for instance, you just need to make some adjustments.
What do you think's
there.
gonna look better?
And then you can go to the Big Daddy Grayscale. And Grayscale is probably one of the finest
2016 or 2116?
Dot on, dot off. And I'll show you what I mean by that. If we were to zoom into some of this change right here, zoom way in, there you see
What do you think's gonna look better?
different shades
20
of gray.
speed,
Let's find a good spot.
16
So
power,
here we go.
or
So it's not
21
just
speed,
on, off,
16
on, off.
power?
It's on. So it's on high power.
Which one's
on
gonna look
medium
better?
Power, on low power, off over here, on low power, on medium power, and so on and so on and so on. And as it gets way over here, it turns a little more to on off. But if we switch to something like Atkinson, you'll see that it's just on off. You see the
Take a
difference there?
picture and show
So,
me.
and in fact, most of the other modes are going to be just
2016?
on.
Okay.
So now, even though we get a very similar result with the shading, the difference between Grayscale and the others is much deeper shading. And you may think that this would be much better, and it would be much better if you were going to print this, but we're not printing it. We're laser engraving it. So yeah, that would look better, but you probably need to be in perfect focus.
Why is Christina
And
at
that's pretty hard to get. So if we
30th?
jump over to Atkinson, you'll see this is much more achievable because we just have pretty much on, off, and certain places have more clusters than others, which creates the illusion of shadowing and more power. And the laser understands this better. We're going to stick with the Atkinson mode, and we're going to go and we're going to use this preset that I've got here. And I'm also
Yeah.
going to show you the
20
difference
speed,
in focusing. What
16
happens
power.
when you defocus, which is what you have to do when you do images. We're going to defocus this image. We're going to first run it regularly, perfectly focused. Then we're going to defocus a millimeter, defocus 2 millimeters, and you'll see that my final result on the diode laser is going to be about 4 millimeters of defocus to get the perfect result at a very high DPI. Let's go ahead and say OK to this in the bottom now that we've processed it. And there's what we get on the screen. So we'll say OK to that. And we're ready to actually burn this. So let's go do some testing and see how this comes out. All right, moving on now. Let me show you how I got to this point of getting this image, which, by the way, sells for an obscenely large amount of money. But let me show you how I got this image from a photograph that was taken online from the National Gallery of Art.
Time
And
to check.
for you copyright people out there, don't worry about it because it is not copywritten. It's too old for that. So let me show you how we got the image to this. And there's one key you'll never hear anyone talk about, and that is focus. Yeah, the only thing you're going to ever hear is you have to have a perfect focus. And I say that all the time. And that's true if you're doing artwork graphics, if you're doing vector graphics, raster graphics, whatever. But if you're doing actual art, focus and defocusing or raising the laser head so that it is out of focus is extremely important. So here is the original photograph. And now what I do is I scale these down to a manageable size, about 2 or 3 inches at the most. This one I think was about 2 inches tall. And this is totally in focus. And you can see that it's not a great image. Then I defocused it by 1 millimeter. And then I defocused it by 2 millimeters. That got much, much better. Defocused at 2 millimeters. And I knew that 3 millimeters wasn't going to make a big difference because I'm going to go to my max range, and this is on the Lasermatic 10, and the max range on that is defocusing by 4 millimeters. So I went all the way up to 4, and that is the result I got right there at 4 millimeters. And that is perfect. So now on your CO2 lasers, you're going to do things a little bit differently. You might want to order a 4-inch barrel for the laser, and you might want to order a meniscus lens and drop that right on top of your convex lens, and then put that barrel into your CO2 and run it defocused, do these defocusing tests with your CO2. You're not going to achieve this with a regular convex lens on the CO2.
We got the
If
results.
you use a combo lens and you drop
It didn't mean fucking text me back.
and then just put that 4-inch barrel in there, and you'll get some really, really nice results. In fact, probably just as good or better than on the diode laser itself. That is the key.
So,
this is the trick. Is, and you'll hear me say it all the time, running your tests, defocusing, what I call defocusing, and look folks, I have my own terminology here, so
Edit. Cut.
this is defocused, or I've raised the focus on the laser module by 4 millimeters, and that is how I came up with the perfect burn. I've also increased the LPI on this as well to 400. Increased LPI, running it out of focus, are the 2 keys to getting this type of quality out of a photograph. Now, I understand that this is not technically a photograph. It is an oil painting, but it is a photograph of an oil painting. So, pretty much the same thing. You've seen me do my other photographs in the past. The most famous one is probably the Legends of the Blues, and I always do those out of focus as well. There you go. That is the trick to getting a perfect, really nice replica of a photograph onto a piece of wood or any material that you might be using. Alright, so really quickly, starting with the right photograph is what makes actual photos burn well on wood, slate, or whatever it is, whatever material it is that you're going to burn the photograph. So, taking a look at this photograph, you may say, wow, that is a great photograph of your dog. But the fact of the matter is, it isn't. Because we have all of these different lighting effects around here. Now, this is not a photo tutorial in any way, shape, or form, but I just wanted to show you how I would begin with something like this, and you would have to learn your own photo software, whatever it might be that you use. So, the first thing that I would do is I would come in here and I would remove the color and turn it into a black and white photo. And then I would probably feather that photo out because you don't want the hard edges. So I would do something like that. Now, the problem that we have here is that the nose, the eyes,
the next
test are too dark to import this into Lightroom. So every software program is going to have a masking tool. So we'll grab a masking tool here, and I'll just show you very quickly and simply. And most photo software is going to be about the same. We're just going to do the nose here, and there is the nose. So now I'll select that, and I'll come up here, and I will come to the brightness and raise the brightness on that nose. just so that it matches the rest of the photo, and then I'll probably feather that a little bit as well, so it's not such a sharp contrast between the two. And now you can see we have more detail in the nose that's more similar to the rest of the photograph. And then of course I would take this masking tool and I would come around and I would do these other dark areas as well. So I would come in here and do these dark areas, and then I would also look at the fur, and maybe this part is darker or too dark. I might mask this out separately and change that. But the first thing I would do is the mouth, then I would do the eyes, and so on. And this is how you need to actually become an artist with a photograph. And you can clearly see now the nose. Lightburn is going to interpret this completely differently. Let's just undo this back to the beginning. There is the original photograph with just a mask on it, and there is with the masking effects. So you can see that all of these little details in here are now going to come out, whereas before it's just going to be a dark black burn. So that is just this is not a tutorial, like I said, and you'll have to learn your own photo editing software in order to become proficient at this. But you would want to mask out, make all of the black areas a similar color so that Lightburn interprets it in a similar way. And that's about it. So to recap, you want to first, you want to start with a good photograph. And if you don't have photo editing software, you might want to get some. And you might want to learn that, because if you're going to do photographs in Lightburn, you're going to need to do some touch-up work in your photo editing software. And that's not always the case. You may get a perfect picture and it may import perfectly into Lightburn, and you may be able to just drop it on, do some testing, defocus, and run off the perfect photograph. But the chances of that are pretty slim. I can tell you that, I do a lot of these, or I used to do a lot of these pet cemetery monuments, the tombstones for pets. And you're always going to get a photograph that's just not going to work. I mean, 100% of the time, the customer is going to give you a photograph that's not going to work because it's their favorite photograph and it wasn't taken by a photographer. So if you're going to do photographs, you are going to need to have some photo editing software, and you're going to need to know how to use that software. So it's very important that you try and, first off, you make it black and white. Try and make it as uniform as possible, the blacks and the whites. You don't want too dark of a black anywhere where you can't see the details, and you don't want it too light anywhere as well. So getting to learn the masking tools is sort of an art in itself. And I can tell you that you can probably buy any software on the market and go on YouTube and get some masking tutorials and learn how to mask like a pro in a matter of a couple of hours, really. Masking is not a really hard thing to do. What I do, what I showed you in the quickie example, was a quickie example. What I do is I zoom all the way in and I mask it very detailed. I use the same masking tool. I just make it much smaller, and I just do the edges real detailed, and then I go ahead and make the adjustments, and I feather that region out a little bit so that you can't see the hard line where the brightness or where the gamma or the contrast or any of that changes. And make sure that you're going to start with a black and white photograph so you know what you're working with anyway. But that's it, folks. That's the whole trick to doing all of this photograph work, is by number one, starting with the right photograph, number two, making sure that you mask out everything and get it balanced. Number 3, making sure that you run your tests on defocusing. And number 4, enjoying the profits. Anyway, I hope this video has helped you today, and maybe you learned more about how to do photographs. Maybe you haven't. I don't know. This is the way that I do it. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed this video as much as I enjoyed making it for you. And as always, I want to thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
Okay.
Fabrice, hola. Yo uso Fabrice Baby Butler. Y yo uso esto. El microchip de Fabrice controla la fragancia para que disfrutes 50 días con la frescura del primer uso. 50 días y nunca te quedarás sin frescura gracias a su luz que te recuerda rellenarlo. Fabrice Glow.
The chicken or the egg? The question isn't which came first. It's which comes with peanut butter.
Hurt stop. No sickness.
Well, I've been waiting a long time and anticipating this video for Lightroom version 4 because I've had the beta version of this for quite some time now. And there's a couple of exciting new features in there that I wanted to explain. And they're in the tools menu. So let's jump up to Lightroom and take a look. So to find out if you have version 4, come way up to the top of the screen.
One tap.
And you'll see I have Lightburn 1.4.00. If you don't see that, just click on Help, and then come down here to Check for Updates. And if you click on that, you'll see that my version is up to date. So if yours is not, you can download the new version and get on the same page that I'm on here. And I've been waiting to get this video out because of 2 specific tools. We'll cover some more in a few minutes. But these 2 specific tools are a lot of fun to use. And I'll make a bet that lots of people have been waiting for these. So
Okay.
let's start off by just taking some text. We'll just do text like that. And select it. And we'll put that on a fill layer.
Everything's saved.
And then what I'm going to do is...
Tests are
I think
complete.
I'm going to offset this. So I'll come over here to offset
Now let's
and put a nice little border around
try it out.
And maybe I'll just move that border off by just a little hair like that to give it a little more depth. And then offset it one more time.
Open.
Something like that. And then I'm going to offset that one
Here.
one more time so that we get a
Pictures.
really cool looking word here, text. And I'm not going to spend too much time playing with it. I could move these layers around if I wanted to try and get exactly what I'm looking for. But I think that looks pretty cool right there. So we're going to start with that. Now I'm just going to go ahead and group them together. And here comes the fun part with version 1.4. Under the Tools menu, down on the bottom, you're going to see 2 new selections here. Warp and Deform. One has 4 points, the other one has 16 points. Let's start with the warp and grab the warp like that. Now, if I grab a corner, I can now warp the text into any direction that any of 4 directions. So you can have a lot of fun with this, and you can warp it any way that you want, and you can get some really, really cool effects with this. So let's go ahead and undo everything that we've just done and get back to the beginning. And let's go to the next tool, which is the Deform. And this one is where it really gets to be fun because you now have 16 different points that you can warp the text or deform it. And I know lots of people are going to really enjoy this one. because this is something that people have been asking for a while, and changing the text like this. And you can not only change it like that, but you can move every single one of these 16 points off to deform that text. Now, we wouldn't want to do something like that, but this is really neat, because now you can move and get a wave out of the text, like so, and bring this up, bring this one out, bring these two out a little bit, and sort of like get a 3D look to the text that you're using. And not only that, but let's say that let's say you wanted to do like a Star Wars, for instance.
Okay.
So let's say you were doing like a saying from Star Wars, and you come in here and you go to your warp selection, and you take and bring this up like that, and bring this one out, bring this one out, and the more you warp it, the more it starts to look like a Star Wars scene. Where they have that scrolling across the screen, and you might have below it, you might have something else that, like a saying in a smaller font down here on the bottom. But this tool can really be a lot of fun and give you a lot of dimension in your text and your images and things like that. And not only does it work for that, but you can also bring in any image, make them a little bigger, and you can come down here and the selections are still here. So you can warp images and you can warp text. So whatever it is that you're working with is workable. And I really think that these two tools alone had me really excited, and I wanted to announce them in the last couple of videos that I've done, but I'm in the beta program, so I'm not at liberty to do that. But I think that these two tools are going to be just so much fun for everybody. And not only, that is not the only thing that has changed. If we come to the Lightburn website and we take a look here, you'll see there's lots of stuff. And this was originally designed, this warping software, for Galvo lasers. There is just so much that's going on here. Repeat marking for Galvos. You can now open a new window in Lightburn by going to File, New Window. And some people have a problem when they double-click the icon on their desktop if they want to start another instance of Lightburn. Where it doesn't start, it tries to go back to the instance that you have open at the time. This solves that problem. File, New Window opens up a new window. So now with the warp and deform we just talked about, and it's just a lot of fun to work with different images and deform them, as you can see in this graphic right here. So I'm going to put a link to this page down below the video, and you'll see over here, these are the other notable additions, all of the changes that have been made, and you people with the Galvo lasers are going to want to take a look at this and look at all the bug fixes. So if you've had any of these problems, you will now see that that particular bug has been addressed. So that's it. Just a quick, simple video today on the new version 1.4 of Lightburn. And I got to tell you that this is a lot of fun, and there are a lot of cool things that you can do. And just real quickly, I wanted to come back to this again and show you that you can even warp offset layers of the text. So let's go ahead and put the text back on the screen, and let's just make it a little bit bigger so you can see this better. I'll get rid of the dogs down here. And with the text selected now, if I offset it, and say okay, and then maybe just hold control and slightly move this to a place where I like it better, like that. And now I can offset this again, so I'll offset it one more time. Now, once I've offset it, it has that layer selected, as you can see. And I can put it wherever I want. So let's get it to right about there and offset it one more time, like that. And now we'll remove this layer to a different spot. No, let's go this way. I'm holding the wrong button. There we go. So now we've got our layers. So let's come back to the tools menu. Let's select one of these, one layer like that. Tools, warp selection, and actually I wanted to have the deform selection. So let's come back to the selector, tools, deform. Now, with just that one layer selected, I could now move just that one layer and warp it just a little bit and have just the background warp like that. And you see what's happening here, and you may not be able to see it so much with the handles there, but there you go. Now I can group all of this together, group it, come back to tools, and go to warp, and go ahead and warp this out like so, and we have something that we've never been able to create before in Lightburn, which is one layer warping. And that is just going to be so much fun because I just did one layer, but you could warp all of the layers differently and have fun with it. These are just two of the new features. The Galvo, like I said, has a lot more new features in it. This was created for the Galvo laser for compensation, but it's going to be a great tool for us. You don't have to have the Galvo version to be able to use the warp and deform tools. So a quick video today just on Lightburn version 1.4. If you don't have it, get it, because you're going to have a lot of fun with text and with images, warping and deforming them. So anyway, I hope you enjoyed the video today as much as I enjoyed making it for you. And as always, I thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
That's my house. Really.
Have you shopped my new spring collection yet? Find my spring picks and more only at Target.
Yeah, what the final product is going to look like. And I think this is going to be just awesome on the Titan. I can't wait to put this on and take a picture and see how it looks. So that's it. That's the whole license plate video, the whole design video. Now I am going to be making another one with a piece of exotic wood and regular plywood, just like you see here. So I've got this Purple Heart, and I've got this AA Baltic Birch. I've already cut this out of the Baltic Birch, and now I have to do the Purple Heart, the inlay. So this one I'm going to put on the bottom of my license plate on my boat, and I think this one's going to look really good. And some people will say, well, hey, you can't do that out of wood because it's going to be outdoors, and that's okay, because I'm going to use a triple thick coating on this, and I'm going to let it dry. I'm going to put 3 or 4 coats on it, make sure that I get all the nooks and crannies and get it sealed up really well. First I'll obviously use some wood sealer, and then I'll put the triple thick on there, and that'll be a glaze that'll keep it out of the weather, and it should last 10 or 12, 13 years. It'll probably outlast the boat. So the only thing that you want to do is on the plate itself. And I've done a bunch of these out of wood already, so I know that this works. So the only thing you'd want to do is you'd want to have rubber washers on either side where this screws into the license plate holder. That way it stands off just a little bit from the frame and the water won't accumulate around the screws. So that's the only thing that you need to do is some little rubber washers. And they actually make these at the auto parts store that have a chrome insert that the washer fits into, and then you put the screw through. So you want to have it on both sides, not just one, but both sides, so it stands off from the plate holder. And it works really well. So that's it. That's the whole video. I'm glad that you stuck around till the end. I want to thank you so much for watching. I hope you picked up some tips and tricks along the way.
All right, I'm not busy.
Other ways to do it.
What are you bitching about?
This is the way that I chose for this video today. So there are several ways that you can do this. This is the way that I like to do it the best. And of course I have my template, so I can just use the template now, but I haven't done the design in a long time because I have been using the template. So I figured that I would brush up on my skills today, share them with you, and show you.
Here's a test.
But I will also have below the video.
This is a test
below in the show more section,
for the settings.
there will be a link where you can download this template for the American license plate, and you can cut it out yourself. And you saw in the picture how perfectly it fits into the frame holder. So it is a perfect fit. You will get good results with it, whether you do it on wood and use a sealer and a clear coat on top, or like I do, I use a triple thick coating on top of mine, or whether you use the acrylic. And both of them are going to use the same principles with the friction fit, where you're going to add some kerf, and you're going to have to do a little bit of testing first, maybe 3 or 4 test cuts. And what I did was I test cut these pieces right here, the slots, because you have the round and you have the long, and they're pretty small. So that worked out well for me. So I just did the test cuts on the slots, and I did one slot at a time out of each material, and I made sure that the friction fit was perfect. So no matter what you're doing, applies to everything. So I hope you enjoyed this video today as much as I enjoyed making it for you. And as always, thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
For a limited time, save $8 on Powerball.
Hey, it's Rich, the Louisiana Hobby Guy. I know I've been missing in action the last week or so. Lots been going on, though, the last week and a half or so. I've been doing a lot of cleanup in here and organizing. But I have a video that I've been wanting to get out for a long time, probably 6 months. I'm crossing this one off my to-do list. And that is how to get better engravings than
you
you're
could just
getting
bring
right
the chili
now.
over
And
here.
I want to dispel the myth about
you don't want to
how
do
the
shit, bring the
CO2
chili
laser
over here. I'll do it.
cannot get the same type of engraving as a diode laser. And generally speaking, that's true. But if you know the trick to it, it's not true. So I had a conversation with my friend Steve at Hobo with Wood. If you haven't seen his channel, it's a great channel. Just search Hobo with Wood. He also launched a new website called hobowithwood.com, where you can buy his creations. But anyway, I had a conversation with him just last night, and we were talking about the fact that he's got a new CO2 and that he can't get good engravings. And we had maybe an hour-long conversation, and I think I got him on the right path. And I'd like to get you guys on the right path too. So let's jump over into Lightburn real quick. Let's find out what I'm talking about, and let's get this video started. Let's go. All right, so here we're in Lightburn. And don't worry, diode users, we're going to talk about the diode laser as well. this really only impacts the CO2 laser, but I'm going to show you the difference on the diode as well with LPI and line after fill, so you're going to want to stick around for that. Now this is a file that I got from my buddy, my partner in the laser makers realm. If you haven't seen that, we have a group of makers where we make something every other Sunday, and you get a chance to either win it, the final product, or you get a chance to get the files for free. So that Laser Makers Realm is all about free files, and we're posting free files there every couple of days. So you'll want to go over there and check out the Laser Makers Realm. And this is from Steve, Hobo with Wood. This is a gift card box, and I want to show you what the difference is and what I'm talking about and how to make this work for you. So let's come over to the cuts and layers over here, and you'll see that I have a multi-layer going on here. So let's take a look at the black. The red we're not going to be concerned with because that's a cut path. So let's look at the black and see what we've got. So here we've got a fill, and we've got a speed of 150 millimeters per second, and we've got a max power of 45 with a line per inch of 254. And this is how most people are going to run their job. They're either going to be at 254, or they might be as high as 318, something like that. So what I do now, if I want a dark engraving, and about 70% of the time you're going to want a nice dark black engraving. And that's the whole idea behind laser engraving. Some people, some parts you want to have different shades. This is where you control the shades of color right here. Is going to be in your line per inch and also your maximum power. So you can have 5 different layers with 5 different shades of color. Today we're talking about how to get the darkest, nicest burn. So what I'm going to do here on this first layer is I'm going to increase this to 400 LPI. Okay, and now you're saying, well, wait a minute, that's a 0.06 spot size. I know that non-port behind you doesn't, it's only got a 0.1 spot size. How are you going to get a 0.6? Well, the idea here is we're going to overlap lines. The lines are going to be overlapping each other. Instead of next to each other with a space between them, or right next to each other touching, we're going to overlap those lines so that you don't see the lines in the wood after the engraving is done, and that's going to blacken up the
Oh, you
entire
made
burn
too much?
because you're
Bring it
burning
over.
an area that's already been burned on both sides. That phone just never stops. So what we're doing here is we're increasing the lines per inch to 400 so we get the overlap. And then over here we're going to do a line after fill. And I'm going to take this down from 150 millimeters per second down to 100. And actually I'd probably take this down to about 75, and with a max power of 20. And that should give me a nice line after fill. And that's really all there is to it. We're going to do a really high LPI over here of 400, and we're going to come back over here and we're going to do the line after fill. It's just going to outline the text itself. Now this we're talking about for, vector and raster graphics. We're not talking about images, although you can defocus and you can increase the LPI on images. That's an artwork, and that's a topic for a whole nother video. There are the settings. Let's jump over and take a look at some of the pictures of the results. And I've done this on 3 different lasers. So I've done it on the Monport 80, the G-Wiki 50, and the Monport 40. So 3 different CO2s, as well as I did it on the Rollei Lasermatic 10. We also have a diode thrown in there as well. So you diode users, you're going to want to stick around for that too. Let's go ahead and jump into the pictures real quick, and let me show you what the results were, the difference between 318 and 400 LPI. Alright, so here is our first picture, and we have the word happy. And this is on the CO2, And
Did
if
I
zoom in a
focus
little
this?
bit, it's going to distort.
Yeah, I
But
focused.
here you can see the line after
I
fill.
didn't change it
You
from
don't
last
see
night.
any lines of the wood up here. Is 318 DPI with no line after fill. There is a big difference, and you're going to see it better. I'm not good at taking these pictures. They never seem to come out well for me. In person, there is a huge difference between the two of these. And this burned all the way through the wood over here for some reason. I don't know why. Let's move on and get a little bit closer so you can see it better. And there you can see the nice black burn that we have going on. And that is the bottom one, that 400 LPI. The top one
It's
is
the
at
air.
318. And you will see some white space or the natural color of the wood showing through in different places, as you can see here. I did have a perfect focus on this. Now here you don't see any of that. Here is just a nice black burn with that line after fill coming around, really making it pop. You can't see it in this picture, but you will in the next.
Oof, you gotta get rid of this.
Tell me why.
Because it stinks.
Have you tried Downy Rinse and Refresh? It helps remove odors 3 times better than detergent alone.
It worked, guys.
Yeah. Downy Rinse and Refresh. Reese's eggs are back, and we hit them summer you'll never find. Psych! Find them everywhere. Grocery stores and supermarkets, gas stations, chiropractors' offices, bowling alleys.
I don't
stores
fucking know.
We already mentioned Reese's.
And there we go. So now what I did here was I did this focused at 400 LPI, and you can see how nice that looks. And then I did it defocused by 3 millimeters. So I raised the focus up. I took it out of focus by 3 millimeters, and what do we get? We don't get the same type of anomalies we have here, like these little lines and dots and burn marks and things like that. I mean, it's in here, but you don't see it as much. You have a much cleaner burn down here. You have a much nicer line after fill. And I think this is just an outstanding result, this bottom one here. I do like the defocus when I want the darker burns. And if you could see this in person, you'd see the contrast between the two. But it's kind of hard to see on these pictures that I've taken. So let's move on to the next one, and here is a much better picture of a 400 LPI with the line after fill. It is just a fabulous engraving, as you can see. Came out really super well. And down here you can see the difference, again, between 318 here and 400 down on the bottom. Now this is on the Montfort 80-watt. Both of these files were on the Montfort 80-watt. And it's just an incredible result just by, this one up here is just defocused by 3 millimeters. It is 400 LPI and it's got the line after fill. And here's a
Maybe
close-up.
it's not there.
And here maybe you can see better what I'm talking about. What a really beautiful result this is. I mean, the picture speaks for itself. Now, let's move on to the diode laser. Now, there is not a whole lot of difference with defocusing with the diode laser. Okay, and actually perfect focus on the diode is the best way to engrave. Now you see up top here is perfect focus, 318 LPI. Now you see I have defocused it by 300 millimeters. I've gotten a darker result, but I can get that same result without having to defocus. So now here you can see defocus by 6 millimeters. It's just a lighter shade of black. But here's perfect focus with the line after fill at 400 LPI. Perfect focus, 400 LPI. Really nice result on the diode laser, with the line after fill being 1200 millimeters per minute and 45% power. All of these were all done. The fill was done at 70 power and 7,000 millimeters per minute. This was done on the Rollei Lasermatic 10, and it was done on the first shot. I have a custom library for that has hundreds of settings in it. If you haven't seen that library yet, you can find it on engraveandcutfiles.com, which is the website where I sell my graphics. And I have that file for sale with all of those settings. If you have a 10-watt diode laser, you'll want to pick up that library because it'll get you started with all of your baseline settings where you can engrave and cut like a pro. Engrave and cut files.com. And there you go. So now if we come down a little further, you can see the result of defocusing by 3 millimeters with the line after fill and defocusing by 6 millimeters with the line after fill. Doesn't make it any better. In fact, on the diode, the perfect focus with the line after fill is the best result in my opinion. So let's take another look at the diode here. And on the left, you see 318 dpi, 7,000 millimeters per minute. And on the right, you see 400 LPI and 7,000 millimeters per minute. This is the same. Now this one does not have the line after fill, so if you don't like that feature, you don't have to use it. But look at the difference between the two. There's a huge difference here in the way that this came out, just by increasing the LPI. And again, this only works well with vectors and rasters. But there you go. So there are all the pictures. There's the diode. This is the CO2. I think that is just, this picture's worth 1,000 words. This is what happens when you increase your LPI and you add the line after fill. I finally got one good picture anyway. Alright, so that's it. There you have it. Very simple technique. Hopefully a short enough video today. But you're going to get great results. And you're just not going to get any better than this right here. I mean, that's the same.
I need to find one of them
Believe it or
valves.
not, these two are done on the same CO2.
Fucking lost
and
it.
I did this on the Montport 80, not this one. I did this on the Montport 80. I did it on the G-Wiki 50 watt, and I did it on the Montport
I don't
40
know where the
watt CO2.
fuck I put it.
And all three of them, you know, you get the same results. And this is the difference between being a hobbyist laser engraver
Fucking inline
and,
valves.
you know, developing
for the air.
professional designs. So this is a professional engraving. What you see here happening now, this one burnt through up here, odd spot. But look at the difference between the two words happy. And I know I've already covered this already, but it's a huge difference. And these two are basically the same. You know, these are the same settings except for the LPI and the line after fill. So that just makes that much of a difference. So you've got 318 dpi here, which is what a lot of people are going to say, yeah, that's my maximum dpi. And that's not true.
I think it
So
changed
you can do,
because
you know, 318, you can do 400, 450,
that is
500,
higher.
600 on the CO2s. And, you know, you've got the speed. So as an example, you know, on this one
Yeah.
here, I can run 50 millimeters a second, which is 30,000 millimeters per minute for you diode
that fucking
users.
little
And that's
teeny
quite
tiny
fast. So I can
inline
bump the
air
power way up
valve.
and still get these
control.
kind of results. In
I wanna put
you
it
know,
right
in
here.
Flash. I mean, there's just
I had
there's
it. I
just
don't
so
know
many
where the
people out
fuck
there
it
that are
went.
using the CO2 the wrong way.
Fucking
And even
disappeared.
the diode users, you know, when you look at the difference between these two run at exactly the same speed, exactly the same power. No line after fill on this one, but
Fucking
I
pissed me
bumped
off.
up the DPI or the LPI to 400.
I don't know what
that's
size
the only
it
difference
is.
between these two. This one, hard to read. This
It's that
one,
fucking fish
perfectly
tank
readable. I haven't cleaned
hose.
these up yet. When I clean these up, this one will look gorgeous compared to this one. This one will look washed out. So typically before I clean them, just as a little tip, so that you know.
I don't even know
And
where
this
the
one
fucking...
didn't have much soot on it right here, but I typically spray them with a little bit of water so that the soot actually stains the background. Now, if you increase the LPI, then you don't have to worry so much about the soot staining because you're going to get a nice dark burn. So, you know, that's it. There's not much else to say.
Where the fuck it
I want to
went?
say, I want to just give you a heads up on what's coming. I want to address the battle of the 20 watts, which I know I announced over a month ago. Now that battle of the 20 watts is still on, but interesting enough, when I announced it, I had 4 laser companies that had sent me their
Pissing
20
me off.
watt diodes. Well, now I'm up to, I've got more on the way, I've got a couple that are already here. I'm up to about 8. So I wanted to push that down the road a little bit, the battle of the 20 watts, because I want to get as many of them as I can to do side-by-side comparisons. And not really side-by-side, but what I'm going to be doing is running the same files on every laser. So I'm not going to change anything in Lightburn. I'm going to run the same exact test files on every single one of those lasers, and I think I'm going to be up to about 8 or 9 of them by the time we get to the actual final results for the video. So I think it's important that you're going to get a broad spectrum of all the 20 watt diodes that are going to be on the market, and as a matter of fact, you might even get the Rolly 20 watt might even be out
It's
by
missing.
then, because Leo is telling me maybe mini, so that one might even be in with the group. No telling. We'll have to wait and see. So, yeah, that's about it. That's all I have to say in this video. I tried to keep it short, but I'm not good at that, and you guys already know that, so. But anyway, I had fun making this video today. This is something that's been on my mind. It's been on my to-do list for a long time, because I get so many people that ask me these questions, and I answer them with the LPI and the line after fill, and, you know, I spend so much time typing this out where now I can just say, well, go watch this video, because this is what's going to get you a professional engraving. Something that you can charge more than everybody else is charging. Something that you can sell for top dollar at the craft shows or online in your Etsy store, wherever it might be. So anyway, I hope you enjoyed this video today as much as I enjoyed making it for you. And as always, thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
Fabrice, hola. Yo uso Fabrice Baby 5 Block. Y yo uso esto. El microchip de Fabrice controla la fragancia para que disfrutes 50 días con la frescura del primer uso. 50 días y nunca te quedarás sin frescura gracias a su luz que te recuerda rellenarlo. Fabrice Block.
B&H is here to make sure you have the right parts and partner for the task at hand. B&H.
Alright, so that's finished, and when that is cleaned off now, all I have to do is just scrub that a little bit and then glaze it. That did not come out, and again, I might need to re-plug it again, I don't know. But that did not come out like I expected, and I'm not quite sure what that is. Dave, that triple coat is Rust-Oleum triple coat. Rust-Oleum triple coat glaze. It is the best coating on the market, in my opinion.
I found some of that at Lowe's last week.
Yeah, I get mine on Amazon, but Lowe's has it too.
The cleaning laser I have is made by Noah Laser, Noualaser, and it's a 1,000 watt Wacus source that has in the cabinet has the built-in S&A chiller, industrial chiller. It seems to be working very well thus far.
Okay. That one is done, and we're going to move on to the stainless steel luggage tag. Is the next one. I hope everybody's enjoying this. This took quite a while to set up. Setting up all these graphics and everything. Alright, so let me frame this one. And this one I have to go, because I can't really see it in the camera, I have to go take a look.
Did you switch my chili in a bigger pot?
This one is very hard to see with the camera because it reflects it.
Welcome to Lounge TV. I'm Larry.
I'm Joe.
And I'm Dom.
Tom.
Tom and Dom. Against Joe and Larry playing pop cards.
Pop it up.
So,
Pop it up.
Tom's put $20 up for you guys, so you're going to owe him 10.
Yeah.
And I'm putting $20 up for me and Joe, so Joe owes me 10 if we lose. So, what color, Joe, do you want to be?
I like the green.
What is it? You got a coin flip or anything? Anybody got a coin?
No.
I don't have coins either. Shot right over the wallet, bro. You flip that wallet, dude. Eagle sign. It's all wild.
No, I was going to say we could flip empty side to empty side, but that's...
No, one side of the eagle on it, the other one doesn't.
Now, here you go.
Oh, shit. Have you guys played this before?
Yeah. I tell you what, I haven't played this since, what, last year?
I'm playing it for 5, 6, 7 years ago. I've never played this before.
Right. It's just like darts, kind of, but you're just aiming for that.
Oh, you're on the suction on the thing. Okay.
Right, I'll go over the rules in a second. To go first, it'll be, who wants to call it in the air?
Call.
Okay.
Heads.
Tails.
Oh, my God.
So we go first. Okay, so
you watch us.
it's kind of like
any other game that's like this kind of game. Washers, bags,
horseshoes, it's all the same. Okay, so this is like the thing that you want to get the closest to, right? But if you get it on top, it's 10 points. It's very hard to, it's very hard to do. But how you score this is closest to this gets 3 points, right?
Okay.
Every other one gets just 1 point. That's on the. We're only playing this playing surface. We're not playing back here.
Okay.
It's only this. All right. Doesn't matter if it bounced off a cabinet and landed there. It's okay as long as it's landed this way and not sideways. Right?
How's the stream today?
Yeah, you just go to 21.
Video okay? The sound?
Push out. Push out. Yeah. So what color you want?
I like the purple and green. Purple? What do you think?
Well, there's purple on this one and green on this one.
Yeah, it's purple and like
Purple and yellow.
Purple and yellow.
That's like crazy. It's like neon.
That's yellow.
Oh, it's yellow, dude.
Yeah, I don't know. Purple and yellow.
It's straight up yellow.
That's more green than that. That's like the greenish into it. Yeah, it's yellow. You're right. Purple and yellow.
It's purple and yellow.
Well, you put it next to the green with purple and yellow. Let's see these ones. Purple. Should have said purple.
All right, here you go.
Okay, it's pretty yellow.
Okay, so we'll go first and we'll just alternate turns, right?
Now, we start, this is the third line right
Yeah,
here.
that's the throw line. So,
right there, that line.
Joe's throwing against you, and then I'll throw against Tom.
Sounds like a plan, man.
Works for me.
You sure you want to throw against Don?
You want me to?
That's whatever you want to do.
I'll throw against him. It's up to you.
It's better.
It never gets old.
Fuck off.
Corolla Outer Banks.
I don't know. Tom's been the best one of everybody.
Let's see.
Is that your elbow?
Yeah, it's not anything.
We're so excited I'm making it. I know somebody's closer.
Come on, Joe.
So is that 1 or 0? But you gotta get 3.
Yeah, because the closest one is going to get 3. I was talking about this one. What? It is.
You should have against Don.
You should have told me to. It's close to the table.
It's 3 for you guys. 3!
Yep.
Big brother and sure.
That wasn't stuck.
Let's see.
Alright, so you got even first.
You going
Yeah,
first?
I haven't thrown for forever.
Be careful. Come on, Tom. You stretch first? Yeah.
Tom's going. Thrown for a while.
got his room or something?
I know he blocked the whole.
I hope it comes before fucking 10 o'clock.
It was a little short.
Unfortunately, the tile doesn't count.
I'm gonna be checking this fucking thing
He said,
every fucking minute.
Sounds like.
"Why did you just give
Tile doesn't count.
Sounds like. Could you get the camera over there, please?
Come on, dude. One a little bit closer. There it is.
I wish it was like fucking FedEx where you could see exactly where it
They
is.
got 2. So that's what, 2-2 now?
No, 3-2, yeah.
3-2? Alright, Joe.
It's delivered.
I had to have purchase.
Says it's delivered.
Just want to say.
Fucking A.
I'm sucking it up, though. I'm sucking it up.
Where's the other one at? I don't know what you do with that.
Back here.
You have to keep reading your darts.
Oh, nice, Joe. That was an ugly looking throw,
That was a good shot.
but it worked. Look, he almost stuck it on the rebound.
Short, man. Stepping in my throw. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, you gotta make sure there's no dirt on this, you know. Oh, good throw.
Thank you. Thank you.
Come on, Joe, 4-bagger.
Oh, man. I'm
Where are you aiming for his?
Yeah, I have him there. What if I land mine on top of Joe's?
Yeah, there's. I don't know what that is worth.
I'll take 2.
But he gave us 2.
Alright.
I don't know what is that worth. Do you know?
We tried to figure it out and we couldn't come up with anything.
What, if it comes on, like, goes on top of his?
Yeah.
It should be like a top and a ringer, right?
Yeah.
Wouldn't you cancel it out?
Why don't you just cancel it?
Do that or it gets
Double points. It's gotta be, like, impossible to do that.
It's possible. It's been done.
What is it? What is the score?
3, you're up.
Oh.
You remember here?
It's here! Ooh. Ooh.
That is 5.
That's right. You can just grab the camera. I'll get these.
You only got, you know, took 2 off. That's not bad. But you held the 2, I mean. It's better than 3. Thank you. Oh. Sorry, I didn't see that one down there. So who goes first? Is it you go first?
Making sure that's down there.
Who's on first, huh? Who goes first? You did it. You hit the thing right before you hit
Come on, Joe.
I'm trying, man. Quit putting so much pressure on me.
I wasn't putting any pressure. I just said, come on, Joe.
0%.
Oh, no. I don't think that's stuck real good.
Oh, man. They hit that orange thing.
But it was sideways, though. Or just stick it on.
Wow.
Alright, and that is an uncontested 4 points for us.
That is trouble.
That makes 9 to 4. 9 to 4.
9 to 4. Joe's the best person on your team.
I feel like that. I go with
That's it?
Check this out.
Ooh, good shot.
Came with stickies, corner guards. It's got measuring.
Alright, that's 2, that's 2. You gotta get that one closer, though, dude.
And it's got honeycomb pins.
Get on.
Alright, that's 3 for us, so that's 12.
Wow. Nice and flat. Nice. Well, I know what I'm doing after this. It's getting installed. Is this double-sided?
It's not terrible.
No, it's just rubber,
You got it, you got it.
so it doesn't move.
Make it first.
Well, he doesn't know how to do it when he was first. He's not used to it. You're trying to put a blocker up there, Joe. You might have to go from the side. Yeah, there you go.
Seriously, that's place here. Come on, man. What the heck is going on?
Hit it right, will you?
I don't know what's going on here. I mean, it's perfect.
It's perfect.
It's supposed to be.
Dude! That's what I'm talking about. You cancel the ball out.
0.
Yeah, that was a full cancel.
Talk about a pressure shot.
That was a good round. That was a good round.
Yeah.
That was a real good round.
Thank you. You did good, Joe. I can't say anything about you because that was a game saver right there.
Game saver.
They would have had 5.
No.
12-4. That was a big deal, dude. Oh yeah, we got a
That was 9-4. 12-4 ring?
12-4.
Really? They're not sticking all of a sudden.
Hey, Crystal.
Why is it back there where the butter is?
That was close.
Still good? If you want to close this wide open.
Yeah, both in the same spot.
Yes, sir.
Alright.
No, you don't have no left.
Yep, that's 3.
He put 2. Joe, he put 2 of them back in the butter. Look at that. Right where the butter is.
Bread and butter.
They're going to slide all over the place.
Thank you. Great job. Way to shoot, Larry.
All right, so what is the score?
You guys got 3, so 12-7.
12-7. We're back in it, Joe. You just put it in the butter.
We're behind a microwave.
And the dust. This guy.
I don't understand.
You're throwing way too hard, dude. Look how tender he is.
That was tender.
It was tender, and that was the best shot out of all 3. That was limp wristed. Did you see that? That was like really good.
Russ was 16-7.
16, Joe.
We're back in trouble, man. That's trouble.
Jeez, trouble. I see you put that way back there.
Trouble.
Sorry, I'm gonna get one on the orange. Bring us right back to the game.
That's right.
If he did, then how many points is orange?
He get a whole woman playing ball. He wouldn't game. He's so excited for him. Oh, right there we go. He just take the win right out of himself.
You have to throw more tender, Larry.
I better concentrate this game.
That might be closer. We did it, boy. Yeah, it did.
Rejected.
All right, we'll take one.
Take one.
You got 1.
We'll take one.
So 16-8.
That was a good one. They stick way better on that.
I got to shave.
It's true. There's something on the counter.
I kind of not thinking the word right now. I was going to say linoleum, but it's not.
You
It's
like it.
laminate.
You like it. There's shit in the game. The man didn't do anything.
Dude, when's the last time you stuck one?
The last time you started critiquing me,
That's alright.
I miss.
Dude, you haven't stuck it. I'm telling you. Just stick one. Dude!
You lost it. You know what happens?
No.
Wow.
No harm, no foul. No harm, no foul.
Wow. All of a sudden you're good.
All of a sudden you're good again.
Still 16-8.
Excuse me.
There you
16-8. All right. Joe, I feel a comeback from
go.
this.
You guys.
I do too. I have this short.
There you go.
Warm it up, Chris.
Dude, how'd that happen?
Same way mine happened. Must be your throw. Nah, I hit the. I everything, I think. Yeah. Put the pressure on. Oof. Come in.
If he's gonna land in one that goes close.
Yeah. Oof. You might have measured that one. Yeah, we measured. Definitely no measuring now.
Oh, now.
We will take 2.
Take 2. That's how you do it, Joe.
Yeah.
4. All I know is my back's getting really tired.
You carrying this team?
I'm carrying this team.
I'm not worried about your back, I'm worried about your shoulder.
16-10.
All right, Joe, come on.
Try,
Well,
man.
just put it right on the arms and right down. It's only got 10.
10, yeah.
Right now, put it on there and we're done.
It's all you.
Yeah. Yeah, all of a sudden you just kicked it in gear.
Alright.
How do you guys, I was going to say, if you made that one, we got to miss every single one last time.
Oof. Gotta get rid of this.
Tell me why.
Because it stinks.
Have you tried Downy Rinse and Refresh?
It helps remove odors 3 times better than detergent alone.
It worked, guys.
Yeah.
Downy Rinse and Refresh.
Anything all big enough? 3.
It's definitely that one.
Yep, so it's 2 fronts, so that brings it to 18-10.
18-10.
We're right in striking distance now, Joe.
Yes, sir, dude. They get the closest one, they win the game, Larry.
2 points. I feel like there's too much
3 points. You 21.
so I don't stick.
You 21, huh? 3 points.
3 points.
He said 2. 2 points.
I'm jumping the gun.
We just never heard him too because we're behind it.
Tell your elbow.
Good shot, Tom. Yeah.
Now I just gotta get some of them earth magnets.
Bad throw, and I knew as soon as it left my hand.
Oh, I knew we didn't beat that. Just gets points left. Oh, we'll take 3.
They got 3, so that's 18-13.
Come on, Joe. We got to come back going right now. Come back of the century.
Nope.
Come on, dude.
It's not
All you gotta do
magnetic.
is just lock it down, Don.
Yep.
Lock in, lock it down.
Lock it down.
Never mind, it's not magnetic.
What is that?
What is that?
What is that? Has to be an extra point right there.
There was an extra point when I stuck it to the wall last time.
It counts. Don't forget. Too short. Don't forget, guys. It falls that thing, it leans up. Counts. Oh, man, throwing me to 4 now.
Yeah, come on. No, like that.
Good. Game. Don't move here. Oh, pressure.
Wow.
I mean, was that another?
Did he fart?
That's the game, dude.
Let's go. Good throw.
Thank you.
That's what you get, man. Whoa, where'd the money go?
It was it. What do you guys put in your pocket?
I don't have anything. Look, I'll show you right now. I had nothing.
I didn't even close over there.
It was sitting here, right, Tom? Look, nothing right here. Look.
I didn't take any away.
No, but in my back
I
pocket.
didn't know it was there.
Did you put it in your pocket?
No, I didn't. Look, nothing in my wallet. I didn't. Nothing.
It's not mine.
Did you take it?
No, I got phone in one,
Oh, well, I know. I put it there.
Yeah.
one in the other, and I haven't even been close over there. I didn't even know the money was over there to begin with.
I know that.
First challenge that I ever won.
Yeah, well, I would question about you winning that.
Thank goodness.
I mean, I think Tom won it, and Joe lost it for me. So, is it too much? I don't understand.
That's kind of weird. How did it get?
What are you doing, Jamie?
Yeah, just make sure Don was more for you.
Jamie. Jamie.
They won a little dirty pool because he farted right when Joe was throwing. Until the next time, I'm cold to drink. Put your feet up your lives. We'll meet you at the lounge.
And you're here to tell me something about your brother, right?
What the fuck? Shut the hell up! Son of a bitch! Damn, throw that motherfucker right through the fucking wall. Oh, motherfucker. Who in the fuck's a knocking on the motherfucking door? What? Stop! Motherfucker, who's knocking on the damn door? Now they're ringing the motherfucking door.
Waiting for this to finish so I can put my new honeycomb in.
Now there's a damn cat. Damn!
I might have to adjust my fucking laser.
I'm gonna mail your fucking shut the hell up!
Are you sure you want to make a $60 purchase for adult diapers using credit card with the cardholder names with the card number ending in 8?
Oh, son of a bitch! They got my fucking card number! Oh, son of a bitch! Motherfucker, got damn crickets going there! Shut up! Who in the fuck is calling?
Thank you for calling Little Caesars. This is for pickup or delivery.
What the fuck? Alexa, shut the fuck up! What the fuck?
Hey Google, take me to Lookout Point.
Okay, navigating to Lookout Point.
This picture right here, that is my backyard. When I was little, that's where I played.
Is the video
Was that taken in Tennessee?
meowing?
Yeah, that's exactly where it was taken.
I think you're having a stroke because I don't know what the fuck you heard.
She had a garden back there.
What kind of stuff did she garden?
She raised corn, tomatoes, green beans, everything.
Potatoes?
Yeah. Everything.
What about popcorn?
Now how the hell do you raise popcorn?
What about carrots?
Yes, you would plant a few carrots.
What about steak?
No, we didn't have kids steak. How the hell you plant to raise kids steak? Mother.
Well, I don't know.
Shit. Stupid ice. What the?
What's wrong?
Son of a...
What's your problem?
Who in the... is these people? Who the... is that?
Is that your mom and dad?
Hell no, that ain't my mom and dad. I ain't never seen this picture in my life.
Is that your aunt and uncle?
No, it ain't my ain't nothing. No. Son of a...
What was her name?
I don't know what their fucking name was. You want to know any more, Iso? Because I didn't know them.
What are they doing in the...
I don't know what they was doing. I wish they'd take that damn pitchfork they got in their hand and ram it up your ass. Maybe you grow a little sense. What the? Mother. Who in the hell's that?
Isn't that Grandpa?
No, it ain't Grandpa. Son of a... I don't know who that man is. Son of a...
Maybe that was like an ex-boyfriend or something.
No, whose boyfriend? My grandma's? Cause he's got on his... I don't know what the... He's holding up our... Son of a... Who in the f***'s that?
Is that your brother?
No, that ain't my brother. Who in the f*** is it?
I don't know what his name is. You're the one that has it in the photo album.
Somebody's put these motherfuckers in here. I'll find out who in the f*** done it. Mother. Oh, here's another one.
Grady, I think it's just been a long time and you probably forgot about some of them.
No, I ain't forgot about a damn one of them. But the girl, where in the hell did he come from? I don't know him. And I know nobody else in my family would know him. Mother. The kids that beat the out of me.
What?
What the? This is supposed to be a kid dog? Look at that mother. Is that a kid dog?
Oh, he's
what
cute.
Is it?
Was that your childhood dog?
No, it ain't my childhood dog.
He's a cutie.
I'm asking you. What is it? A kid dog?
What was his name?
That wasn't my mother kid dog. How many kid dogs do I have to tell you that that wasn't my kid dog? Son of a...
Where'd he come from, Gran?
I don't know where he come from. How the hell would I know where he come from? Probably from the damn pits of hell. Look there, he's got a big fucking bone in his mouth. Mother... What the... Is he eating on? Son of a...
What kind of bone is it?
I don't know what kind of bone it is. It could be a human bone. It could be an animal bone. It could be another fucking dog bone. I don't know what the fuck it is. Oh, mother. That damn thing puts me in the mind of... He come back from that Pet Cemetery, that movie, where they buried their dogs and they come back looking like that damn thing. Son of a... And what my fucking dog... And who in the hell would put a fucking burnt out ice house in here? Look at that.
That's where you grew up?
No, that wasn't the house I grew up in. I don't know whose fucking house that was, but it burnt down.
Where's the roof?
It was burnt down. You know what burnt down is? It was set on fire and burned up, motherfucker.
From you smoking inside of it?
That wasn't my house. Now, how many fucking times do I have to tell you that? And I'm not telling you no more. That wasn't my fucking house. And look at it. Motherfucker. Somebody has tried to put my face kid and riding a fucking pig with a saddle on it, and I don't know who in the fucking guy is standing there. Son of a...
Let me see.
Mother... Trying to make that kid look like me. That ain't fucking me. I never rode a pig in my life.
Oh, Granny, you look adorable.
That ain't me.
It looks just like you.
Well, it ain't.
How old were you there?
I don't know, cause it sure enough wasn't me. I never rode a fucking pig. What the fuck they got it wrapped in? And who in the... I don't know where in the fucking thing was made of. Or where... Son of a... What the fuck is that?
Oh, it's your baby picture.
That ain't my fucking baby picture. You know it ain't my fucking baby picture. Mother...
Looks just like you.
Somebody's fixed these goddamn pictures up, and they have put them in my damn picture.
This week is Fantasy Suites.
The jelly feels so natural.
Hey everybody, so today we're going to talk about Lightburn. So Lightburn is one of the best programs out there for laser users.
Everyone, welcome back to Workshop. And look, we're back out in the main workshop, and today we're talking about honeycomb beds. And the reason being is if you've been working... Everyone, welcome back to the channel.
Elizabeth, DIY or buy? According to me, there are three main reasons why I should want to use a laser bed on camping.
Hey guys, Laser Woodcrafter here. I just wanted to...
Hi everyone, welcome back to Pawpaw's Work.
Life gets bueno.
Tap
the Get It Fast filter, and we'll be showing options available for quick shipping. This is great.
Good day, friends. It is me, HL ModTech, and I'm back with another fun, fast laser project. Friends, today we're going to make a honeycomb bed, so let's get cracking. Now, of course, let's cut through this and see what it looks like. And if we have any assembly. As you can tell, she comes assembled. We've got little pieces of material that we get to use. These are the pegs that hold things in place. And we've got a protective plate for underneath. And of course, it has got a film strip. I will remove that right now. Alright, so first things first, we've got end caps that protect you from scratching your device. Of course, it is aluminum, which makes it light, but it is also sturdy. Love that it shows up ready to use, and as you can see, we can also pick between metric, or we could use US measurements. I will let you in on a little secret. I put a little bit of hot glue in there so they stay.
I don't care what you want to do.
You'll notice it fits perfectly on the aluminum plate. Make sure you do peel off that blue material. And now I'm going to add the rubber pads so these stay where I want. Super simple to peel off and stick right on those edges, just so it raises it up a little bit and gives it a little bit of stick for your bed to stay on. Now, friends, I've been wanting to do this for a while because, as you can see, we are marking up my little table I have created every time I'm making a cut. And also because there is airflow, we've got the opportunity to get cleaner cuts with our lasers. This one is 400 by 400, so it'll fit a vast majority of my lasers. And as I mentioned a minute ago, it arrives ready to use. Friends, it also comes with these sweet little clips. They are low profile. They've got little edges that will clip at different heights. As you push them in, you can see they fit in any hole, and it's a really slick system. Today, friends, I'm going to cut with a Flying Bear from Laserman. Notice I did have to raise that up. Let's get a project set up and let's give this a test. Let's get the height set for this. Remember, I have started using 3 pieces of this thin material, then the material I'm going to cut, and then finally our gauge. And if you watch closely, when I loosen this up and let it drop in, I'll tighten it back down. Notice that's pretty snug. Now, friends, when we pull out those 3 layers and just set them aside, this is the level that I really want in there for the cut. This piece of wood's got a little bit of a bad end on it, so I'm going to move it to that end. And now our height is set appropriately. Friends, as you can see, I have loaded my project to make one of my wicked cool keychains. Now, if we check the settings on this, we're going to do 6 passes at 250 to cut through this bit of wood. We're going to set the fill for 3370. Alright, so let's power on the laser. As you can see, it connected and it is homing. I love this feature, so let's put it back where it belongs. I'm going to move over here to this part so we've got a good view of it on camera. Let's use the move command to do a shift nudge to get it out there and over there. I'm going to go up a couple clicks. That way we're sure we're in the camera's view. I've got this set to go from the middle edge. Let's hit frame and see what this looks like on the laser. Just a tiny bit low. Let's do a control up to move forward. I'm going to try 2 clicks. Let's frame it again. That stayed on pretty darn awesome. I'm going to just adjust it a tiny bit. Let's watch it one more time, making sure we've got everything pretty square. One last frame. Just a tiny twist. Alright, friends, with that out of the way, I'm going to grab some safety glasses. Let's hit the start button and make something magical. friends, this is one of my favorite things here. One of the highlights of the honeycomb bed is less scorching. Check this out. We just cut this one. This was cut the other day without the honeycomb bed. And notice it's scorched all the way around, and that's because the airflow on this one allows the smoke and heat to get away, hence you don't.
Today we're looking at the honeycomb laser bed, and what the purpose of this is to allow more airflow when your laser is cutting through wood, which is going to promote cleaner cuts and less smoke. You also get an aluminum.
With so many choices on Booking.com, there are so many Tina Feys I could be. So I hired body doubles.
30,000 followers, Tina, in a boutique hotel.
For 30,000 steps, Tina, at a mountain cabin. Booking.com, yeah.
Pad, so when the laser is cutting through the honeycomb, it's not going to damage your desk. And also any debris that comes off of the wood that you're cutting or any material, it's going to fall onto here for easy cleanup. Then at the side of your laser bed, if you can see that, there's actually a built-in scale so you can measure whatever you're cutting. So as you can see here, my laser machine is actually a little bit bigger than the laser bed itself. That is okay because most of my work is going to be done in the area that the laser bed already covers.
Oh, shit!
So that's how the laser bed works. Now, I don't know if you can tell, but after a couple of uses, this is going to change colors due to the heat. So using the laser bed, this is what our little puzzle pieces are looking like. I can tell that from the airflow of the honeycomb, there isn't too much burn marks around the edges that were cut, which I really like. And then if you look at the aluminum pad, this area here, that is from the laser going through the honeycomb. Now, if this pad wasn't here, then all of this will be on your working area and it would just be ruined.
Hi guys, welcome back to the Clack Shack, and tonight's video, I'm going to try to make this short. Hi guys, welcome back to the Clack Shack, and tonight's video, I'm going to try to make this short and sweet and a long day. But I got my honeycomb in. I'm going to go over the honeycomb and what I have found, what I learned about it, the pros and cons to it. One of those cons being that without any kind of adjustments, it renders my universal or interchangeable jig kit useless because it will not work with it. But luckily, I've put in the work, I've come up with a design. I'm running my second test burn on it to make sure that everything works the way I want it to, and we're going to go over that also. So stick around for a few minutes. Hey guys, here it is, hot off the press. It's an elaborate burn. It takes quite a while. It's close to a 2-hour burn, but to do what it does, I think you're going to be happy with it. So I'm going to get this moved out, and it'll be in pieces next time you see it. And I'm going to go ahead and first we're going to touch on the honeycomb and what you get with it, how it works, what my thoughts are on it, and then we'll move back over here and go over the modifications that I have made to make it an even better honeycomb. So give me just a second to get the camera set up and we'll spin around.
I know why it's two different colors. Because it's not flat. I have to find my level.
Alright guys, for this demonstration I've moved my edge tool over here onto the table because my setup is highly customized now, and it wouldn't do the way this thing comes from the factory and the way it's intended to be.
it would not do it justice to put it on mine to start with. We'll move over there in just a minute. But first of all, this is the honeycomb that I received. Mine has inches on it. I know a lot of people says theirs has centimeters and millimeters. This one had inches on it. So inches it shall be, which I'm not planning on using that a whole lot, so really not a concern that I have. I guess if I didn't want it to be branded, I could have always flipped it this way and it wouldn't be branded or have the ruler on it, but I'm going to leave it up like that and just let it rock with the logo. So in the package, it came with this thin piece of what appears to be aluminum and the honeycomb, and it came with 4 little magnets that look very similar to the ones that are on your refrigerator. They're not over powerful little magnets. I mean, they're not terrible, but I still like the ones that I have a little better. I use the one that goes with those magnetic name tags. They seem to be a lot stronger than the ones that came with. But anyway, from what I can tell, the way that this is intended to operate is basically you just take your X tool and lift it up out of the way, and this sits on top of this piece of metal here to keep from heating up your table.
So these are supposed to stay on.
And that also allows you to be able to take that up, lift it up, clean out from under it. These little rubber feet, I decided that it's best to use those. They do offer a little bit of a grip, but it also leaves a little airspace underneath here. And for my vacuum table setup, I need airspace below that, because if not, it's going to defeat my whole design. But once you do that, let me raise this laser head up. I made a list, and I'm going to get my list. I made a list of things that I found in its factory state that I felt like was not a good thing. So I got my list. The biggest problem that I was having when I was trying to use it this way, and I did use it this way for a period of time, just to cut some stuff and try it out, is the way that my cables are ran. When it comes to slide this way, it was hooking this back corner, was catching my cable or my hose pretty regular. So when it was operating, if it came up here and it wouldn't come back, it would catch this corner right here, and it caught it a little bit then, but it just kind of slid past it. Well, I was afraid, one, that it was going to catch and actually damage the laser, because it was going to try to move that honeycomb, or either it was going to eventually cut my cabling. And for those of y'all that noticed, because I noticed, I did put it in upside down. So we'll spin it around, because that's going to bother my OCD. I know I've got it bad, can't help it. Another thing that I didn't like about this setup is, if you can see this right here, the top edge of this honeycomb is even with the bottom of that rail right there. So basically what that means, the laser head didn't come up, the gantry didn't come up, nothing came up except for the bed basically came up, and it's 1 inch thick. So if you're doing like me, sometimes I'll engrave on 2 inch thick pieces of cedar. Now you're limited to, where's the top of that? There it is right there, 1 inch. So 2 inch material is capable, is possible, until you put the honeycomb on there. So that's number 2 that I didn't like. I didn't like that it was catching on the corner over here, this little sharp corner. And then I didn't like the fact that I went from having 2 inch capacity to 1 inch capacity. Another thing, and like I said, all y'all know, and I'm sorry I was sweating my butt off today, guys, but here it is, 9 o'clock at night, and it is still 82 degrees in here, and I have to cut my fans off because I don't got one of those cool little microphones, and it gets hot. So bear with the sweat. Maybe I'll lose a pound or two. But the other thing that bothered me more, I guess, than anything, is that I could not get this thing centered the way that it needed to be. And if you did center it, and it got moved, when you were engraving, if it comes over too far, if you don't have this thing centered right, you're going to engrave on this nice, cool, black painted piece here with the numbers on it. and that would really bug me if I actually bumped something and it moved and it hit that. Okay, so wasn't crazy about that idea either as far as keeping it lined up. The way that this thing's built, you could actually kind of use it as a jig because it does have a right angle down here in the corner and it's kind of a raised edge. So, you know, I don't know if I would use that over framing, but that is a possibility. And the biggest setback is that I have gotten addicted to using my jigs. They make my world so much easier. But the way that this is built, and I'll show you.
Everyone needs to have this car phone holder to protect their loved ones. Revolutionizing the way we handle our phones in cars, this little device is taking over the market in the US. This isn't just another phone holder. Experts recognize it as a game changer, and you can install it in seconds without it wobbling and shaking. Meet the brain behind this innovation, Alex T, a car mechanic with a mission. Did you know every year over 1 million crashes occur because of phone distraction in the US? Shocked by the staggering number, Alex took matters into his own hands. Realizing people are never going to stop using their phones behind the wheel, Alex set out to make it at least a bit safer. His idea was simple, a phone holder that keeps eyes level to the road. After months of development, Alex's first prototype was ready. After testing it, Alex knew he had struck gold. Investors swiftly joined the cause, and
for those of you that have my jig, this is what the interlocker piece looks like. And the way that this sits, there's not enough room because if you go straight in right there, it's hitting, you know, this side over here, that's about 7/8 of an inch, and the honeycomb's 1 inch tall. So you can't put this between the legs and the workspace and this, because if you do, this side of the laser is going to be sitting on this thing. So that made my jig no longer usable. So all things together, I sat down and tried to figure out what would be the fix. Now the easy fix, to be quite honest with you, the easy fix would be for X-Tool to ship with the honeycomb a set of 1 inch spacers, risers to go on the legs. That'd be the easy fix because that would raise this up 1 inch, which would maintain the same amount of clearance that you had before you started using the honeycomb, and it would have also allowed my jig to work. But they didn't include a 1 inch riser. The 2 inch risers are too much. If you put the 2 inch risers on here, run the honeycomb, and you're doing a 3 millimeter piece of wood, you do not have enough downward adjustment. The laser will be beyond the locking capacity of that little thumb screw right there. So, I tried that. That didn't work because I thought maybe that was their intent, was to use the legs, but that didn't work. So, how did I fix it? I created a burn file. And what my burn file does is it actually, I have managed to ball 3 different things into one file. It looks like a puzzle, and guys, I mean, seriously, it is kind of a puzzle. Each one of the pieces are marked. You've got left rear, right rear, and they're all marked, right rear. You'll have 4 matching pieces of each configuration. And then this is right front, right front. And the right front one's real distinct because I had to cut a hole out for the Wi-Fi antenna. So right front is the easiest one to recognize. Then you got left front, and then you got another one, left rear. Like I said, they're all stenciled during the burn. That way you can sort these things out and stack them appropriately. Right rear, letters go up. I try to make, when I make these jigs and make these things, I try to make them as simple as possible so that anybody can do it with any amount of, if you can run your laser, you can make them. And I try not to make them where they require a whole lot of power tools and woodworking knowledge, because I understand that not everybody that has a laser does woodworking. So I try to avoid all that. And for those of us that don't have 3D printers and all those cool things, wood is the easiest medium to create with. And so what I've done is you've got these 4 pieces, and you can actually stack these things. You can stack as many of these as you want, but in order to use my jig, this is 4.8 millimeter Luan, and yes, I'm still not happy with this stuff. They didn't have what I normally run when I bought this, and so I had to get what they had. Still not crazy about it. So all these pieces are clones of each other. Now, there is a tool that is going to make your life easier. You're going to need some glue for this. And as always, I recommend Titebond. That's what I use on my stuff. And you're going to need some of these high dollar wood dowels right here. And the reason I went with these high dollar wood dowels is they're pretty much available everywhere. You may know them as toothpicks, but in this application, we're going to use them as wood dowels. And so what you're going to do is you're going to take these 4 pieces that match, and you're going to make sure that on the top, the very top, the top is signified by the side with the engraving. You got to put the one that has the hole in it. All right, and I'm not going to glue these because I don't want to have to sit and wait on video, for glue. And then you're going to take one of these high dollar dowels right here and basically push through this hole. Now it's going to be tight, depending on how tight your circumference of your laser is, and it's going to be tight. You may actually have to break the top off of it, kind of tap it with a hammer or something. But you can put, when you put the glue on here and get them lined up, these holes are basically to assist you in lining everything up, because I understand not all of us have a drawer full of clamps like I do. So basically, you're going to screw this dowel, also known as a toothpick. Now don't stab yourself. If you stab yourself, that's on you. Don't come blaming me, all right? I'm just designing this thing to where anybody with a Dollar General can build it, okay? So technically that would work. I would still use glue, but then once you get that high dollar wood dowel in there, you just snap it off. All right, you just grab it and just snap it off, and that'll be like so. Assuming that you did what I told you and you put glue in here, once you go around this guy and you snap these dowels off, all right, now you've got it put together. It's going to stay lined up, so you don't have to worry about, oh, I don't have a vise or a wood clamp or anything like that. And then once you get the wood dowels cut off, you've got your glue inside here. You're going to set it on a flat surface and lay something heavy on it. And if, depending on how messy you are with the glue, you may want to put some cellophane, thin piece of paper, or something between this and your book. Because if you're messy with the glue, you may glue your book to this. So try not to be too messy. I just put just a little dab will do you when you're dealing with Titebond. But that's how they go together. And that'll stay together long enough for your glue to set once you put weight on it. And if these little high-speed, low-drag dowels bother you, I'm sorry, but that was the simplest, most economical way to come up with. All right, this thing of dowels cost me 99 cents. I can make quite a few of these jigs with this. So I'm going to run you through the process because I'll take these apart if I need to. I've got a few of my buddies that help me out on jobs and stuff that have the X tool here locally. And if you're watching this video, I'll just make it easy. Whichever one of you gets to me first in person, goes to the clack shack, you can have it. The other guy, I'm sorry. So we're going to go through this again. And like I said, I'm not what some folks consider to be an educated man or a smart man, okay? So I tried to make this very simple for everybody. Wood dowel, all right, through the hole. These holes are lined up. So if for some reason your wood dowel don't go through, either your laser didn't cut all the way through the hole and you got a little blockage, or either you got the wrong piece in your hand, because I did random them up a little bit on the location in each piece so that when you went to put them together, the holes wouldn't line up. And a couple of these didn't burn as good as I'd hoped, so I'm gonna have to work on this one a little bit to get it to go. I may actually have a piece of wood in there still. I do.
Smells like lavender. Cleans like Clorox. Feels like tranquility.
Nice cutting. Alright, today we're going to bring a honeycomb for your laser printing, alright? Or so cutting out for your laser. So they do give you this metal sheet, it's aluminum. You got to take the actual tape, the blue tape, right? And make sure you place this flat. And then this is going to go over it. And if you guys can see it, when it goes over it, you got to make sure it's facing up so you can... Alright, today we're going to bring a honeycomb for your laser printing, alright? Or so cutting out for your laser. So they do give you this metal sheet, it's aluminum. You got to take the actual tape, the blue tape, right? And make sure you place this flat. And then this is going to go over it. And if you guys can see it, when it goes over it, you got to make sure it's facing up so you can know the measurements. If you're going to need something like this, put your laser printer around it, your cutter around it. And we're going to set it up also too, so we're going to put it together in a bit. But I just want you to guys see first here, make it run, and then we're going to run a couple of tests on it, make sure it doesn't go through. You guys can see the aluminum on the bottom, so it's going to cut through the bottom. I have another layer of silicone just in case. I'm going to go ahead and set it up here, you can see that. It's pretty good, I like the measurements. I got a couple of measurements here. Side, so they're all millimeters, right? So very simple. We're going to set it up. And this is why they call it honeycomb, because it looks like a honeycomb bead, right? Let's see our results. Oh, look at that! So we got it working very good. We tested our print. It's a little Pikachu. It's working very well. Didn't pass through. We passed through a couple of times on the larger prints, but it's working very well. I hope you guys enjoy the video. 99.6 of you are not subscribers to my channel. I hope that the content helps you out and that you find it very useful. And I hope you hit the like and subscribe.
It all starts with a Chevy truck. Chevy Silverado with the Turbo Max engine and best-in-class standard torque. And Chevy Silverado HD with up to 14 available camera views. Quebec City is my favorite stop when I'm on tour. After a show, I like to relax and unwind. Enjoy life's simple pleasures. Take in the scenery. Sometimes, I even step out of my comfort zone. I make sure to savor the moment. Oh, and treat myself to a little souvenir. It's where I reconnect with nature. Quebec City. It'll resonate with you.
Hey guys, welcome back to the shack. Today I got a machine I'm going to be testing out. This is definitely less than what I typically run. The company reached out to me, wanted to know if I wanted to test it and try it out, so here we are. The machine in question is going to be a Kentuck Cool LE400 Pro. It's only rated at 5.5 to 6 watts, so if real heavy cutting or real high speed is what you're looking for, this may not be the machine for you. However, it is less than $500 to be able to get a honeycomb and the machine itself. This machine does not have air assist, so there again, I'm not going to say that it's going to do any heavy lifting when it comes to cutting, but I have found out that it will cut it's pretty surprising considering that it's half the wattage of what I'm used to and a quarter of the wattage of what I normally run. So, you know, with that said, I want to show you the machine. We'll discuss how hard it was to put together, the things that I think you need to know if you do get one to look out for. But other than that, guys, let's get to it. So here's the machine, pretty, you know, cut and dried design. Uses the aluminum extrusions on the sides and then the same thing on the front with the double extrusions up front. Has 4 legs, power control boxes here. You got one harness that goes the length. I mean, it's typical for what you see in most machines. The only 2 things that I think I would mention for you to watch out for is when you're putting this machine together. On the right side, there's 2 little screws that hold the limit switch right here. If you get these pieces on the wrong side, you won't have the screws there, and you'll have to swap those around. So, if you get one of them and you put it together, look for those 2 little small screw holes in the extrusion there, and make sure you put that on the right side right here by the. So that was kind of one of those things that you had to watch out for. Other than that, it uses the typical rollers with belts that most machines have. This is a single drive setup, similar to a lot of the other machines. Some will have dual drives on the stepper motors for the axis, but this one runs with one. It does have the linkage that connects the 2 to make sure that they turn at the same speed and everything stays synced up. Putting it together was really quick, relatively easy. Cable management, even though it looks a little, you know, plain, the cables stay out of the way. And all I really did was run the cables down through here. There was a few places that I was able to zip tie them using the zip ties they provided. And believe it or not, I've been cutting with it. I've been running it for a couple of days. It doesn't have any issues.
Damn it.
And by training them, I mean basically you're going to put bends into them so that when the machine is full extent, if you take and you put just a little bends here, when you pull this back, you're going to kind of dictate if it goes that way or dictate if it goes this way. So you're going to want to make sure you train those to go out. And once you do that, I mean, it's pretty simple. All right, the same thing goes for the gantry. As long as you get it trained to where it'll go back, it just kind of bends back out of the way as the head moves back and forth. The only adjustments that I had to do to the rollers, I did have to adjust the gantry a little bit. It was a little tight, so there's a wrench that comes with inserting my spacer, you know, on the way up, it fixed the issue. So this one does not have an offline controller, but it does work really well with Lightburn. Lightburn setup was quick. Didn't take but a few minutes to get that done. And once I got it configured, it has ran flawlessly. A lot of the other machines that I have tested, I've had issues right out of the box with, you know, stopping during the middle of graphics and stuff like that. So far, I haven't had any of those issues like that with this machine. I've cut a lot of material. I did several engraves, and so far it's running smooth. And like I said, for a 5.5 watt machine with no air assist, the cutting ability is pretty decent. Alright, so as you can see, guys, I went ahead and modified me a jig, made me a jig panel for it, because I do like using jigs when I'm using these machines. This is some of the testing that I've done early on with it, on these little cards that they send with the machine. Did a little engraving on those, does fairly well. Didn't have quite the same results with the gold ones, but I'll show you on this one here. We may have to speed things up, like I said, because this thing is definitely not a speed demon, but it does get the job done. So what I wound up doing with the Focus is, as you can see, I've got my little block on it here. I took the shroud off of it. I didn't like the clearance that I had with the shroud, so I took it off. It just attaches with magnets, not that difficult to put back on, but it was really, it just wasn't working for me, so I took that off of it. But the way that I adjust the Focus on this guy is adjust it down below my little block here. And then as I lift it up, I'm just going to slide my block of wood under there until it clears. And that's focused. Now, I am doing this card, which is slightly below the top of this material, but it's not going to be far enough out to cause an issue. Alright guys, I'm going to run this card right here, and just to demonstrate, I'm running the power at 40 millimeters a second, 100% output. I do have the LPI turned up to 254 because it's kind of a small graphic, and with this machine, dot size, it does a good job that way. So here we go. And I am using my jig kit that I have newly constructed for it. I just kind of threw that together with some scrap wood until I can get a chance to re-up. I'm out of 1.5 millimeters, so I had to make those out of scraps. Alright guys, for those of you that are interested, it's almost finished. I'm going to go into preview mode here and see what it's saying the time is going to be. It's saying that the total time is 3 minutes and 13 seconds for this burn, and that seems to be pretty accurate. It's been burning for 2 minutes and 57 seconds so far. So, not a real lengthy burn, but like I said, it's not going to be the speed that you would be able to, pull off if you're running a 10 or a 20 watt. But if you're just getting the lasers and you don't want to extend your budget too much, that might be something that you're willing to overlook, is the fact that cutting ability is going to be limited, and speed is going to be as good as it would with some machines. Now let me get a rag and clean this off for you. So cleaning it with a little bit of glass cleaner, and there's the results. I don't know if I can get the glare off of it, but there you go. Best I can do with the glare, guys. But it does a fairly good job of that. Alright guys, I'm going to try to make a little small cut on this acrylic. Speed's going to be 5 millimeters a second. 100% output. I bet it's set to run 3 passes. So here we go. This is 3 millimeter acrylic. So, and there we go. So I've got a nice clean cut on it. We'll do something with some shape to it so you can kind of get a look at it. So let me just burn one more circle. We'll find a scrap piece. There we go. We'll do one more circle just to verify that. Like I said, that was running 5 millimeters a second, 100% power, 3 passes. And I'm trying to keep it moving fast enough not to cause the edges of the material melt. That's a problem with acrylic that you have sometimes, is it wants to melt the edges. You don't get that clean cut. Maybe I won't drop this piece and I can show you what the edges look like. Alright, so it cut all the way through, but it's still kind of popped in there. I'm just going to snap it out. Acrylic wheel stick. And here is the piece that got cut out right there. Nice, clean, smooth edges. It does fall out. So one more pass probably wouldn't hurt, but you got to be careful not to get this stuff too hot, or it can cause some issues. So there's that. Also, just to demonstrate, I've got my little drop test rig set up here, so I can show you guys how it cuts the 4.5. raise this guy up. Like I said, refocus on the way up. That is my recommendation. That way, that little bit of slack that it can get in it doesn't drop on you during your cut. Once you get it where you want it, good to go. So, I'm gonna rehome. I'm going to resize that circle. I'm going to make that guy 20 by 20. And I'm going to try to aim it best I can where it's at in the work area. See how well I can get it on it. See if that does it. A little off. I do want you guys to be able to see when it drops. I'm going to try to keep my little rack here back away from me. Alright, so on this material right here, I'm going to run 5 millimeters per second. I'm going to run it 4 passes, and we'll see how it does. This is 4.9 millimeter Luan. That's 1 pass, light visible through the bottom. Two passes. It usually takes 3 to 4. And we'll see which this piece of wood goes with. 3. Going around on the 4th pass. And it dropped. So not quite 4 passes. There was one little piece that was hanging in. But got a nice little drop. Without the air assist at that speed, you're starting to get into the range of it scorching. So I don't like going much slower than that without air assist. But we'll take and move it over a little bit and run that same burn again just to show the consistency. That one didn't go all the way, but it just kind of caught. So there you go. I had it too close to the edge. But consistently getting nice clean cuts, like I said, on the top, even without air assist. Let's see if I can get it to focus here. Even without air assist, it's not yellowy or anything. You do get a little bit of scorching on the back sometimes, especially at those slower speeds, but all together, it's no deal breaker. Alright guys, the next thing that I want to go over, and this is something that's important to me because I do a lot of multiple objects, is the accuracy and the repeatability of the machine. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change that cut that we just did. I'm going to change that to just a real thin pencil line. I'm going to speed it up to 50 millimeters per second and just make it do 1 pass. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to send that, because I do have the machine set to return to the top left corner after a burn. So I'm going to send that out, I'm going to burn that, and then I'm going to bring it back, rehome it. We're going to move this thing all over the workspace and see how consistently it hits the same spot. So here we go. Alright, so I'm going to home the machine now. I'm going to send it back over. Alright, I'm going to use the navigation and I'm going to move it up to the top right corner of the workspace. Alright, I'm going to send it again. Alright, using navigation, I'm going to send it to the bottom right corner of the workspace. And I'm going to send it again. Alright, so that's all 4 corners of the machine. Moved it from side to side, top to bottom. I moved it all around the workspace. And I did that little thing. So if the machine
fucking point
in the same spot every time, we should see a variation and we should see multiple lines. But as you can see, guys,
fuck!
It's staying very consistent. It's hitting the same line every time. And to
I was
me,
trying to not get
more
money
than
before I
power
have to go to
or
fucking work. And I just
speed,
almost fell.
sometimes accuracy
Take your food.
is really
You got
what,
food sign.
what you need.
And I have to
that
mop
does
the
show
floors
that
at
the
the age.
machine
I would
is
like to.
Fuck.
consistent
I would
as
like
zero.
to not have to do
So,
that.
We're gonna run that same thing one more time, but this time
Close the doors. Go.
not using jigs or what.
Bye, thank you.
Run it. Well, if I get my material in the right place. All right, I'm gonna run it. I'm gonna move the machine by hand. I'm gonna reload.
Where is?
Run it again. Move the machine by hand. Power the machine off. Unplug everything, plug it back in. Power the machine back on. Run it again. Alright. So as you can see, guys, this is the one we just did right there. And as you can see, even with the power cycle, unplug the machine, plugging it back in, moving it by hand, all of that, the coordinates that I set in Lightburn for that file remain the same, and it hit the exact same line. Alright guys, for the next test for this little guy, I'm going to do a photo using some 6mm MDF, and this is the photo that I've run with all my machines. It's just a generic photo that I found on the internet. Haven't done anything special to the photo, so we're going to get it and compare it to some of my other machines that I have done, and see what the quality looks like. So let me get this framed out. We need to bring that down. Alright, so the settings I'm going to be running are going to be 60 millimeters per second at 100% output, being that this is a 5 watt. I don't want to go too fast so that it doesn't burn. So here we go. Alright, it's finishing up on the lettering, and I just wanted to keep track of it so that when I go back and reference it later, I'll be able to tell what machine did it. Probably could have went a little darker on the settings, but there you go. As far as the detail, you can see my camera is actually face tracking her, so that's pretty good detail. It's picking up on her eyes as well. So yeah, not bad detail. If you compare that, other than the settings, if you compare that to some of my other machines, now these were done with a 20 watt machine. A little lighter on the power. I should have probably slowed it down just a little more. But the detail is very comparable as well. Contrast isn't quite as good. Like I said, I didn't quite run the power as high as I needed to. But the detail is very, very fine. I will say that. The dithering in the burn, pretty nice. So a couple more things that I want to do. Get into some realistic materials for this machine. Because, like I said, this is not going to be a heavy hitter when it comes to cutting. I've got some basswood. This is a little project planks that you can pick up at Walmart, places like that. And I'm going to put one of those up here and just do a quick cut on that. Alright, step one, of course, I'm going to check my focus. And focus is very high, so I'm going to drop it down. And then I'm going to come back up with it slowly until I get my spacer to where it goes under it. And we'll focus. So here we go on this cut. I'm going to be running 6 millimeters per second. I've got it set for 6 cuts, but we'll stop it once it drops. I suspect with basswood it won't take that many passes. So here we go. But I've got light penetration pretty much the whole way around, so I believe it's cut. It may just be binded, but we'll let it finish out and see here. Yeah, I think it's just stuck in there. Because I'm seeing light the entire rotation. Yeah, that was just such a fine cut, it didn't want to fall out. So we'll rerun that with less passes just to see. But hey guys, my camera died. But on this material, getting really clean cut. Like I said, I think it would have took significantly less passes. I think it just got binded. So this time we're going to 4 passes and see how it does. This is the little planks that you can get at craft stores and so forth. It's 4.6 millimeter basswood. So I'm going to run it one more time with 4 passes and see how it does. And I'm seeing light through the bottom, so it as a while ago it may already be through it. I'm gonna go ahead and let it run the 4 passes, and then we'll walk it down to 3 and do another test. So that's 4 passes. No, it didn't quite fall out. It's a little bit of material holding. Not enough you can't press it out. But there's the cut. No yellowing. Not bad. I could probably slow it down a little bit and have a little bit cleaner cut. But no need of doing that with this material. 1.8 millimeters thick. It's really thin, just project, like little decorative material. So I'm going to set this up in here, and I'm going to run a couple of passes on that and see how it cuts. Being that it's as small as it is, as thin as it is, it shouldn't really be a challenge for me. So I'm going to put that up there on top of my jig, so that I have a little airspace underneath it there, know where I aim. Alright, so we set the focus, and like I said, this thing's got a pretty good range of adjustment when it comes to focus. I do like the knob. There was one of those drops I was telling you about. That is why I prefer to come up with it when I'm focusing. So I'm going to go all the way down to my gauge hits, and then just pull it up ever so slightly until I get it where it needs to be. So there we go. Alright, so I'm just going to run this 2 passes. This material, I believe that'll be more than adequate. So here we go. And it dropped on the second pass. Clean drop, fell out. So that's the, like I said, the little 1.5 millimeter. I don't know if you would call that 2 millimeter material. It's just like a little business card that they send with these machines made out of basswood. I think if you're going to do a lot of cutting, I would try to stick with something like this, or maybe some 3 millimeter material would be good. Alright guys, I'm going to wrap it up for today on this machine. That is my take and my experimentation with the Kintalk tool. This is going to be the LE400 Pro model. And it is, like I said, it's not for heavy lifting such as stick cutting and stuff like that. It's only a 5.5 to 6 watt output, but the consistency of the machine, the build, the way that it works, the software, I haven't had any kind of issues with operating the machine. No, just that. Considering the size of the diode. Altogether, I'm going to say if you were wanting to get into laser engraving and you're on a tight budget, this is, in my opinion, better than the 3-legged, the triangle design machines. You get more consistency. Once you find that sweet spot on the focus and get that dialed in, it does a really good job of cutting some of the thinner woods. If you're going to be getting up around a 1/4 inch material, then just know that you're going to take several passes to get that done. So I would probably keep this one around 1/8 inch material. And I think that's probably true for any 5.5 watt machine that's on the market today. But all in all, it works well. It performed great on the zero test that I did to see if it'll go back to the same location, and has very good repeatability. Works well with the jigs. So if you're doing like multiple engraves of any kind of material, it does a really good job on anodized aluminum as well as powder coated metals. with the engraving. It's substantially slower than what I'm used to with the 20 watts, but the results turn out really nice. So, but that's going to conclude today's review of this Kentalk tool. I will be putting some links down below if you're interested and want to check that thing out. Be sure to use those links. If you haven't already, hit that subscribe button. And until next time, guys, be safe and have a good day.
Hey Google, take me to Lookout Point.
Okay, navigating to Lookout Point.
Get 2.9% APR plus 750 purchase allowance on most 2024 Cadillac models.
Tonight I'm going to be doing a little bit of instructional on how to build a jig using my new interchangeable jig setup, and just going to kind of demonstrate how I build jigs and how I make them work, and how I ensure that I can take that jig, whatever it's made for, drop it in and hit burn, and it'll burn right every time. So I'm just going to kind of demonstrate how to set that up and then how to use it. And I'm going to be using pencils for that demonstration because I felt like in order to make this believable for some folks, it needed to be really small and really accurate, and so a pencil was about the smallest thing I could think of that people may be trying to engrave or etch on. And once we get that template built for the pencil, I'm going to attempt to engrave my pencil for my iPad Pro. This is a new Apple pencil. It's about $125, so it's going to be a bit of a cliffhanger. So stick around. Alright guys, since I did my video about my jig and my universal jig holder there, I've had a few people that apparently didn't know exactly how to use a jig, didn't understand what the purpose of it was. So I decided to make a quick video just kind of explaining the process that I use to make jigs and create a way of replicating a burn. You can use a jig for anything that you're going to pieces, whether it be anything from tile to coins to anything that is a consistent shape, and you're going to be doing multiples of that thing. And for tonight's demonstration, I'm going to be using blank pencils. This is just a cheap little. All it has on it is got HB #2 printed on it, but the rest of the pencil is completely blank. And so what I'm going to do, just as a demonstration, is I am going to create a jig for this pencil and explain you step by step how I go about doing that. And then I'm going to show you how it works and show you how it can and make it to where if you engrave a pencil today and then you engrave another pencil next week, you can get the same results without a whole lot of prep and a whole lot of setup time. So stick around for a few minutes and we're going to get started. Alright, the first thing to this is you got to know two things. You got to know how big the jig needs to be. So you're going to need some measuring equipment. This is a little cheap Walmart caliber that I bought that registers in millimeters. And this is just your standard Walmart also millimeter metric ruler. So those are the two things that I'm going to be using for this. And so what I want to do first is determine how wide does my jig need to be to hold this pencil. And the way that I'm wanting to engrave these is I want to put this HB2 part, either have it up or have it down, but so that I want the flat part right there to be up and down. So I'm going to need to make my jig to where this pencil, with it laying flat, like let's say on here, with that pencil laying flat, I want it to fit in my jig. So that measurement there is 7.4 millimeters. That's I think that's what I'm going to try to start with, is just to go with the bare minimum because of the way this thing is shaped. So I'm going to make my jig 7.4 millimeters tall, and then we're going to go with the overall length of what it is that we're trying to jig. And so I'm going to put this little guy just inside the zero. I don't want it on the zero, I want it just inside the zero because this has to lay inside that crack. And this is going to be I guess 192. We'll go with 192. What's 1 millimeter going to matter? So we'll go, what was it, 7.4 and 192. I am terrible with my short-term memory, guys. That's why I usually write things down when I'm working by myself. But I'm pretty sure this was 7.4. Yeah, we're going to call that 7.5 by 192. So now what I'm going to do in Lightburn, I'm going to create a box. And I'm going to go up here. I'm going to disengage the lock. If it's locked, I'm going to set my width for 190 height to 7.5. And that's going to give me just a square cut, basically. Alright, and then once we got that done, I'm going to assign that a cut speed, which I've already got preset in my machine, so that's no hard task. We just simply click on the red one because I use red for cuts. Alright, I'm going to turn everything on and make it a little bit noisy. The one advantage that I do have that some of you may not have for this particular step is that I'm going to use my camera to take a screen capture of my workspace and try to position my cut exactly where I want it, but then I'm going to frame just to make sure it goes where I want it to go. So I'm going to go ahead and take a screenshot here, update my overlay. I've got it, I see it on my screen, and it's showing me where the line's going to go. I want to move this thing up just a little bit because this is kind of going to be my multi-purpose jig that I've got laying here. I'm going to do several different things on it, so I'm just trying to maybe spare a little real estate. I'm going to, before I do anything, I'm going to go ahead and rehome my machine. The one thing that I will tell you, when using jigs, it is very important that you start from the same place and that your graphic be in the same place. The objective of a jig is that in your burn, your design knows exactly where in this workspace it's supposed to put whatever you're putting there, whether it be a cut, a burn, or whatnot. So if you don't start at zero, or if you don't do everything the same way every single time, it's not going to work. So I've homed my machine. So now I'm going to frame and get it to show me where it's going to put my pencil. So that is a spider there on my laser. Get away, guy. But there is where it's going to go. I've got plenty of room. I'm away from everything. I wouldn't mind it being a little higher, but I don't want to get so high as to cause my laser to bottom out. So I'm just going to bump it up just a little bit. And let's see if it'll frame there without hitting the wall. There we go. Alright, so I've got my frame set. I'm at 192 by 7.5. I've got my burn speed set. And so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to burn that little jig. I'm going to burn that out so that we can use it. And I'm going to have to cut my table on, and it will get loud because if I don't, smoke is going to overcome us here. So bear with me for a moment while I get rid of some smoke.
that should be that on that little piece. So I'm going to pop my jig out and get that little piece of wood out of there. Guys in there tight. Got a little knot back there holding. There we go. Alright, so I got the hole cut for the pencil. Let's see if we were successful in our measuring adventure here. Alright, so the pencil does fit inside the jig. So that's what we wanted. And luckily I got it just the right size. It's technically, the pencil is a little snug. So that's going to work out well. So I'm going to put the jig back into the machine. We'll press my pencil because, like I said, I want this on the flat side of this pencil. I want my graphic to be, well, let me flip this pencil around because I want it to run this little flat ledge right here. I want it to basically match into that. So I'm going to flip my pencil around, get it in there nice and snug. Turns out the little metal piece is what's causing it to be snug, which that was an oversight on my part, but it worked out good. So. Alright, now I'm going back to my screen, and what I'm going to do for this jig, the secret to doing a jig like this is that I am fixing to create a burn file and create it with this one graphic or this one logo or this one whatever, and I'm going to save that. I will not open this file and edit it, move it, do anything to it, because it is going to be basically married to this jig right here. So I'm always going to have to use this particular slot, this particular jig with this particular burn file. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a line of text and I'm going to put, you guessed it, the Clack Shack on this pencil. So I'm going to reduce the font size, of course, pretty significantly because my pencil's kind of small. Alright, not only is my pencil small, but I want the text to be on this flat ledge right here, which is probably less than 5 millimeters if I were guessing. Well, I know it's less than 5 millimeters. It's probably 3 millimeters across right there. So my text is going to have to be very small. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to type the text in there and assign it a size. Alright, now I've got the text lined up using the box that I used to cut the hole for the pencil. So what I recommend, especially when you're trying to work the bugs out of these jigs, before I run this engrave, I'm going to cut, not delete, but I'm going to cut my cut line out of the image file. If I do this test and it doesn't work the way I want it to, I can use the undo button to put that right back where it was and start over aligning my text and making my changes there. That way I don't have to let the machine run. I mean, you can turn the power down and just have it set at like 2% power at 150 millimeters per second or whatever. You can do all those things if you wanted. I don't want to do that because when I start using this jig, I want it to run over there, burn the letters, and get back. Run over there, burn the letters, and get back. And another thing that you'll notice about my jig is I use X1, Y1 as my return to home position after a burn. My jig just barely misses my laser head when it's at X1, Y1, and that was intentional because when I'm doing jigs like this, that's what where I have my laser to go, and I don't want to be messing with it. So I'm going to take and I'm going to select the cut line that we use to make the jig, and I'm just going to hit cut. I'm not touching nothing else. I just cut that line and removed it from the graphic so that it doesn't get burned. And if I mess up, I can always use the undo button to drop that thing back in there. So I'm going to hit go on this, and we're going to burn some text to that pen, to that pencil,
and see how it looks. Now I kind of put this near the end of the frame so y'all can see where it's going to frame. Okay, there was our frame. Wow, that's a really small frame, guys. But here we go. Let's see how big this text is. We may have to go a little bigger with the font, may not. We'll see.
Thicker wood.
I'm going to try to leave the vacuum tape off for this
Fuck
burn if I
if
can.
it's
Surely
thicker
this
wood.
little bit of etching on this pencil is not going to generate enough smoke to be a problem. So, it does have a distinct smell, I'll tell you that though. My power settings on this, somebody's going to ask, so I'm going to go ahead and tell you. I've got it running at 40 speed and 100% power. I'm thinking with it being wood, it is a pencil, it's wood. Pencils range in the type of wood from what I've been told, but 40 millimeters per second at 100% power, no matter what kind of wood it is, I should get a good legible burn out of that, especially with it being a painted surface. So we'll see what it looks like here shortly, and see if the jig and if my jig theory actually works, and so we can verify it. And for the record, guys, this is actually my first pencil engraving I've ever done. I've never done one of these before. Like I said, because before, trying to get everything lined up and squared and get it where it needed to be, it was a challenge. But now that I have my jigs, let's see how that turned out. Okay, I will tell you this, it's not going to fall out of there. All right, there we go, guys. There we go. That is the Clack Shack pencil now. And I will say I did a pretty good job of getting that text lined up. But I also will say that it could stand to go up maybe one or two on the font size. I can stand to go a little bigger with that. So, we're going to do a couple things. I want to show you that this works by redoing it. But not only are we going to redo it, I'm going to pull the jig out, put it back, change the font, put the pencil back in there, and we're going to burn it again. Like I said, my jig's a little tighter than what yours will be because I put screws in it. But I've got the jig completely out of the machine now. Pencil rests in here. I'm going to snap the jig back into the holder, making sure that it's clamped all the way across. I'm going to take my pencil and I'm going to turn it around to the other side. So I'm going to put this side down this time. That way we can do it on the opposite side of that engraving. Alright, pencil is in there. Just to make sure I line my text up properly, I'm going to hit the undo button, which is going to put my my box back in there. I'm having to undo some text too, but I'm going to undo it. Now my box is back in there. The original box that I used to cut the pencil shape out is back. So now I can actually see where my lettering needs to be. And so what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to take that font that we just did. I'm going to zoom in a little bit here. I'm going to move this text kind of middle of the text right here. All right, that's about the middle there. All right, and it's at a 2.5 height now, so I'm going to try to take it up to I think 5 is going to be too much. 2.5. I think it'll be like a 3.5 since I don't have a 3.5. If you select up, I'm going to manually enter 3.5 as my text height. And one more thing that you can do to make this, to get this centered, is select the text first. Select your text first using the arrow. Then hold Control and select the cut line. Let me re-emphasize. Select the text first, then hold Control, then select the cut line. Whichever part that you select first is the one that's going to move. You don't want the cut line to move on your jig here. You want the text to move.
And then I'm going to use the center align objects horizontally. I'm going to click that. That moves my text to the perfect center of that square. So as long as my pencil square, we should be dead center. I moved my font up to a 3.5 from a 2.5, so it should be a little bigger. I'm going to actually leave the same settings that I had before. Now, before I hit burn, what I've got to do is I've got to get rid of my cut line. So just like I did earlier, I'm going to hold, I'm going to click the cut line, right click, cut. That removes my cut line. So now all I'm doing is engraving. And then I'm going to hit start because I just feel confident it's going to go where it's supposed to. So no framing required. We're just going to send that baby on. Like I said, a combination of the fact that my jig, I didn't have to move my laser to take the jig out, put the jig back. The laser, when it got through the last burn, it went to X1, Y1. And so the machine knows that the laser is currently at X1, Y1 when I start the next job. It's just going to move from there to that point in space that I told it to put that image, and it's going to burn it. So that makes this process extremely accurate and extremely repeatable. But, you know, I don't want to go bragging too much until we see how the pencil turns out. But it's pretty confident that it's going to turn out well. Alright, so now, there we are. It's a Clap Shack pencil, guys. Alright guys, I'm going to try to do a 2-burn. What I'm going to attempt is I'm putting this thing in the jig, I'm pushing it all the way against the back. I'm going to rock it, and I'm going to make sure that it is flat with the base underneath so that I've got a nice, you know, flat spot and the pencil's not turned. I'm going to do a quick burn to the pencil. Like I said, no framing required, just going from my return to home spot, going back over there. But I would like to say again, if you're not using X1, Y1 as your return to location after a burn, I strongly recommend it. You should do that as soon as you can. The way that you get to that, to set that, because somebody's going to ask me, is going to be edit on Lightburn. Go to edit and go down to device settings, and under device settings on the lower right corner of the screen, or lower right quadrant, if you divided it into 4 quadrants, you will see return to finish position X and Y, and I have X 1.0, Y 1.0, and that is what I prefer. Alright, so now we got the pencil, we got her burned. Once again, looking good. The jig works great. Okay, I'm being a little hard on myself by trying to make it go back to exactly the same spot. But let's face it, guys. If it's within a half a millimeter or two, I don't know that anybody would ever notice. But some of y'all may know this. I'm a bit of a perfectionist, and I want things perfect. So we're going to make sure that it goes back, and we're going to test to see exactly how close to exactly in the same spot this burns on the second pass. This is the second pass on the same side of the pencil, same font, same everything. So this should be one image. If it's absolutely perfect, you should not be able to tell that this was a, you know, burn, remove, and burn. It should look like a 2-pass burn with no variations. So we're going to see exactly how precise the technique is here. What do you know, guys? That, fellas, is sheer perfection right there. That's it right there. That is why I like my jig setup. We can remove the jig, put the jig back,
grab some pencils and start engraving pencils using our Lightburn file that is named pencil, jig, whatever. We can go right into to engraving pencils. Now, before you close your jig file, this is something that I strongly recommend you to do. Before you close your jig file, make sure that the cut line is still in there before you save it and exit out of it. Because if not, then you may have to cut another hole in your jig. But using my jig plans that I have, you can just cut you another whole board if you want. But if you plan on reusing these jigs, make sure your cut line is in there. That way, if somebody comes up next week and is like, hey, I want a pencil, but I want this on it, you can actually go in and change the text and still have that cut line to use to align everything, and you'll save yourself a whole bunch of work. And so you can turn these pencils out kind of quick because you can just drop one in and go to the next one, drop one in and go to the next one. All right, now, just so that everybody knows, I have been dying to engrave my Apple Pencil on my iPad Pro. I have really been dying to attempt it. So, without further ado, we're fixing to try to engrave my $125 Apple Pencil. The only thing that I worry about is if you look really carefully right here, I don't know if what these two little spots are right there, is I'm not real sure what's inside this thing. So that flat area right there, I'm just not sure. It does look like somebody used a laser there. So what I'm thinking of doing, I know this jig isn't going to fit this Apple Pencil exactly right because it's made for number 2 pencils, but I'm probably not going to be engraving a lot of these, and so I think I'm just going to use this jig because I know where the font's going to go and I can center it and everything, and I'm going to try to put me a little The Clack Shack on my Apple Pencil. So here we go. So I'm going to place that thing in there. I can see one thing that I am going to have to do is I am going to have to definitely raise the laser up a little bit. So much for it being at home. So we're going to raise this guy up. I'm actually going to pull my focus lever over the top of the Apple Pencil, and I'm running my focus down to where it touches the Apple Pencil because that is the surface we're going to be cutting. And I'm putting it back. So I'm going to try to get the flat side of this pencil on there. And now I've got a home again because I just got through messing with my laser. So I'm going to run home, let it do its thing. Got that done. So just to be sure, this is where's the last font that we did? That's the last font we did. That space that I have looks like it'll fit the Apple Pencil pretty well. So we're gonna rock with that. I'm a little afraid about the 40 power. I'm just gonna be honest with you. I don't know that that plastic's gonna hold up as well as the wood did. So what I am going to do is I'm going to turn my cut power down just a little bit. I really don't want to cut a hole in my Apple Pencil. So I'm going to turn my power down to, actually I'm just going to turn my speed up. I'm going to turn my speed up to, let's say, 60. One fill. Alright, so I got the speed set to 60. Power set to 100. And ain't no day like today. So let's see what this puppy does. Okay, I hear that little bit of squeaking, so that's good. It's not totally digging. The pencil is white, so that may cause it not to be as dark as I thought it was going to be. So we'll see. Because I've seen a lot of splashback off that laser. But I'm assuming that if Apple made an Apple Pencil They wouldn't make it out of anything that was too thin. Let's hope not, because I really want to buy another one. It engraved it, but it has no color. So see if I can feel the engravement. Now I think I need to go a little more power, guys. So I am going to. That's a lot. That's a pretty good bit of power. So I'm going to run that same power setting the same, because I really don't want to cut through this plastic. I don't know what's under there. It could be explosive. I don't know. Pretty sure there's a battery in there somewhere. Alright, gonna run that same speed one more time. That's gonna be my final answer, because I know it's etching into the plastic, but it doesn't seem to be discoloring the plastic. So more than likely what I'll do is I'll just take this thing, wipe a little paint in there, and wipe it down really good, let the paint set, and then kind of inlay the engraving. So that'll make it show up. I mean, I know it is engraving into the plastic, but it's white plastic and it's not scorching it enough to discolor it. So we're gonna, and I'm not gonna put enough power to it to scorch it too bad, because I'm afraid I'll cut into there and find myself a lithium-ion battery or something. Wait a minute, we may have hit the magic number. Yes. I don't know. I am really wanting to run this one more time. Alright, third time's the charm, guys. Alright, so that's going to be a total of 3 passes, running 60 speed, 100% power, and this is the new version of the Apple Pencil. This is the one that is proximity charged and doesn't have a plug or anything. So if anybody's wanting to know, that's what I'm doing here. I do not recommend you do this. If you do this and destroy your Apple Pencil, don't come hollering at me. Yeah, that's going to be our last pass, because it's starting to smooth a little. So I know it's getting in there, so I'm going to go ahead and call that done. And wipe that guy off. It got a little blackness on it. So my pencil off, my shirt off. Yeah, it's really not. It's cutting in, but it's not visible. Let me go get some paint. Grab that. Alright guys, so what I ended up doing was, apparently this material is burn resistant. It would not scorch enough for me to be able to see it. It was cutting a line in it, but it wasn't adding any color to it. So I'm gonna have to clean this up a little bit. Once it dries, I'm gonna wipe it down with a little bit of mineral spirits, because I used spray paint to do this. But that's the finished product. I don't know if y'all can see that. Let me get behind here and see. Focus. Okay, right up in your face. And there you go. So yes, you can engrave an Apple Pencil, but it will not make it dark. So you're gonna have to improvise with a little paint down in there. I used just regular, one coat spray paint, but I guess you could use any kind of, if you had any kind of acrylic paint or whatnot, that would go down in the cracks, you could. But so now the good news is, if I lose my iPad Pro pencil, I can definitely tell people it's mine. So now I'm gonna make sure this thing still works. So yes, apparently it still works, guys. Pull up notepad. Yes, the pencil still works. So we're good. We call this a success. Alright guys, that concludes tonight's episode of how to use a jig and does the Clack Shack jig kit actually work. So that concludes tonight's video. While I was moving the camera, I went ahead and got me a little bit of mineral spirits. And for those of you that work with spray paint, mineral spirits is your best friend, because when you're doing inlayments with paint, you use spray paint, spray it in there real good, let it set for just a few minutes, and then take a rag that is moist, not soaking, dripping wet, but moist with mineral spirits, and you can wipe that stuff right off of there. I know a lot of y'all use tempera paint for glass and mirrors and stuff like that, and I've tried the tempera paint. I cannot get a consistent burn because I can't get it painted on there consistently. I suck as a painter. So I use spray paint, and I've got 2 gallons sitting there now. I keep mineral spirits, so when I'm doing glass, I paint it with Krylon. I put as many coats as I want, make sure it's good and dry, hit the heat gun, and then I engrave the glass. And once I'm completely done with the burn, then I clean it off with mineral spirits. Yes, mineral spirits has a little bit of an odor, but you can get the low odor burn. So if you don't have mineral spirits and you're working on glass and etching and engraving, I strongly recommend you get it and give it a try. But I took while I was away and wiped my Apple Pencil with a little bit of mineral spirits, and I'm going to show you what she looks like now. So there is the Apple Pencil. That was 3 passes. I'm glad I didn't go the 4th because that's actually a really deep indention in there. And I think those 2 little pieces, those are where it snaps to the iPad. So I'm pretty sure those are probably related to the charging of it. So I tried to get it between those. But I'll take a picture of it and maybe put it on the post as well. But that's it for tonight, guys. I've got some stuff I got to finish up on and I got to work on, but I hope this helps the ones of you that were asking me, hey, what's a jig? How do you use a jig? How do I make a jig? Maybe you get the idea now, and if this was helpful, or if you learned anything, like I said, please drop me a comment, hit the like, hit the subscribe. And if you're interested in one of my jigs and you didn't know it existed and maybe you just discovered it, you can check out my Etsy store. The store is under Clack Custom Creations, but you can also find a link to it on my YouTube channel at the Clack Shack. So, thank you, and I hope everybody has a good day, and I'll check back with you if you have any questions or anything you'd like to see in a video, just let me know.
You know we could finish the basement into an exercise room.
Yeah?
Care to help? I'd say, based on our last conversation, a little renovation might be good to go, Tina.
For every financial need, we'll meet you in the moment. KeyBank.
Your smashed flower pot, our Gorilla Glue. For the toughest jobs on planet Earth.
Depend keeps you drier than ever, so you can say yes to more than ever. Depend. The only thing stronger than us is you.
Sleep, reboot your computer, pack up your stuff, move to another state, take that panel, put it on there, bring in the file, and have the exact same results as what I just did. So, that's it in a nutshell, guys. Alright guys, I hope this helps the ones of you that have been having little issues. I don't know how better to explain it, guys. I mean, I went as deep and as detailed as I think I possibly can. The only other option is for me to, for you to come over and let me show you, I guess. Or, I don't know. But it works. It works well. Each new machine that I get, I'm going to develop a new kit to fit those machines. If you have a machine that I don't have, I can make them remotely as long as the person on the other end of the build is pretty good with measurements and, communicating measurements. I don't like to do that because I can't guarantee the file unless I've tested it myself. I do it on occasion because people basically beg and threaten me if I don't do it. So I have done a few, but this jig kit, like I said, do follow my directions. If you have doubts, guys, just favorite the video. Every time you make a jig, go back and watch it. But it works and give you consistent results every time. Now with the X-Tool D1, there is a variation in those legs, guys. If you buy one of my panel kits, one of my jig kits, for the X-Tool D1, there's going to be, you know, your legs may be a little further, a little closer together. I don't know why that is, but it seems like it always happens. Anything real severe, and 99.9% sure there's a problem with your machine. Usually at the most, you'll have a 2 millimeter variation in the width of the legs. Anything other than the width of the legs, and there's a good chance that you've got a problem with your machine. But thanks for coming, guys, and I'll drop the links to these little tags in the description in case you were here just watching a video and decided you wanted some of them. Or if you're one of those people that, you know, looking for some products, I mean, there you go. These things are cheap. It's anodized aluminum. They come in a pack of like 50 or 100, and I think I get like $10 for them. I sold enough of them this weekend to buy like 5 more packs. So it's one of those things that it's not about how much it costs. It's about what can you put on there. You know, if the kid's got a nickname, or Nana's got a nickname, or the person wants it for their luggage because they travel a lot, or whatever the case may be, that's where the value comes in, is them being able to stand there and tell you, this is what I want on it, and you crank that thing out. So, thanks for coming, guys. I hope this helps, and have a good day. Where the longer tensioning screws for the belts go. So you don't want to try to put nothing in there just yet. Alright. And we should have 1 screw left over in this part, because like I said, I had 17 and it said it required 16 screws. So I should have 1 left over. Unless I miscounted, I may have 2 left over, who knows. Alright, so I've got the 2 top ones. Like I said, all of these are just, they're just in there. They're not tight right now. I've got all the ones in the back. I've got the 4 on the top here. Got those in. Then I've got 3 on this side and 3 on this side, on the side facing it. So according to this, that's all the screws that I'm supposed to put in at this point. So I'm going to go ahead and turn to the next page, but I am going to clip the video so that we don't get cut off. Alright guys, we're making good progress so far. If you're building along with me, just like I said, just make sure you have 3 screws on this end, on either side, so that's a total of 6 here. You've got 2 here at each face, 2 here, and then 6 here. So 6 plus 4 is 10, plus the other 6, that's 16 total screws. Now I still have left 2 screws that are short, and I don't know if those are extras or if there's going to be an application for them later, but I'm trying not to get ahead of the instructions, so we're going to wait and find out. The next step is saying that I need 2 of the screws with the blue on them, which are the longer ones. These screws also are going to be the ones that connect to the belt tensioners. So I'm going to move my little trolley here back a little on this side, and then I'm going to come over here and install these 2 screws. Now, I am not going to tighten these up tight. Like I said, I just want these screws in. I want them to hold for now, and that is it. I do not want them tight. So all you're going to want to do is just reach in there. There's a little block where that belt runs around, and just get that guy started. Once you get it in there good and started, you should be good. And then before we finish, I am going to show you how to tension that belt up and make sure that it's where it needs to be. Because right now it looks awfully slack for some reason. I'm not real sure, but we're going to have to tighten that guy up. So let's go back to the other side here, and let's see what the next step it says for us to do is. Alright, so we got those 2 pieces installed, and we're moving to page 8. That was page 7, this is page 8. Page 8 says that we're going to need the timing bar, which is this guy right here. This is what connects the two belts to make sure that as it moves, these two belts, one doesn't get ahead of the other. My timing bar has a little sticky stuff on it, so I'm going to wipe that off and make sure this thing's clean before we put it on. I don't know that it would hurt anything, but I don't want it sticky. Alright, so I've got to have another part. That other part is going to be in here, which is going to be the little linkage. And there's the linkage. You see, as I don't have another bar, I'm assuming my linkage is going to connect directly to the motor, which appears to be the case. And I'm going to use another magnet to get these screws out without pouring the whole box out. So I have 3 of these screws in my pack, and it appears that I only need 1. So maybe they gave us extras. But one of my screws is already started on this little linkage here. But I'm going to go ahead, before I put the bar in, I'm going to go ahead and get this other one started so I can keep up with it. And I'm going to go ahead and drop those 2 screws back in the box. I don't know that there would be another need for those, but we may find out later that there is. So the instructions say to put the linkage on the bar, which is pretty self-explanatory. Now, this is going to be the part that some folks get in trouble with. This thing has to be tight, okay guys? One thing that I will say, I didn't notice any, there might be a little bit of thread lock on the tips of these things, but you got to make sure you get this thing tight. And the way this is going to work is it's got to go all the way to the other side. The slide that's in this belt, you're going to want to kind of, to be honest with you, I'm going to move this tarp to the gantry. I'm going to move it forward a little bit and try to pull that belt out the back. If you'll take a screwdriver or something, you can kind of push that belt back towards the front of the machine. And I wish I could show you, but I'll come around here in a minute and try to get it. But what you're going to want to do is this belt on this right side. Hang on, let me move the camera around where I can show you, because I don't want you guys to miss it. Alright guys, I'm going to show you this piece right here, and then I'll get back over here to the other side. But right there, you're going to need that belt to come out the front of that little piece that connects to the gantry. It just needs to come straight forward out the front of it. There's some little rollers inside there, and you see that, and you can take a screwdriver or something and kind of push it out. But you need to have the slack needs to be hanging out the front like that, so you can connect it to that bar. Alright guys, I'm going to be off camera, but I wanted to make sure everybody can see how this goes in. And if you've never put one of these together, this could be challenging. There's a little tooth wheel on one end of this thing, and there's a hole inside here. You'll see the little bearing, and that is the end of the rod. The belt actually comes out right here. The belt goes to these teeth, and then that little piece of the rod right there actually inserts into that bearing that is in the wall of the X-Tone. So let me get put in here. All right, once you put that on, this little linkage right here slides up on the bar, and what you're going to do is you're going to line up these 2 bars. Make sure that this piece goes all the way into that bearing, and if you turn it lightly, it should make this little piece here should move if the belt is on it. Once you get those 2 pieces lined up, what you're going to do is you're going to take this little sleeve and slide it down. I would actually recommend to make sure you get this thing where it needs to be. You're going to want to kind of center it to where this screw and that screw both can grab that rod really well.
Bamboo HR is your complete HR, payroll, and benefits platform where everything works together in one place. It's an HR experience unlike any other that combines easy-to-use software and top-notch customer service, so chaos and angst becomes harmony and delight, and you're ready to build and maintain a thriving workplace. Learn exactly how Bamboo HR gives you the ultimate HR experience in a single platform and visit bamboohr.com today.
All right. Once you get it to where it needs to be, make sure it doesn't need to be tight. It just needs to hold that bar there, and you do not want this bar sliding. And tighten that up. I'm only tightening right now. I'm only tightening the screw that's on this side, right there. You should, hopefully you can see that. I'm only tightening that one screw, and that's just to keep this thing from moving, but to allow these to move, because I've got to time these two sides right here to make sure they're the same. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to push both of these sides as far back as they will go. And once you do that and get your tension right, then I'm going to adjust the rest. But we're going to just follow the book for right now, and then I'll show you my approach at tightening that and timing everything and getting the tension correct. But I'm going to go ahead, since the book doesn't show that step yet, I'm going to move the camera and we'll go to the next step. Alright guys, heat's starting to get on me. I'm sweating a little bit. Alright, so we got that. Let's go to the next step, see what it tells us to do. Alright, so now they're basically showing to slide them down to the front plate. Alright, so that's how they're recommending to time this thing, is they want you to slide both of these to the front plate until they hit, I'm guessing. So I'm going to slide both of them down all the way to the front plate. Now they want you to that's the way that they're recommending, is to use the front plate. And you're going to want to pull these back until you get them all the way to the back. But there's not enough tension on this guy over here, and I know that's going to create a problem. If I do this step before I tension it, I suspect I may have an issue. So I'm not going to. We're going to, you know how I am about instructions, guys. We're going to veer from the instructions just a bit here, because this is the part that I think a lot of people mess up on and wind up with belts not correctly tightened or getting a little slide from one side to the other out of their machine. So we are going to stop right here for a moment. And what I'm going to do, this belt came from the factory tensioned to this point. Alright? Assuming that the belts are the same length, these are in the same position, and they're anchored to the same spot, and both belts are the same size. If I move this tension screw the same amount as this tension screw, then it should be very close to the same tension on each belt. And that's what I did on my other machine. It worked. It works well. I haven't had any problems. So that's what I'm going to do on this one, guys. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to use my caliper for this, and I'm going to close it, and then I'm going to put it in behind the little block, the tension block, and I'm just going to pull it, slide it back using the top of the caliper and that little teat from the back, and I'm going to measure it. And it's saying that that's 8.3 millimeters. Alright? So I'm going to measure it one more time just to be sure. Zero in the machine. Pull it out. 8.3. So I'm going to go to this side now, and the cool part about it is if you use a caliper, you can't see the measurement when you're doing this on this side, but on this side, the way the machine is built, if you put that caliper on there and you can just pull it to you, you can actually sit here and watch the screen as you tighten this little screw. Alright guys, me and this camera are still not getting along. Before I get too involved in the belt tension, I kind of left out a step. I was thinking that the book was going to tell you to do this, but they didn't. But I'm going to go ahead and tighten these screws up. And typically speaking, I haven't had a problem with these things not being square, but I recommend as you tighten these, just make sure
you're back.
Square, that
it pulls up tight. By nature of design, as long as all these cuts are square, that shouldn't be a problem. Unless you leave these screws loose or you bend it when you're putting it together, all of this should square up. That one looks good. I'm going to tighten this last little screw here down. And I'll wait and tighten that one last. That's a personal preference, guys, but that's the way I'm going to do it. Because these screws here may actually twist and pull the chassis a little bit. So you're going to want to tighten those down, in my opinion, first, then do the top one. And
so it's squared up, it's level.
This little screwdriver would make it a little difficult to break them, but it's possible.
First time.
So that was good. We'll go to the front now.
Engraving on the bed.
Like I said, I have never had an issue with my D1, and I did this exact process. So I'm not anticipating having any issues with this one, because it's basically the same thing with just some minor upgrades to the electronics and of course a bigger head.
How many? 15.
Good. But the design of this thing and the way it goes together, the holes and the pieces are cut, precision cut to fit. I mean, you'd have to work a little hard at it to mess this up, I believe.
That's 3.
I think you'd almost have to have something in the way in there and pinch something in between the pieces.
5.
Like I said, do these first, then do that. My advice. So it looks good. I've got all 4 of the corners the way I like them. We're going to slide both of these to the front. And because my camera quit on me again, I'm going to go back here and just make sure that I've got my tension to where I want it. I'm going to measure this side over here to make sure these guys are even. That one's back at 8.4. So I'm going to tighten that one down a little bit. I moved it some earlier. That feels right. About 8.2. So I'm going to go to this side with my caliper, and like I said, using a caliper this way, you can actually watch the reading as you tighten the screw if you use a caliper, and I like that. That way, as I turn this screw, it's going to pull that caliper closer and closer together until I get the torque where I want it. So that's 8.3. It's a little more. 8.2 right there. So I can tell you that from the back edge of this little block that is used for tensioning on both sides is exactly this. Well, I won't say exactly, but I've got it at 8.2 millimeters on both sides. So even if my tension is not enough, or if it's too much, at least it's equal. So I can go do my timing now without worrying about having an issue. That's the one thing that if I was recommending anything to X-Tool, I would get your tension the way you want it before you connect this bar. And then as per the instructions, I'm going to push these where the gantry connects. I'm pushing them all the way to the face of the machine. Alright guys, camera's not digging the weather. It keeps shutting down on me and I have no knowledge of it. So, once you get these 2 pieces where the gantry connects, push all the way down into this top frame right here. What you're going to want to do is make sure that you've got this pushed all the way over into where the bearing sits over here. You've got the belt on it. Your tension should be okay. So once you
once you do that, I mean, I recommend setting the tension before you set this exactly where you want it, because you can always loosen these, do your timing, and then tighten them back. Even if, at this point, even if these move independent of each other, until you get to this step, you're good. So go ahead and get your tension correct, the way you want it, then time this before you put the gantry on. Then you get these two pieces, make sure that they're both touching the bottom. And if you look between this crack and this little coupler here, you can actually see when you get the coupler, the crack, into between those two pieces. And then if you tighten up each side of this, and tighten it up good snug, it'll hold this bar. And this bar will ensure that neither one of these moves independent of the other. That way everything is moving as it should. And then once you do that, I went ahead and did this because I thought the camera was recording, and it wasn't. But there's a cable here that goes from here to the motherboard here. And you'll plug that in, make sure that the little teeth that are sticking out go into the cutout in the other part of the plug. And those are actually like little clamps that hold that thing in there. And you do not want to force that in the wrong way because bad things can happen. But that's an important where I'm at right now. But I'm going to take a break, let this camera cool down. I've got a fan on it now, so give me a few minutes. I'll be right back. Moving on to the next step. Like I said, I hate you missed page the zip tie process, but if you're following along with me, you missed out on page 12 and 13 thanks to my camera and the overheating issue that we have. But all that is putting this cable in and putting those zip ties in. So we're going to move on to page 14. I'm going to lay this down so that we don't have a problem with it. And we got to have the gantry for step 14, or page 14. It says to cut the white zip ties, but keep the black ones. So we're going to cut these white or clear zip ties. We're going to cut these off. Put those over here in the junk pile. And that is going to release the cabling from it so that we can go to the next step here. All right. It is showing. Hang on, let me get my bearings, guys. Like I said, I am carrying you with me on this little. I don't even see a plug that looks like that. There it is. All right, tucked away inside of here is a plug. All right, you're gonna have to untuck that plug from underneath the belt, and then it plugs into this one. Again, the little tips that stick off of the plug go into where the gap is where you're plugging it into. So make sure you do that correctly. This one's kind of easy to, it's a kind of a no-brainer if you look at it because it sticks towards the top. If we went the other way, it would be in the way and you probably wouldn't have enough cable to reach it. So that one should be self-explanatory. Jeannie's come to visit. Apparently she has missed her cat food for the past 4 days while I've been gone. The next step on page 15, it says we need the red screws, which, like I said, use magnets, guys. They're your friend. Keeps your screws together. And it's showing that we're going to take this, and knowing the X tool, this is going to be on the front, so that makes that kind of easy. And then this is going to go in here like so. Now, I'm going to move these away from the front a little bit to give me some room here. Throw my cabling over in there so I don't pinch anything. Alright, so it's showing the red screws. It is showing we will need 4 of them. And the red screws are going to go into these holes here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to need another hand is what I'm going to do. Hang on. Let me get that in the screwdriver. Yeah. Judy says, hey guys. Alright. We can get that one started. Go over to the other side, get one started over there, just to hold everything together. So I'm not fumbling it. I'm going to put this one in the opposing side, so as to try to hold this thing a little level. put them on the same side, it's going to twist on me, I know, but yeah, it's still going to try to twist, but that's okay. All right, so 4 total screws. It's showing them going into these end holes here into the gantry. I recommend getting them all started before you start tightening anything, as with pretty much anything that you're putting together. On this other side, on this left side, there's going to be an extra hole. You don't want to put a screw in that yet. That's the tension screw for the belt that's under here. So I'm going to go ahead and tighten this side down a little bit. Alright, I'm just getting that one bottomed out to where the shoulder of the screw lines up everything for me, and I'm going to do the same thing on this one. This would actually be a lot easier with a power screwdriver, but try to keep it basic so that everybody can follow along and use the tools that you provided. Alright, so I'm not tightening these all the way, guys. I'm going to go back to them once I get these ran up to the shoulders, and just to make sure everything lines up like it's supposed to. That screw looks a little long. Oh, it goes through that hole. Okay. And that's how that works. I guess this one's going to go through the hole too. Instead of using shorter screws, they just kind of made the hole for these screws go through these 2 little visible holes here. Kind of messed me up for a minute there. I was thinking my screws were going to be too long. Now, that's not going to help. It's not going to help in the Loctite situation. All right, so I've got them all shouldered up. Everything feels flush. It doesn't really have any wobble in it, so I'm going to go ahead and snug that down right there. Alright, got that on there. Alright, so now we're moving along to page 16. I got 1 red screw left. I got 2 little small ones. Page 16 is saying to put the tension screw in for the gantry. So I'm going to turn that around just for convenience. It's showing to use a blue screw because it's got the blue thread lock on it. And put that in right there. So I'm going to tighten that down, and on this one, my experience is that this is already torqued. The last time I put my D1 together, I didn't really mess with this guy. This screw on the tension set is already tight, and so what I'm going to do here is just snug that down until it gets snug. I'm not going to try to force that or tighten that. I'm going to leave that alone. The one thing I didn't check is these little screws on the side right here are what locks your tension, and I don't think I tightened this one down a while ago, so I'm going to go ahead and hit that. So my bad on that, guys, but good news is we haven't ran the machine, so it shouldn't be an issue. I will recheck those as far as my tensioners go probably before we put it in service. Alright, page 16, now we're moving to 17. So 17 is going to be plugging up some pigtails here. So I'm going to lay this over, and I'm going to pull this around to where I can see it a little better, because I have found that these cables are kind of hard to get to. I may even have to go get me a set of pliers, because I have a hard time getting my fingers in here. So these cables also are directional, so you're going to want to pay attention when you're trying to put those on there as to not put them in backwards. The white one has a clip on the top of it, but you're going to want to make sure that the little notches line up with the splines on the plug itself and kind of push those in there. It's really easy a job for my hands. I'm gonna need tools to push that in there with. So I'm just going to use a screwdriver because my fingers are having a hard time getting in that little compartment down there. Yeesh.
4.
Got it. Alright. It has a little snap to it. Once it goes all the way in where it's
5.
supposed to be, you'll hear a little snap, or at least I did. The yellow cable in the middle, like I said, it is also splined. All these
6.
cables are splined to make sure they're plugged up in the right direction. If you were to somehow plug these things in backwards, it could really cause some issues because you'd have
7.
something running backwards from the way it's supposed to or not working. Or worst case, you can start a fire. So
8.
make sure the splines on these are all facing you on the plugs as you're inserting them. Oh geez, guys, my fingers are way too big for this.
10.
Okay, go and get a pair of pliers. Be right back. All right. Got me some needle nose. Maybe I can do it now.
12.
Let me grip this thing right there. I'm not gonna lie to you, it's almost to the point where I want to take that board loose to get in there. Oh, jeez.
12.
Okay. Alright. Bear with me, guys. I was not very well equipped for this job.
What the fuck? Oh, okay. Forgot I just changed the design of it.
Alright, I got the yellow one in. Woo! Yes. Good job. Alright, now for the red one. Good news is, there should be no disputing which one goes where. The colors should be a dead giveaway. Now, if you're like me, you may have a little hard time getting your fingers in here.
Change the design.
To get these things started. And I'm trying to be careful too, because guys, I don't want to damage this thing before I even get it put together. Alright, so all 3 of those are securely snapped in. Whew. The yellow one posed to be the most challenge for me. So I got those. Now we're going to need more zip ties, it says.
85.
So I'm going to sit this thing up before we start the zip tying anything, because what it's showing is
at 85
with the machine expanding.
Yeah.
There you go. All right. And so, same as the D1, we're going to have zip ties from the midpoint back towards the control panel, holding this cable down here below. So I'm going to go ahead and zip tie these guys. I broke one of my zip ties, so I'm kind of hoping they threw in some extras. Looks like I got enough, so we're good. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go ahead and put them all on, but I'm not going to tighten them all the way down until I can see how I want the cable.
Yeah, I know.
And try to keep it out of my workspace and all that. We'll probably have to train this cable just like I did with my D1, but not a big deal. So I'm coming in from the bottom. I'm going to leave this slack on these zip ties in the bottom. Like I said, I'm not tightening them all the way up, guys. I'm just getting them around the cable and through the hole, and then I'm going to work it to where from the controller out to the gantry. All right, so I'm going to kind of tuck this in a little bit, get this first one right here underneath the machine, underneath the rails, snug that down. Wire cutters. And I'm going to work my way out toward the gantry, just ever so slightly, to the next one. And basically, just keep the slack out, continue toward the next one. That's all I'm doing. I'm going to leave all the slack that I can for the gantry. That way, hopefully, I don't have any cable management issues. Alright, so that's that. Got those put in. So I'm going to set this down now. And let's see what happens. Oh, I'm not liking that, guys. Yeah, we're gonna have to play with that. I see that now. Have to play with that eventually. So I mean, I guess as long as it doesn't do it in front of the gantry, it'll be okay. But I may wind up playing with that once I get this thing in service. I'm not crazy about that layout. So, moving on to the next phase. Alright guys, I almost forgot one. I'm going to insert this. This is after I got it in the enclosure, but don't forget the little white cable that connects the limit switches. Yeah, don't forget that. Alright guys, for the next phase, we're down to this monstrous head. Alright, I did notice that in the packaging it comes with the air assist, but it also has a little stopper, I guess, in case you don't have air assist. So, and the air assist nozzle does have a little seal like piece on it here. So I'm going to go ahead and put that in and try to get that started. Now I would be very careful with this, because you do not want to strip the threads on this thing. So be careful and make sure that it's lined up before you start putting any pressure on it. It shouldn't be all that tight. Once you get it tight, what I'm going to do, because I want to make sure it's good and snug, but I don't want to get it too tight, is I'll just use this little pair of pliers here. And I'm just going to cinch that down maybe a quarter of a turn, not even that much, with that pair of pliers, just to make sure I got a good seal there. But that's equipped and ready for the air assist now, which I think is awesome. I think Xtool did a good job of including all this for the air assist. And this machine will be running my Xtool air assist. I have another air assist, but it's going to go on my D1, my 10 watt. Once I get that up and going, get this one up and going. So what I'm going to do now is just pull the gantry back here to me, and I've got to get the cable that goes to the laser head, and I don't want this thing bending steeply. I want it to line up the way it's supposed to be, so I'm just going to kind of orient this to where it's going to be, but then twist it to make the connection here. It's got that same little. I'm just checking right here to make sure that there's no sharp edges on that, because I know y'all guys saw the horror stories. You know what? Give me just a minute. I'm going to show you a little hack for this too. Alright guys, call me overcautious or whatever you want to call me, but I am going to take a piece of heat shrink and I'm going to put right there where that piece of metal is. And all this is basically a buffer that will be between the wire and this module, this little piece of metal right here. And hopefully, if there is a sharp edge on that, it won't give me any problems. I don't feel one, but I'm probably going to go ahead and just put me a piece of heat shrink on there, just to be sure. Okay.
11.
All right.
12.
As long as they didn't make it tight enough to where that's gonna cause an issue, I prefer to have it on there. Let's see here. Lay this guy down to where I can use both hands. This one's got the splines on it as well. You'll hear a little snap once this completely engages. It's good and snug, shouldn't let anything move. Pink shrink's doing the trick. Got a little bit extra barrier on there. So we'll slide this down on there. And I know I've heard a lot of people complaining about once they get the module on there, not being able to tighten and loosen this screw. And the way they built this thing, from my understanding, is this outer part is kind of like a little socket. The spring loader. So you got to pull that guy out, rotate it to where you want it, and then release it to catch the bolt, and it'll go in and out. Once you get it to where you need it, then it'll lock. See, so there we go right there. And the cool, I like this idea because once you get this thing installed, you turn it up, it's loose, one flip downward, and it's tight. And you can even take, if you want, and back that thing up a notch or two, so that it's even tight.
Open.
So I like that. X-Tool done good on that one. No need of redoing that or no aftermarket parts. So I like that idea. Easy up and down and lock. Now, I will tell you, that's an awful small little screw there, so be gentle. It's a little longer than it probably needed to be. Screw-wise, they could have probably took some of the threads off of that, either made the screw a little bigger or made that shoulder longer to make that a little stronger, but just be gentle with that guy. So, we got that on there, guys. Got it in there. I went ahead and jumped ahead. Page 22 is the thumb screw operation. So the next step that we've got to do is we've got to put a little card in. And let me make sure my camera's still recording. Oof, this thing's getting on my nerves, guys. It's time for a camera. Because I have a hard time with this, I'm going to flip this machine up. The card, it shows that the little bump on the side of the card goes toward the inside of the machine in this illustration. So I'm going to slide that guy in there and snap it in. Alright, what's the next step? Congratulations, we got it put together. Alright, so before I go to put mine into service, one last thing that I want to double check, and this is a Clack recommendation. This is not required, it's not in the books anywhere. I am going to recheck because, guys, I see so many people messaging me and asking me questions because they're having trouble with their machine and can't get it to cut out of line, and it almost always comes back to belt tension or timing. That's the only issues that I've really seen on a major scale. So, got that one. It's an 8 millimeters. Zero my caliber again just to make sure. And all I'm doing is resting it in behind the caliber and pulling it up until it touches, and then pulling it straight out. So 7.8 on the second go around. So now I know that's the side that came from the factory. So this one's at about 7.2. So this one's a little tighter. So I'm gonna loosen this side over here up just a little bit. And I'm going to put a little more tension on this side. Or a little less tension. My target here is 8 millimeters. That's where I want to be. I feel like that's going to be a good, happy medium. So there's 8 millimeters on this side. Let me reconfirm this side over here. Just like I said, this is one of the biggest problems that I see, and a lot of people want to blame it on X-Tool, and it's not. 7.7. Yeah, I'm going to go tighter with this side. I like the way that 7.7 on the other side feels, so I'm gonna go over here on this side and pull it down to about that 7.7 mark. .7. Alright, tightening it down, guys. That's where I want it. So, from the two tensioning screws right here on the back stops, I've got 7.7 millimeters between the back of that little block and the back wall on both sides. And both sides of the belt feel and sound good. And the one final test that seems to be a pretty decent little test is going to see if it slides. So it slides pretty well. It's not slamming. It's not refusing to move. So I think that's going to be adequate. All right, guys. While I'm here, I'm going to answer a question that I've been asked in relation to my jigs and stuff, and that is the X-Tool D1 and the new Pro, are they the same? And while there appears to be a slight deviation in my two machines here, it's not much. I mean, it doesn't actually look like it's any larger. It appears to be the same. I do know that some of the machines, I've had some reports of folks saying that their machines are a little wider, but in my case, my original machine here and the new Pro appear to be really, really close to being the same. So we're going to be putting my jig back on this guy as we put it in the enclosure, so stick around for just a moment. Alright guys, for those of you that have been asking me, and I have put my jig holder over on the Pro, and let me just go and say this. When I built this, there is occasionally a need for some user input on it, alright? I made this thing close enough tolerances that it's pretty precise. Now, there are occasionally some variations in these legs. If you get that, and I had a little bit of a too snug of a fit when I put it on there. I didn't like the way it slid on. So all you need to fix that is a piece of sandpaper, and the way you do it is basically just take that sandpaper, fold it, and then just reach in there and just a little bit at a time until you get it to where it is a very snug fit, but it doesn't move. You don't want to. The problem with me making these holes bigger is if I made the holes in this bigger, and your machine is one way or the other, that's going to let this piece slide from side to side or from front to back, okay? The way my jig kit works, if this piece moves, so does your jig. So I intentionally make these so tight that you may, on occasion, need to get a piece of sandpaper and kind of sand the edge of that hole to get it to fit to where it slides on there easily, but it's not loose and it doesn't move. Because the more movement you get in this, the less accuracy you're going to have out of your jig. So, but for those guys that were asking if my design would fit this machine, it definitely does fit the machine, and looks like it would be just as effective as it is on the D1, on the regular D1. So there you have it, guys, for those that's asking. Alright guys, as you can see, I have vacated the 10 watt from the enclosure, and I'm still gonna be using it. I'm gonna give it a new home. I've got a air assist that it's gonna be getting, but I'm gonna keep my D1 air assist because I have it plumbed through my enclosure and everything. I'm gonna keep it where it's at. So we're gonna set the 20 watt in here and go ahead and try to get the air assist connected and make sure that my honeycomb feet accommodate this guy, because you know mine are actually screwed into the bed of my machine. So if there's any variation, I may have to make adjustments to get these guys to work. Alright guys, for those of you that asked for a video of the Pro being put together and installed, there it is. I'm gonna go ahead and try to get this out there because I know I've heard of there's a couple of people message me saying that they're waiting on a video before they try to put theirs together. So I'm gonna go ahead and try to get this pushed out. I'm gonna go inside, take a break for a minute, let the cameras cool down, charge, and then I'll be coming back out here, and I'm gonna also go through the computerized setup process, installing the software. I haven't downloaded the software or anything, so we're gonna switch over to the computer for the next video, and I'm gonna run it solely off the computer. And we're gonna do one of downloading the new software, updating the firmware, and then putting it into motion, setting up Lightburn, all that good stuff. But we'll be doing that off of the computer here just a little bit once I take me a break and get this video here prepped for all you guys that's out there waiting on it. So I appreciate you stopping by. If you hadn't already, guys, hit the subscribe button. I'm also going to be taking my D1, my Xtool D1 10 watt, and it's going to be using the new ComGrow air assist that y'all may have seen the video where I did it on it. I'm going to be running that and the ComGrow enclosure on my 10 watt temporarily until I can get it a shelter built. And I'm going to build another enclosure similar to this one, but I've been asked for blueprints, measurements, dimensions, and a video. And so the next enclosure that I build, like this one, I will be doing a blueprint that I will make available to everybody free of charge. I will have a video showing you the steps that I go through, and just kind of walk you through the process and show you the dimensions. And like I said, I'm not a very good artist. I may try to draw this thing up in a software or something so it looks better, but I'll even give you the dimensions and all that and try to blueprint it out so you'll have that. But that's it for today, guys. So I appreciate you stopping by, and if you haven't already, hit the subscribe button, hit the bell so you can get reminders when I drop a new video, because now that I've got the new Pro in, we're gonna be doing some testing. I'm gonna be doing some playing around with some different materials, and it's gonna be fun. So come back and see us, and have a good day.
I got crispy, really creamy.
Chocolatey. Is that hazelnut? Life gets bueno.
That's ludicrous, but I got you. Hang on. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
happy to get it lifted off. I was afraid I was gonna break something, guys. Y'all don't know how many times I've just muscled up for something and then it came off in 2 pieces. So I was trying to be delicate with it because it is plastic. I didn't want to break any clips. I didn't want to overlook a screw or anything. But that's why I have those little plastic pry bars that you use to take the trim off and stuff. And it lets you leverage over the clips. But it doesn't scratch it or break it or anything like that. It's plastic. It's a, I got a whole set of them. They were just little plastic pry bars. Like an interior and disassembled or something. But they're plastic. If you have a 3D printer, you can make your own. Those came with an auto forensic kit that I had a little something in. Where you can take the, when you have a car and your phone connects to the car, there's certain data that the car retains, and in order to take the module out and do a forensic review of that module, you have to disassemble the dash, take certain pieces of trim off and stuff like that to get in there to connect to it, to build the data with it. So I went to a class and they gave us a toolkit to assist with that. So it's actually the name of the company that makes the software. Their name's on the tools. So it looks like, guys, all we're really waiting on is ventilation and the water. So, well, it's gonna be going out to a 4-inch hose and being pulled with a 6-inch fan. So that's what we're doing. I gotta get that hooked up. So let me grab this hose. Mark, it is expensive. I'll give you that. I will say this too. I've looked at some of the other CO2 under CO2s and all the desktop CO2s. But if you compare it to the machines and it's for stickers and buffers, I think that's kind of what they were aiming for, the buffer market. And I don't know if y'all check, those things are cheap either. So I think that's who they intended this machine to be for. And I do know that to get something compared to this, it's, with all the features that has built into it, I've had the bare bones M40, and it's bare bones. I mean, yes, you can go out doing small stuff, but I'm interested to see what this thing's capable of. I hope it blows my socks off for capability now. I just don't know what the heck I'm going to do. I think it's a lot bigger than the S1. I don't vacate the S1's car. The S1 is so much lighter. But yeah, I agree, Jack. And like I said, hey, when Xtool says, would you like to try out a do? Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, but you know what? It's supposed to be a layered. Wait. Undo. Shoot.
Alright. We will be waiting on Mr. O'Brien. So let me see what kind of comments we have.
Second.
Yeah, John, it's running that 3-inch hose going into my 4-inch hose using my adapter, and then there's a 4-inch fan at the other end of it. So, oh, driveway on the road, guys. And distilled water is soon to be delivered. Oh, she's getting closer. It'll be here in a minute. We're fixing to be cooking with grease. Jeremy, not if you can print your own. You can print all kind of adapters and stuff. Yeah, Jack, the storm got a little rough. Some of the stuff outside the shack got thrown around. I did have to cut a tree as I was leaving to go to work this morning. But yeah, luckily the tree, I told my wife, she's like, I hope we don't lose any trees. I'm like, I don't care if we lose trees. We got plenty more of them. I just hope trees don't fall on nothing important or nothing expensive. And we got lucky on that. So, all it fell was across the right-of-way.
Top layer.
And it almost caught the power line, but
Top layer.
luckily it didn't. The power did go out one time last night here in the shack. I was in the middle of testing out a machine, and it just
Top layer.
But anyway, guys, what do you think about that big old table over there on the second subject? There should be. Water has arrived, guys. Oh, that's the big thing. That's a 2-gallon jug. Big old jug. All right, well, we have distilled water. You want to say that? No. But you did bring us some more. Let's get back to the measurement here. Thank you. I appreciate it very much. Brian and him said I owe you. Okay. Guess we all agree on that. Alright. So we wound up going with 700 milliliters of antifreeze. And then 400 milliliters pure hot water. First, measure. You know what? Looks like we're going to put all of our antifreeze in there first. And we'll leave 300 milliliters in the jug. Then we'll use that that to measure the water. How about that? That works, right? That's be nice, guys. Kitchen, I got measured. Hey, it said negative 20. It does actually get down. I've seen it get down to negative 5 or 10 years. Where's our water? We'll find water for you. Yep. Yeah. Luckily, I do spray herbicide from time to time. Just got to clean the dust out of the measuring things. I forgot I even had that. I didn't think about it having. But I use it for bug spray and herbicides and such. So now we got the first filling done. Connect the power. That's going to let it prime itself. I'm assuming. Once it primes itself before we run the laser, we've got to do the second filling. But it says wait for 30 seconds for the water level to descend. I mean, basically they're priming it, filling in the tube and everything. So let's do that.
Okay. So first we're going to cut out First layer. So, 1, 2, 3. 3 layers. I just wanted to engrave it to see what it looked like. Okay, are you ready? First layer. I check. That's good.
Yeah, Billy, what was the problem?
Check engraving settings.
Slipping on the roller, or was it an LPI issue? It looked like to me it was slipping on the roller when you had it set
100,
to different layers.
30% constant power.
I kind of like feedback, so I know I'm right. If it wasn't,
12.
I know what it was, so that the next person asks me, I can maybe give them a different approach. What's up, Joseph? How are you there, fella?
Library.
Some fire trucks tonight.
T5.
Joseph's one of my local firefighters that works here at City of Clayton with us. And y'all know firefighters, really all they do is they sleep till they get sleep. And occasionally they wash the truck.
Hi, boy.
Yeah, Billy.
Yes, I can.
Like a weight of some type for that.
And yesterday when you unlocked the big freezer,
Go ahead and invest in it.
you get the key back in
It's
it.
the biggest chuck on the market.
Cause I took it.
Somebody might steal it.
I took it.
The RA2,
Oh, you took it?
our limit did that 25.
I did just wake up from a nap.
Yeah.
250.
Yeah, and I was getting a little bit hungry.
Okay.
So I wanted to call you to unlock the big freezer so
Okay.
I can do some pancakes.
Okay.
It doesn't let it shift.
I'm coming.
Blair, I haven't ordered the big
Okay.
CNC yet.
Alright, bye. Love you, bye.
Mitsu coming that I'm going to use for a while. It's going to be 650 Pro Girl, so it's going to be like 600 by 500. I do have it coming. I want to use it for a while. Steve's got one. Like I've seen the video that he did on his. And I'm going to set mine up similar to his, except I went ahead and got the Makita router instead of the Bauer that he's using. But I already have all my relays, my dust collection, and all that set up on my table. And I even run a little CNC job last night on my little CNC. It was the very first CNC job done on the table. And some people were concerned that my table might move with the CNC. And I understand that's not a big CNC. So it's not going to shift it as much as a big one. But while the job was running last night, I tried to move the table, and I don't see it moving. If it's moving, I may be running way too fast for the CNC. But yeah, I've got the Genitsu 6050 is what will be here soon. All right, let's go check, see if all of our little buttons. It looked like it was mostly full.
Yeah, he's been fucking sleeping all day.
Get in and there you go.
He didn't just wake up from a nap.
Magnetizer over the screws.
Lay down.
Alright. So, yeah, Blair, I saw a video you did of that TCC 450. It looks very comparable. Actually, it might be a little bit sturdier built than the 450. But I couldn't tell everything about it. It looked like a good machine. Well, I've got a camera over there, but that's all that you can get. My bad, guys. We're fixing to
Oh my God.
and see how well that goes.
Yes, child.
So, number one, you didn't give me a long time to, you locked the big freezer without me putting sprinkle pancakes in. My mom said,
Just put them in the regular freezer and don't eat them all.
okay. So, I'm just gonna, okay. Love you, bye.
Love you, bye. Did I put that on constant power? Yes, I did.
No, I'm gonna say
No, I did not.
CNC numbers. You know what's going on there. That's gonna be when the CNC lives. They'll get the big one. And until then, the smaller one will go there. Which I say smaller, it's actually gonna be twice as big as the one around the world. Alright, to the screen, guys. Let's see. Well, come on. XCS, not much strong point. Let's see here. I don't believe you get this point.
Delush. Is that a word? It is now.
Life gets bueno.
Dry skin? Soothed. There's before, then there's Aquaphor.
I don't know why I said this. It fucking. How many? You 12 times.
I mean, driver's guide.
85.
Things like that. So I'm gonna need Joe yet to get some downloads. So it's gonna be enough. Let's create a space. Two. There is an driver, so there was no, I did not see no thumb drive or anything. Let's try watching XCS again. Man, watch Steve video for that.
Huh.
So you got 29. Flip this. Flip there. There you go, flip. It's on. You see? It could be my USB mode. Let me grab a USB.
You know I'm having too much fun here, right? Right? For that. And this is double, right? Yeah. So 24.
Let me see if there is let me get my maybe there was typically you just turn on XCS and maybe there's a step in this. Get everything filled up. Order it on. So let's just look up. They want XCS. Okay. We're doing it right. Alright. I didn't care what my machine does. That's terrible for a live. I'll reboot the machine does. Let me go to the devices here, see what it's showing up there. Then it's going to make me do a reboot. It says it can learn, and I'm pretty sure you lose some functionality. I know there's a lot of how to connect people. Now there are some things that YouTube can do that you'll lose if you use LiveLearn. That's why you don't want to XCS. We'll try to refresh this connection one more time here. And I may just try to see if it's either Wi-Fi, but typically you got to connect it to the But yeah, I've done power cycling. And it could be my probably the computer needs to be rebooted. If that's the case, it's not going to keep you alive. That's going to create a problem.
So it's
somebody did make a good recommendation though. There's an XCS app I could connect when I have a rebuild computer. Let's see what's going on here. Could do a couple of installs there. Let's see. Hey! Alright! There we went. I guess it needed to be unplugged from this other cable and plugged up, so there it goes. P2 right there. Yes, switch to P2.
Ritz Fresh Things. Grab and go for a perfect playground day.
Yeah, John, it does curve surface engraving, doing wraps. It has several functionalities that the P2 can do in XCS. Yes, you can do the basic operation with iPhone, but then you lose those functionalities. It also has two cameras. It's got the high-up camera that you look at right on the screen, as well as the high focus or zoom camera. So those are the two functionalities that I know you'll lose right out of the gate. Kind of like with the S1, you lose that being able to use those pins to calculate your work area, which is actually really handy with you. It's telling me not to do anything. Be patient. So we're just going to sit here and let those play for a minute. That's all for somebody like myself who is really hard for me. Just sit here and wait. We're going to try to do that. It's a little quicker. Do it. How's y'all's nuts going tonight? We're saying they're the new machine together. But yeah, like I said, the P2, I have been working so bad to get me a bigger sound. Because I mean, like I said, I have currently, up until this day, showed up the cheapest made, which is the K40 140. It's all the same. K40s and M40s are the same. It's not a bad machine. It helps you understand how they work. Mine was hyper compatible, which is cool. But you can only do an 8x12 for a period. And I'm trying to do it. Man, and it's really hard. It's so limited. I couldn't put a jump in there. No tumblers on it. CO2s, to me, seem like they do a better job with tumblers as far as interacting with all the different colors. So I really wanted to be able to try tumblers or CO2. Right. And they progress does. Patience paid off. So we'll confirm that. Alright, before I get started, I just want to make sure we don't have any kind of updates or anything because everything. Because if you're not, you can have a hard time. I know. It says slats for that. Lasers. Wait a minute. What if you've got honeycomb in there? Is that going to change it? I don't think that shouldn't change anything. This is the honeycomb even said E2 honeycomb. So I'm guessing we're good. Alright. Material, guys. Material. Let's get some. Let me fix this material. So let's see what's first. Yeah, we're supposed to actually have some snow here next week. It's supposed to be in the 18 degrees. But I'm done, like I said, I actually saw it once or twice get down like below freezing. I don't know that I'll get below zero. Okay, so we're doing the other machine. See how that works. So if I'm correct, this works the way it does in some of the other machines. When refresh this picture, it should automatically detect the material.
Hey, are you at Page? Huh? Page?
Here, this is a shadow. So,
You should look for one of them little tiny air valves.
that in there. That little 10 by 10 circle right here. I'm going to set this circle to cut. Would see material here. So we got that set. Click this little button right here. We go to array, material cut array, power and speed. This is a cut. Power maximum 100. I'm guessing.
Okay, I have something for you to figure out.
Do 75%.
On
10 to 250. I don't think it's
what is
put it right there in the top corner.
15/64.
I do know too that with this
1654 inches in decimal.
I do know with this machine you have better camera view and command and everything. It might let me go over here. I guess because the camera is on the right side. We'll just go with the overhead camera. It should be close to
What?
that.
Is 15.
Wait a minute. Let me check, make sure the AirSys settings that I set from the other machine should have it.
2344.
Sensor. Feel bright. Gray will run 30%.
It's not what I got here. Correct. Decimal to inches. No, I want inches.
Okay, flame alert. Alright, let's see what happens. Here we go.
$23.43. $23.43. Cut.
It ain't quiet. For those of y'all that matters to, I need to know it's not quiet out here. I don't smell wood burning, but that's good. I don't know if y'all can see it, but it's making some smoke now, guys. That 4-inch fan I got on the end as well as the 3-inch, you can see that smoke getting out of there quick. So, not having any problem with the smoke piling up. You can see, I think you can see it right there. Yeah, the e-stop, Chris, is on the right back corner. It's kind of an odd place for an e-stop. You'd think it'd be right there on the top where you could slam it, but it's not.
It's 16.14 millimeters. Oh, this converts it. 0.21, 75 inches. Edit.
Chocolatey.
Yum-tastic, tasty.
Point.
Life gets
21,
bueno.
75. No.
I do like lighting. It's got some good lighting. Let's see if I can turn that lighting up a little bit. For y'all's viewing later. Feel like brightness. Yep. Okay, yeah, that changes the inside lighting. I'll put the inside lighting at 15. So I turn that over there. Then I can put that at 5. Yeah, and y'all can actually see pretty good with the top of it, especially if I lower the camera down. Alright. Back to the screen. Alright, so I'm going to update my reel, my picture here. For some reason, after I captured this close, now when I hit refresh, it's still doing that close picture. We'll capture all of that. I want to capture the whole image. Hey, what in the world? Capture close view. Already did that. And
Laser.
we'll capture the whole picture.
Pause.
There we go. So it was refreshing the picture. It's just you have to delete that image that you taken. Yeah. So you have to so I'm guessing you do capture close view, you come in here and you take a picture of that. Still go down there, so take a picture of it. It's gonna leave it in the work area unless you right click and delete close view. Okay. Alright, yeah. That's interesting. Alright, so let's find something here that I can do. That may take a while. That's not a deer flag. It's an eagle flag. Settings. It says 10% power, 200 speed. This is their material and everything. I guess maybe they know what they're talking about. That's the image, and that's the races. Let's see what that does. Yeah, the e-stop placement could have been better. I mean, that's just where it's at. One thing I will say is right now, the machine's running cool. It's saying 19 degrees. Readout. I haven't really done a whole lot of heavy lifting with it, but it's running at low power. We'll see. As I run through the paces and do more with it, we'll get it. Yeah, see, I don't worry about how loud machines are, guys, because I just put these on and jam them. See, I can't hear it now. I put my music on, and it don't matter if I'm playing it, CNCing, it don't matter. I just put those on and let it go. That's right, Chris. Wait till I get my big CNC over there. For sure, it's not going to be quiet. I know my dust extraction is definitely not quiet. CNC is probably going to be not even heard over that wind chip collection I got hanging over there. So, but yeah, Brad, finally looking for a home for the Montfort. So, Montfort, sorry, this thing is definitely replacing the one that I had for 2 years now. And I haven't done all the upgrades and stuff, and I needed it actually built pretty well. But I don't got room, I don't have a need for it now, because this is 55 watt versus 40 watt, bigger work area with this machine, integrated chiller, whereas my other one has an external chiller. So I have no need for more anymore. So, Brian, it is 71.6 in here right now. This past year, I saved my money up and I put myself in a 1.5 ton mini split. So even though my building is very drafty, with that 1.5 ton unit, it keeps it warm enough that you can just wear a hoodie or, I mean, I could probably be alright with a t-shirt tonight. I'm actually a little warm, but it keeps it warm enough even on the really cold nights. So just power it down. Let's see what it is. So, it's got a little yellowing on it, but the detail come out really nice. This is not the best camera. So, it's a pretty good detail. Turned out nice. Now, me, personally, it needs to be excited. Okay. It'll focus. Work with me, Logitech. Focus down. Focus. Oh, it's turn. So there you go. Looks nice. It's really, really good detail. I'm impressed with the detail. I was thinking that it'd be a 55 watt. Maybe the detail would be less than what I was used to, but no. But it looks pretty decent. Pretty good. We'll make it do this. Tim Carter, we're watching. We'll fix it find out. Alright, so my buddy here locally, Tim Carter, asked me this. Asked me if I would do it.
God.
This guy. This is some kind of acrylic. Maybe I'm not trying to get it. It's like, this stuff is massive. This is like the acrylic right here. It says it's an inch. It's not a full tooth, so yes. This is very close to an inch thick. Even if it's over, this was one of the like years gone by.
What? Oh my God. Oh. 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 What are you nosing around for? Huh? Get out of here. Out. You don't need to be over there. What? Oh. Stop nosing around. You're not going to find the food. You're not going to find the food. What? You don't know where the food is. Haha. What? You don't know where the food is. Oh my God. What? What? You're trying to find the food. You're not going to find the food. You're not going to find the food. Come on, let's go back in the house. Go.
probably going to wait on doing that until they go out and rest on there. So that way, it's in the 24 or something. I do not want to lay it directly on the base of the chair. Turn the back of so we'll put that on hold. I've been putting a riser kit on. I do have it. I don't know how much trouble it is, but I want to play this thing before I put the riser on it. We'll save this for another video. How about that? What I do have is this is the external. I guess I could leave it on there saying like this, since it is an Apple machine. So, we'll leave it on there. That's all I'll do with that.
Fucking snowing again. What the fuck? You got some snow everywhere, brother? Fuck.
Ooh, I'm gonna do a grade test. I'm gonna need to take a picture. We put this right there. Here, let me peel that back for my grade test. I do not want to I'll give it that. I mean, I would expect it to flow pretty smoothly from this process. Good. All right, so a little quick aim.
Okay. I guess it's time to do this.
Yeah, it's time.
A lot of people have been wondering if we're quitting YouTube. And honestly, I haven't really known what to say. The truth is, we're quitting YouTube. And this is our last time. Okay, the kids are starting to go crazy, which means we're leaving them with Cindy. Cindy, we'll be back. Hopefully they won't be ragged. Oh. The neighbors are for you this winter. We are on our way out of the house. The kids are pumped full of red dye. Let's go.
Let's do it,
We're
yeah.
gonna get out of here. Also, give me that. You can't chew on bottles. You're not a fish in the ocean. That's like throwing it away.
Bye, gotta
Oh, bye, Michael.
Bye, Arby.
Don't call me Arby's. What does that mean? She's been calling me Arby's for 3 days for me. I don't know what to do about it. Is she saying I smell like roast beef? I don't get it.
No, it's your wrestling name.
Why is my wrestling name Arby's? Okay.
It's what she chose for you.
I'm getting out of the house, dude. I don't get it. Why did she call me Arby's?
I don't know. It's just a name she came up with.
Does she know what Arby's is? Oh my god. It's bad.
I don't know. Probably.
Here's a question.
What?
What is up with a corn dog and a plate in your car? Are you sneaking off eating again?
No!
What is this?
Mind your business.
I gotta know what's going on.
Mind your business.
She's like leaving the house to go park and eat corn dogs in a paper plate.
Leave me alone.
Oh my god. Bridget, you got a problem.
What?
Can't leave the family so you can park behind a dumpster and eat corn dogs.
Mind your business.
Did you really do that?
Yes.
When was this?
None of your damn business.
When did you leave to eat a corn dog in the car? Yeah, this
I don't get out much.
So for fun, Bridget's like, we heat up a corn dog, put it on a paper plate, and then go park and eat it.
Okay. You know, stop.
I don't believe the story. You had another corn dog in that mouth. I need to know what it is.
It was that corn dog. I parked it in Target parking lot and I ate it.
What?
Yeah.
It is officially day. I am hanging out with this one right here. I wish it was Mila Kunis, but you know, gotta take what we can get.
I wish it was Leonardo DiCaprio.
Sorry, babe, you're about 5 years too old for him. He would have left you at 25. You were 30 at your age.
You were at 15. Shut up.
At least I'm
Shit,
not...
maybe even 10 with your freaking toys.
Okay.
There's a toy room at your age or
Okay. It's okay.
Hey, 36 years old, still can't drive.
Okay.
Nothing won't learn.
Why you call me fighting my life here, bro?
Shower.
Why are you coming from my throat like this? Oh my God. Hey! I'll tell you one thing, if I did have a license, I wouldn't drive to the Target parking lot to eat corn dogs.
That's right, you would drive to a toy store, you dork.
I can't keep doing this. Okay? I want a divorce. That's what I got. I got fight or flight, and I want out. I don't think I'm happy anymore. Stop laughing so hard, okay? That I don't like either.
Okay, we got this horrible fight the other day. This little piece right here, he wrote me this long message on how he doesn't think he can do it anymore, and I'm just like, I blocked him. I don't got time for
She
it.
did. She went blogging on everything. TikTok, Snapchat, Twitter, YouTube. I couldn't message her anywhere. Then, like a true obsessive dork, I got one of those fake numbers, and she blocked it too. Stop laughing at
That's
me.
why I blocked you.
You
We've been
need
together for
therapy
15
because you're
years.
turning into your father.
You need therapy because
You're delusional like your father.
your mom suffers delusions too, honey.
Okay.
Okay.
Are we divorcing in the car ride to our date day? What?
No.
Was that a good day?
It's a good day.
I hate her.
It is a good day.
Okay, we need to at least pretend that we love each other, okay? What are we doing tonight?
I got some stuff planned.
Come on, you know I don't like Ultra, and I can't stand that place.
Ulta, Michael, Ulta.
That's what I said. Girl Scout cookies. Let's get that instead.
Oh my, okay, let's do it after.
I f***ing hate
I need
Ultra.
to get moisturizer.
Go to Ultra, and I'm fine with that.
Yes, I have cash.
I need $500 in groceries.
Michael, come on, man.
How long are we going to be out here, dude? It's been an hour.
It's been like 40 seconds.
That can't be, dude. You looked at too much stuff.
I need to get more moisturizer.
I'm on like the verge of a mental breakdown because I hate this store.
It's not even been a minute.
Is this butt cream? Really?
Those attract wolf spiders.
What? Why is it for sale? How much longer are we going to be in here?
Oh my, mind your business.
Oh, this is so boring.
Oh my god, no. Ooh, I need this.
God, What is this stuff?
It's really good stuff. Oh, this is it?
What?
Do you want foam or like a soap for your dry skin?
Huh? I can't believe this, dude. I hate it here.
What?
I hate it.
Oh my God.
There's people everywhere. They're all looking at me because I'm filming. They're like, what are we doing here? What's next? This music's all copyrighted.
I know. I need to find like an eye thing for my freaking crow's feet. Instantly hydrates up to 48 hours. This is what you want.
I thought you already got something.
That's for your face. Like when you finally take a shower and like scrub your face. But this is for after.
How much stuff do I need?
And you have the driest skin I've ever seen.
Look at this one. It's got caffeine in it.
I don't know anything about that.
I want out. Okay, so we left the Ulta to come to the beauty section at Target?
Yes!
This is not how I wanted to spend our date. This is our date?
Okay, Michael, there's things I need to do.
We are seriously looking at vacuums right now, guys. Look at this. What?
I'm coming for these.
Oh, these are clear. I'm down to do that. Okay, there's candy everywhere and twice the amount of people in the room. What do we do?
Do you want the caramel eggs?
Where are they?
Right behind you. Michael, no, put the box down. Just get the caramel eggs. Oh, that has no sugar in it. Michael.
I just want to see Sour Patch Kids.
Phew. Put it back.
Are you serious?
Michael, yes. Holy crap, dude.
We're gonna have a real conversation with you. How many boxes of Girl Scout cookies am I getting?
2.
Holy fuck.
I need 5. They do a 5 for 20 each.
Okay, whatever.
And your mom gets none.
And my mom is getting some.
Then you better pull out more cash, because she's not getting my 5.
Are you good, homie?
No, dude, I ate a bunch of chorizo cheese dip. Not funny, bro. I think I really I'm in bad shape, bro.
Why don't you just go, like, in the store? Michael, just go in the store.
No!
There's probably a bathroom way in the back. What are you doing now? I know!
Please.
Oh my god, like...
Did you see the picture I posted of you? Why don't you focus on that?
What picture?
I posted an ugly photo of you.
What?
Show the camera.
Okay, why would you post this?
Guys, I wanted to post Bridget eating.
They're saying I look like Tina!
Oh, wow, yeah, you do.
I do not look like Tina!
What, dude?
Okay, first of all, you said I was feeding?
Yeah, that's what you're doing, bro. You're feeding.
I was eating food!
You didn't give your reputation.
I do not look Tina!
Hey, they don't think you look like Tina.
Okay.
You don't look like Bridget. You do look like Tina. We are on our way home to our kids, you guys. That was our date. We hung out at Ultra, we went to Target to get some candy, and then ate Mexican food, and that's it. We're doing, like, we don't love each other enough to have real fun. All right, you guys, the impromptu taste test. The new Mr. Beast bar. Because the last one was atrocious.
I remember. That thing was
Bad.
disgusting.
Really horrible. Like diarrhea water. Even though I know Mr. Beast, I keep it 100, dude. Last time I told you how I actually felt about his candy.
Yeah, I mean, it's so disgusting. You can't even lie.
They would know I would lose all my credibility if I said that last name was good.
Right?
So we're about to try the new Mr. Beast milk chocolate. This is the milk crunch, which I guess is like the version of the Nestle Crunch or something.
Okay.
First of all, it's tiny.
Okay, I don't like the size of that thing.
Beast, this. Paid like $3 for this. It better be good. My hopes are one. It does look crunchy.
Oh my god, it does. It looks like freaking Acme.
Oh god, yeah. It looks like my skin. Oh god.
What? I'm just thinking about the crunches right now.
Me too. This is the crunchiest milk I ever had.
Really?
Dude.
I'm gonna try.
Sometimes you get candy that promises to have like Rice Krispies in it.
Yeah.
And it just doesn't. For instance, come here. Look. Yeah, it's just real crunchy, right?
Yeah, I hate those things.
I'll break up with you. It's very crunchy.
No, I hate those things.
Look! Oh, really?
Can I
Look.
try it?
No, I mean the whole thing.
I want to try it.
Oh. Here we go.
Oh.
Isn't that good?
Oh, it's so good.
He is not paying me for this review, but I wish he would. Mr. Beast, give me $10,000 in a briefcase. Okay, right off the bat, look at me. Okay? Get the pen down. I am an expert on food, and I'm telling you, this is incredible.
Yeah, it really is.
How is it so crunchy?
I don't know. I've never had like a crunchy chocolate like that before.
This might be the best crunchy chocolate I ever had. Mr. Beast, you've done it. Congratulations. Just Google my address and send that briefcase. Whatever attack Mr. Beast, so I get a briefcase of money.
What?
I need it. I'm broke.
Stop saying we're broke.
It's funny.
But no, it's not. It's not.
Is this yours or mine? It really is so good.
It's so fire.
Let's go and talk about our retirement. Okay. I guess it's time to do this.
Yeah, it's time.
A lot of people have been wondering if we're quitting YouTube. And honestly, I haven't really known what to say. The truth is, quitting YouTube. And this is our last one. I told you last year I am never quitting. I don't care if there's one person watching and we're uploading it for him. Okay? I'm uploading YouTube. Okay? If I don't, I'll go crazy. So I've noticed a lot of comments from people asking, like, if we're quitting YouTube, what's going on, because we started uploading less. And I mean, like, way less. The truth is, there's been a lot going on behind the scenes that we can't talk about. And I guess we just kind of retreated. The truth is, I didn't even really notice that we weren't uploading as much until I started to see comments about how much people missed us.
Right? Oh my god.
I was like, wait, when was our last upload?
Like 7 days ago.
Then I started seeing a bunch of people saying, like, oh, he quit YouTube because his views have dropped. And guys, that could not be further from the truth. Is it true? Of course that's not true. Again, I would upload for one person. Okay, I gotta say, if I'm uploading for one person, they're getting like one video a month. I'm not gonna, like, forget it. Low views have nothing to do with it. However, admittedly, it is a little depressing when you feel like the platform doesn't care. We went from uploading 30 videos a month to like 10. And unfortunately, YouTube is run by an algorithm.
Yes.
And that was not a smart decision. So when we went from 30 videos a month to like 10, the algorithm saw that as 20 videos per month and view loss.
Yeah.
The algorithm runs YouTube, and because we take these breaks, it pushes us further out. It doesn't want us to grow with the platform. But it's not going to stop us because we're gonna.
Yeah, we're gonna always upload.
Behind the scenes, there has been a lot of stuff going on, and I can't talk about it right now, and it's been averting our attention.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like, this year just didn't start off really
This has been a terrible year, and it's continuing to be terrible, and I can't talk about it right now. We can't get into it, but I can promise you that I want to fix it. I have this mental problem where if I go longer than like a week without uploading, I start to seriously freak out, and I get the shakes. It's like alcohol withdrawal. You know what I mean? It's like why am I not uploading?
Hey, Cracker Barrel Cheese, tonight's the night. And boy, you are going to shine. Bold, rich, and smooth. Wow, that's impressive. Cracker Barrel Cheese. Impressive every time.
Whatever your business needs, Vistaprint can print it. Yeah, Vistaprint. Like Rachel needed fun packaging, so Vistaprint designed and printed new stickers, tape, and thank you cards. Corley and Ducky needed to get their brand out there, so they printed new t-shirts, bottles, and caps. And Tasha, well, she needed a total refresh, so Vistaprint made her a new logo, and that, all that. Because with Vistaprint, the printabilities are endless. Print it all with 25% off for new customers at Vistaprint.com.
Yeah, I feel like when you get the shakes, you definitely gotta start uploading.
I have to upload. That's why I'm uploading right now. I realize it's been longer than a week, and I'm really starting to freak out about it.
I really want to get back to 3 a week.
We have to change our habits. We have to get back to the fans that are giving so much to us.
Yes.
So that's what we're doing. We're going to start uploading more. And if you, it's our guys' emails, if you watching this video have any ideas that you want us, If you have any ideas that you want us to try to
Get
do
your
it,
finger out of my face.
what are you like a chimpanzee at the zoo? What's going on?
Yes, I do not like any ants around my face.
If you want this girl right here, let us know in the comment section what you want us to upload, because we are open to suggestions, except for hate comments. We're not doing that.
No, we're definitely doing hate comments.
I can't mentally handle it.
I need to read hate comments. It makes me feel joy.
What?
I need to feel something.
You're feeling nothing?
I feel absolutely nothing.
That's like bad. That's a bad character trait, dude.
You're just kidding.
No, that's like.
It's a joke.
I want to see like you tired.
I don't prank, and it's on purpose.
So, let us know in the comment section, what do you want us to do? And I'll only take your comments serious if you actually like the blog too. So that's the thing, you guys. We are not going anywhere. We are not going to retire from YouTube.
No.
It's still fun.
It's so fun, and I love everyone. Everyone's so amazing.
Except the trolls.
Well, you know, they're okay too. They don't bother me.
That's going to be it for today, you guys. Thanks for watching. It was a great day. It was a weird...
When you open Blender for the first time, you'll see three...
Hey there, fellow creators.
This is my process of custom engraving 2000 hockey pucks. I'm doing a project.
Are you getting caught short in the rain? With the Bearskin Waterproof Soft Shell Jacket, you won't even need an umbrella. This is the ultimate waterproof tactical jacket. Why? Because it keeps you warm as a bear and dry as a bone. It's the only 9-pocket soft shell jacket that's fully waterproof on the outside and lined with bearskin fleece on the inside for totally watertight comfort wherever you are. Thousands of men and women love the original bearskin tactical hoodie, so we added some of that magic bearskin fleece to the lining of our waterproof soft shell jacket. The result, the world's first dual-layer tactical jacket with a water-repellent coating and a fleece lining to retain heat like a beast. Because honestly, wearing a plain rain jacket just isn't enough. First off, your rain jacket only lasts a few minutes before it wets out and sticks to your skin. And secondly, most rain jackets come with 2 flimsy pockets that get your valuables soaking wet. That's why the Bearskin Soft Shell Tactical Jacket comes with 9 waterproof silicone-sealed pockets and improved rainsulation technology that's fully adjustable to block the rain. You can use the waist toggles to get the perfect fit, and you can adjust the hood too, making it perfect for hiking, cycling, or working outdoors in any weather. Wearing a Bearskin waterproof tactical jacket feels like a shield against the rain, with the warmth of a fleece-lined bear hug on the inside. No more layers, no more cold. You're seeing this video because we want to offer you 60% off the Bearskin waterproof soft shell jacket with free delivery. Simply scan the QR code on the screen with your phone camera now to reserve your order. Or you can go to IHateTheRain.com to claim your discount. This limited time offer only runs for a short while, so scan the QR code on the screen right now to get your Bearskin waterproof tactical jacket. Shipping is free, so what are you waiting for? Because you know what's worse than buying an expensive rain jacket that gets soaked through? All the stuff inside your pockets gets totally...
Okay, so this is Lightroom. How to prepare a file for cut.
that is larger than the bed. So we input the file, in this case insert file, larger file, which comes in two groups, left page, right page, and left page. So grab this foreground and move it aside. Next, so we'll make it work. Second, so next I'm going to remove this. I'm going to remove the borders. So the border, remove the border, remove the border. Next we will create a mask. The mask is going to be proportional to a line. It can be from left, doesn't matter. It should be from left, it could be right, and black. And next I'm going to grab this and make it chisel layer 24. Okay, I'm going to make it disappear. Next, I'm going to stretch this line, this marquee, select the whole thing, and cut shapes. So now we have two groups, one on top of the other. And we're going to get the registration marks. We're going to make the registration marks red again. Because I need to print, and I also want to duplicate. Okay, let's select the registration mark. And I'm going to select the bottom part and make it blue. Now I can push my keyboard close. Let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. 10 times should be good. Alright. I'm going to move the top now. Okay. I'm going to move the whole thing. Now I can align. I'll put this on top. And make this to high momentum, because that's what I want. And here we do 300. So we do a fabrication. So we have perfect and it fits. Once we send this jump to the laser, once it's cut, then we rotate. And to rotate, we're just going to rotate twice and press the comma. One time, select it, comma, and press 2 times. And then we just basically align to the sides. Like first left and second. Okay. This part should be red. If you need to move it before aligning, it's perfectly centered. If you have to, we can align it. So you can reset it, and then it will be and that should work. This file is done. And you can do exactly the same thing on the other, which I'm going to do right now. And as I said, we're going to remove it. This particular one. Registration to do, and this is another one. So we can always remove the border and then remove it. Still good. Remove it again. And now I can remove the borders. Remove the borders. Okay, next I'm going to create the line. And now I'm going to do a mask.
duplicate it. And press 10 times the arrow down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then we grab the top.
I don't know why this one side's not cut through yet.
Grip the whole thing. See what it should be read. And with that, we are ready to print. So we can save the file. Click on Save As.
All I can think is the error.
And then we're going to go to the laser and start cutting.
Hey folks, so I was asked if I could cut a decoration for a kid's room. More specifically, I was asked if I could cut this file out of a piece of wood that is about 3 feet long, 3 feet by 1 foot. Now, my machine is not this large, and so this project is too big to fit on the bed of my machine and cut in one piece. So I thought this would be a great project to show you a couple of newer features in Lightburn that can make it easier for you to cut up projects and execute things that are larger than your laser bed. So there are a couple of parts to this. The first part is going to be taking this file and cutting it into the multiple sections needed so that each section is small enough to fit on your laser. And then the next part is aligning those sections so that you can make this look like it was all cut in one piece. And so to do the cutting, we're going to use a new tool in Lightburn called Cut Shapes. And the Cut Shapes tool acts remarkably like a cookie cutter. And so what I mean by that is you have a shape like this that is your cutter. You have a shape like this that is the thing you want to cut. And similar to the Boolean tools, you select both, you go Tools, Cut Shapes, and it doesn't look like it did anything, but Lightburn has actually broken this out into two pieces. One which is everything that was outside of the cutter, and one that is everything that was inside the cutter. And so if I was to make 3 squares, each one basically a panel that I want, I can use those squares to cut the project up into the pieces that are small enough that will fit on my machine. The next part of this is going to be aligning the different cuts so that they come out correctly. And for that, we're going to use the Print and Cut feature in Lightburn, which lets you register a cut to a set of registration marks. And so, in order to make this all work, we're going to put some registration marks in this project. And when we cut out one section, it will emit a couple of registration marks along with it. And then we'll use those to line up the next section with the previous one. And we'll show how all of that ties together as we do this. So let's get going. Now the artwork that I have right now is set to fill. However, because this is going to be a cutout, I'm going to change it to line. I just had it in fill mode so that you could see how things looked. This is not the scale that we need yet. We actually need a template here just as a starting point. So I'm going to create a rectangle and type 3 feet by 1 foot. And so that is the ultimate size that this is going to be. I'm going to select my mermaid, I'm going to select my wood template and hit Align Centers to move this into the middle. Deselect everything, select just the mermaid, and then hold the Control key as I drag this so that it drags from the center, and scale it to be roughly the size that I'm going to want when I'm done here. So I want a little bit of room on either side so that I have some room to make mistakes, but overall this looks about right. I think the sizing here is basically correct. This is what I want. So now we have to cut this into 3 different sections. You'll notice I'm going to group this quickly. Using the greater than and less than keys, I can rotate 90 degrees in either direction. So my machine has pass-through doors on the front and rear. If you had a machine with pass-through doors on the side, you could do this in 2 sections, just halves, like this. Mine has them in front and back, and with my laser bed, I don't have enough space to cut this in halves. I'm going to have to actually do it in 3 sections. So the tail, the middle, and then the head. So to do that, I'll ungroup this again. I need 3 cutting boxes effectively. One for the tail section, one for the midsection, one for the head. Technically, you don't need to do them all. You can do every other one, and I'll show you what I mean by that. So I'm just going to break this into 3 sections that are each 1 foot by 1 foot. So again, we're going to create a box. I'm going to type 1 foot by 1 foot. I have the aspect lock turned off. If I did not have the aspect lock turned off, it would scale this box to be locked when I scale it. I'll show you what I mean by that. If you dragged something out that was not the correct shape, and you have the aspect lock turned on, if I type 3 feet here, it will make this the same shape with the new scale that I chose, and that's obviously not correct. I want 1 foot by 1 foot, like that. So I've just created 2 little boxes. I'm going to make these a different color. So we'll make our cutters red, just because. Now I'm going to line these up so that one of these boxes is at the front end here and one of them is at the back end here. And to do that, I'm going to click this corner of this box, and you'll see that my cursor changes shape to a crosshair. That's telling me that it's snapping to that corner node. So when I grab it, I'm now dragging from that exact corner. And if I get near something else, Lightburn will snap it to that thing. So in this case, I'm dragging it near this other corner of this large template rectangle I have, and so Lightburn has snapped the cutting shape to match. And I'm going to do the other one from the other corner so that I can snap it to here. So grabbing here, drag to there. So now I have my rough layout, and then I've got a cutting shape on this end and a cutting shape on this end, and then whatever's left is in the middle. I'm also going to create registration marks, and so what I mean by that is we need a way for the print and cut feature to have something for me to line it up with. Print and cut just lets you specify a target shape, so I can draw pretty much anything. It could be a circle like this. You just need something that you have a center point that you can align your red dot pointer up with. And now a circle doesn't have a center point that's visible, so what we're going to do instead is make one. I'm going to make one a little smaller. First of all, we'll just make these 10 millimeters. I'm going to draw a line. Now, again, using the snaps, when I get to this top edge or side edge, a circle is actually 4 arcs that start at the north, east, south, and west points. And so I can draw a straight line from the top to the bottom, and then I can draw a straight line from the left to the right, and they're nice and horizontal, and they make a nice perfect little cross. Select the whole thing and group it. Normally I use Control-G to group, but this is the button for it. Now, we want these crosshairs to be a different color again. I'm going to make them green, and I'm going to drag this to this snapping point here so that it's right on that corner, and then I'm just going to use my cursor arrow to move it down by 1 step so that it's just in from the wood, because we actually do have to engrave this on the material that we're cutting so we can see it. So I'm going to copy that shape and paste one down here, snap it to that corner, move it up, paste one over here, snap it to that corner and move it up, paste one up here, snap it here, move it down. So now I have marks on each of these corners here, basically where my cuts are going to get split. So the way that the print and cut feature works, you create registration marks like this either on something that you are printing or something that you are sending to your laser, and then you use those same marks later to register a different thing or a different cut to these marks. So what we're going to do is run this part of the job here on the laser and send these marks with it so they get drawn by the laser wherever they end up. Then when we do the next section, this middle section here, we're going to use those two marks that got emitted with the previous section and tell this section to use these to line them up with. It sounds a lot more complicated than it is, and when you actually see it in practice, it's quite simple to do. So don't panic yet. We have to cut up our project. So to do that, we're going to use these red shapes that we used or we created to be our cutters. So the first thing we do is select the mermaid. Then we select the cutting tool, and we go to Tools, Cut Shapes, and it's done. Again, it doesn't look like it did anything, but it actually has segmented the job, and you can see we have this little pokey bit sticking out here. This here has split everything off into its own group, and I can move this just using the cursor keys. And it lines up perfectly so that when it's not selected, you can't actually tell that it's done anything. And then the rest of the project is over here in this second piece. So now we have to repeat the process to cut this section off. So again, I'm going to select the mermaid. I'm going to select my cutting tool, go to Tools, Cut Shapes, and now I have the next piece. So there's the head, there's the midsection, and here's the tail. So we have our project now cut into 3 sections, and we have these small registration marks created for it. So this is pretty much ready to go. The things we're going to have to be careful of are getting this lined up on the machine properly, getting these marks sent correctly, and so on. So what I'm going to do is break this into 3 distinct files so that I don't make a mistake basically when I'm sending it. First of all, pressing the greater than key, rotate it 90 degrees so that this is now vertical, which is the way my machine needs it. I'm going to feed it through from the tail, then the midsection, then the head. So I'm going to do the tail as the first part of the project. I'm going to save this as mermaid. So we're going to call this one page 1. I'm going to do it again for page 2. And then I'm going to do it again for page 3. Now, I'm going to go back and edit these so that the individual pages are correct. I also haven't set up my power and speeds correctly yet. We're going to have to do that as well, and it would have been easier if I did that to begin with. I'll go back and clean that up. So the first file is going to be the tail section, and so for that we're going to delete everything except these. So I'm going to save this as page 1. So this tail is going to get cut, and it's going to send these 2 engraving crosshairs with it. Now these are just set to line. I've got these set to fairly high speed, fairly low power. This is the tail cutout itself, and this has relatively high speed with lots of power. I'm actually going to need to change this. So we'll do this at, say, 15 millimeters a second, 80% power. That's probably accurate for my system. And then the line cuts, just to do the engraving marks, those are fine as they are. Now, you could, and you probably would want to, save out a template to show you where the wood should go. So what I'm likely to want to do is remove all of these other parts and then just pull this up a little bit. So we're still on page 1 here. I will save this. So this now is a piece or an outline that I can use to show me where the wood should go. So when I load my sheet into the machine, if I frame, it's going to show me this exact outline, and that's going to help me line up the wood for the first cut before I start feeding the others through. It's important to get this lined up well enough so that you have room if you kind of go off a little bit while you're doing your cuts. The print and cut alignment is going to make sure that the cut itself is aligned, but if I had the wood arranged funny to begin with, so for example, if my wood was placed into the machine like this, it wouldn't be lined up correctly as I fed the project through. It would, go off the side of that wood. So that would be bad. By including a little template like this, at least for the first cutting file, I have a good idea of where the wood needs to go or land on the machine bed to line this all up. So I'm not going to engrave this at full power. I'm actually not going to engrave it at all. We'll set this to be 100 speed and say 3% power so that it basically does nothing. And we'll save that. So I'm going to open up the next page of the Mermaid file, which is this one, and move everything up by one section. Now, for this part, I do not need the tail, I do not need the body, I also do not need that. I only need the middle section that I'm going to be cutting, and I need to make sure that this is set at the same speed and power that I have in the other layers, or in the other files, pardon me. So 15 and 80, and we'll set min power to be 30 for no particular reason, and the crosshairs are fine. Now, we have crosshairs in the other file that are here and here. These ones are going to engrave as well. That's fine. They should just engrave right over top of the other ones. These ones are the important ones. These are going to be new for this file. So when we run this on the machine, it's going to engrave this mark and this mark over the ones that we already have that were part of the other, or the first part of the job. And then it's going to engrave these ones new so that we can line up the next part of the job. And then obviously it's going to run the rest of the cut as well. So we'll save this, and then we'll open up the third page of our project. And this is the final step. Position that about there. Now for this one, we don't need anything but the head and then these two marks, which we're going to align to. So again, these two marks will have been output already by the previous stage, by the previous file, and we're using the presence of these two to line up this next piece of the cut, and we'll show how that works in a moment when we actually do the cutting. So I'm going to go back and just quickly spot check everything that I've done so far, and then we'll head over to the machine and start cutting.
So the first section of this is pretty easy. Now, I have loaded the file into the machine. It's in my controller. I've placed the wood just to give you an idea of where it's going to go. If I hit the frame button, either in Lightroom or on the machine, it will just follow the path of the wood. And so that is framed fairly well. So we're going to run this first cut, and then we'll show how to do the registration with the second half while we're using the pass-through. So while this is engraving, you can see the two registration marks have already been put down, and it's running through the cuts. Can't tell yet if it's actually going through or not. This is wood that I have not cut before, so I may have to go back over this and do it a second time. Not a big deal. So So, after running a quick second pass, everything has properly cut out, and you can see that my 2 registration marks, one here and one here, are quite visible. I've got my pass-through door open, so let's do the fun part, aligning the next part of the file with this one. So, first thing you do is pick this up carefully and feed it in. Now, I'm going to do this in a way hopefully makes my life just a little bit easier. I'm going to manually line up my red dot pointer with the first mark as just how I'm placing the wood. Now, you don't have to do this. There's no requirement that you do this, but it makes it a little bit quicker if you do it like this. So, this is the important part. We're going to point the red dot, and you can see it there glowing in the middle, at this crosshair. We're going to select this same crosshair in the project in Lightburn and tell Lightburn to align where the machine is right now with where that red dot or where that crosshair is in the project. And then we're going to go over to this one and do the same thing. We'll jog the laser over to this point here, and we'll tell Lightburn this is the second crosshair while having that second crosshair selected in the project. And in that way, Lightburn will be able to align the next part so that it connects perfectly here. So we'll go to the machine, and I'll show you how to align this target in Lightburn. We'll do that next. So I've loaded the next part of this project. This and this are the two, or this marker up here and this one over here, are the 2 markers that were output by the previous section of the project. So if you remember, the tail of the mermaid is up here somewhere, and there were 2 crosshair marks that were output with that job. So the one that I currently have the laser pointed at is this one. And so in order to tell Lightburn how to align this part of the job with the previous part, we select this crosshair, we go to Tools, Print and Cut, and we say Set First Target Position. And when you select this, Lightburn reads the current position of the laser head, and it looks at the position of what you have selected, and it records both. And so when I say Print and Cut, Set First Target Position, nothing really seems to have happened. If I go back and look at that menu, you can see that this first option here is now highlighted. There's a little blue square, so it's telling me that that first marker position is now valid. So now we have to line up the second target. So on the laser itself, I jog the red dot pointer to point at the second target marker, this one. As accurately as I can, point the red dot pointer right at the dead center of this crosshair. I go to Tools, Print and Cut, Set Second Target Position, and when I click this, you'll notice that Lightburn now says Print and Cut here in the laser window. And if I go up to the Tools menu and I open up the Print and Cut menu, you can see the first, second, and third entries all have a little blue highlight next to them. So that's telling me that my first target position is valid, my second target position is valid, and it's aligning the output to the targets. Now, it enabled this automatically for me. As long as you have valid targets, you can align your output to those targets. If I want to turn the Print and Cut feature off, I just click this entry again, and it goes away over here. I haven't changed my target markers yet, so I can go back here and turn this back on without any problem. I could also, if my alignment wasn't correct or it framed wrong or something, go back and reselect my targets and redo the process. But effectively, by selecting this marker and this marker, with the laser pointed at each of them and using the Print and Cut feature, Lightburn has figured out exactly where to position the output on the laser so that this cut will now line up with the one before it. And so I'm going to send this file to the laser and we'll run it. So this is
still lined up with the previous target marker right there. That's the original one, the first one that we did. I've loaded the file into the laser, so when I hit frame, it should frame just on the outside of that marker, and then the two that are going to go at the bottom here. It's not going to frame the mermaid exactly because there are 4 target markers that you can see in the corners of the job. So one up there, one down there, and so on. But the frame should go on the outside of this mark and this mark at the very least. So when we frame, you'll see that happen. That looks good, so I'm going to close the lid and run the job. Alright, so we're at the first kind of critical part of this, where you can see that line right up there has actually met the other part of the tail that was sent already. So if we move over here a little bit, you can see that it has lined up properly with the part that was already cut. And it'll continue to do that. So we'll come back to this as it finishes the job. Now, if we zoom in a little bit, you can actually see a couple of spots. There's one about there, and one about, it's difficult for me to point my finger at the right spot while I'm holding the phone, but one about there, and then there's one there, that are slightly dark, and that's because of where the machine began firing. It left a little splash of air there, so you can see a little bit of char where the endpoints lined up. But otherwise, this is accurate and perfect. So this is how it looks with the second half done. And you can see, again, we've got our next set of target marks output on either side of the job here. These will be connected to the next piece when it does the next, the final third. But the critical bit is up here by the tail, where right about there is the connection mark between the two jobs. So you can see a tiny little burn there, and one there. And that one's actually almost imperceptible. These two are a little more visible. But those are where the two parts of the job were connected together, and it's just air assist splash or a little bit of smoke from the beginning of the cut. But you can see the alignment is perfect. It looks like it's one continuous piece. So now we're going to take the wood, slide it through, do the same registration procedure for the next part using these two target markers to line up the third part of the job, and we'll see what the final output looks like shortly. Alright, so I'm sliding the wood up here, getting it into position for the next cut, but I thought I would show, just to prove that this isn't some strange trickery that I'm doing, I'm going to arrange the wood in the machine like this. So, you remember that the first two parts were very, very straight like that. They were lined up nice and straight in the machine. So for the last piece, I'm going to show you just how off you can be and twist it like that. And so I'm going to jog my laser over to this first mark. You really want to slow it down when you get close. So you can either use Lightburn itself with the jog arrows to adjust in very, very, very small increments. I usually move 0.1 millimeters at a time to line up my target markers. Or on your Ruida control panel or whatever controller you're using, if you have one with a speed button, you can adjust the speed of movement down to the point where it's just crawling. So I've set this to 1 millimeter per second, and now I can
jog very, very, very slowly. So you want the laser to be pointed at that center mark as accurately as you possibly can.
So here I've loaded the third and final file. I've also put these two markers on their own layer and set them to 1% power output because I don't actually want these ones to burn. I don't need them to. I just need the markers so that I can tag them. So again, select this first marker, go to Tools, Print and Cut, set first target position to line it up with the selected marker on the laser. Then I jog the laser over to point at this second marker on the bed, select it, go to Tools, Print and Cut, set second target position. So now the second position target is set, and so even though this job is arranged nice and vertical here, and it's really, really slanted and rotated on the laser, you'll see that the output is registered correctly because we've used these two target markers to line everything up. So I'm going to send this file and run it on the laser, and we'll see what the finished product looks like.
So I've sent the job to the machine, and as a quick check, you can actually see in the file preview that it shows you on the display that those two marks, that one and that one, are in approximately the same orientation as they are on the bed of the machine. So that's a good sign. You can tell that Lightroom has actually angled the job properly so that everything should line up. So I'm going to turn everything on and run this, and we'll see how it looks. You can see pretty much immediately the first part of the job being sent has already connected to and is lined up with part of it that was already sent out, and that part just dropped, so it's perfectly lined up with what was sent before. See, this piece is yet another that was sectioned in parts between this file and the previous file. And again, the cuts are nicely lined up.
So this was a happy little accident, not really happy, but an accident nonetheless. While running the second pass, I had a piece, I think this piece right here, fall into the knife bed a little bit and poke up. So when this one was cut, it hopped back over to hit another cut. It caught this and pulled the machine with it. I think it was actually going to cut this shape here. But bumped up against a piece of this that was stuck up and pulled the wood off to one side, misaligning all of the subsequent cuts that would follow it. So I went back to the computer, realigned the print and cut markers again with the position of the wood as it is now, and we're going to run the job one last time just to show you that even if you horribly screw up like I just did, you can probably salvage it using target marks and print and cut to align the output. So we'll close the lid here, set everything up, and hit go.
So remember, this wood is slid about half an inch out of position from where it was when I did this last run, and yet you can see the beam grazing the insides of the edges that are already there as it goes around. So this is another example of how accurate the print and cut feature is. You're able to make a second pass over an existing project after you've moved it, as long as you can line everything up. continuous piece with no visible seam here, except for a couple of very, very minor little discolorations from the exhaust. There are, there is on this end, over a couple of spots there. If you look really closely there, you can see just a tiny little indent right there. And that's basically because I ran this 3 times, and so the beam width got a little wider there. But it was only because I screwed up having it catch that piece and pull the job out of alignment that was even necessary. Normally you would not be able to see those at all. There's another one right there, but they're basically invisible.
Oh my God!
And you may have, depending on the size of your laser and your exhaust and air assist and so on, you may have visible marks at the start and end of every cut. So this is not an unexpected result, but there's the finished product, and it's all one piece, and it's quite a bit larger than I could put in my laser by itself.
Hey everyone, coffee in the middle of a sip of coffee. We're here today, and thank you all for being here. I see we got a bunch of comments already, a bunch of people already here in the stream. We are here today doing a live, and I'm going to be talking about my learning curve with the fiber laser. So, I had now it's probably about a year old. I have the 20-watt Reka source. It's in the back, behind that 3D printer, but you can't see it from here. I do have another camera angle that I'll bring up in a moment when we start doing the testing. But I want to tell you that the first couple of weeks, it was all trying to figure out how to get everything aligned. And that was probably the hardest part for me, was watching all of the YouTube videos and getting all of the bad advice. And, so I wanted to make this video today to talk about maybe better advice. Once you've already got it mechanically set up, you know, where you've got your framing set up and you know what your focus is and all that kind of good stuff, then it's time to actually try and figure out how to use it. And the fiber laser is, as some of you already know, or many of you already know, I know there's probably new users here, and there's probably experienced users here that are far more experienced than I am, but it's a combination of getting the right speed, the right power, and the right frequency. And you can use the same speed and power and just change the frequency and get completely different results. And that's what we're here to talk about today. We're going to talk about some examples. And just to get started, without actually running the laser yet, I want to show you my little business card adventure here, and just a whole bunch of different business cards that I did. So each one of these business cards is a different speed, frequency, and power, as you can see there. And what I was looking for was more gradients. And I went through a whole bunch of these trying to find my whites. And I know they don't show up really great on camera, but this is pretty much what you have to do. Trying to find my white, trying to find my, and I don't have the white card that I finally did find, but I was looking for the golds and the yellows, and this is how I did it. So it's just a lot of testing that goes on, and you have to build a library, and that is the key to getting this done properly. You have to have and I use Lightburn, so I had to build a Lightburn library. And that's what we're going to be talking about today, and I'm going to be showing you examples from my library. We also have a guest host here today who's waiting in the green room, and that is Patrick from Light Source Engraving. And I want to say that, and I have this little magnet right here on my computer right next to me. I want to say that Patrick is the source a year ago. I met Patrick a while back, and he invited me to be on another channel, and we worked a little bit together, and I started watching his videos, and that is how I got to the point that I'm at now, where I figured out that you've got to have a library, you've got to do a whole bunch of testing, and I really didn't have many things that I needed to do. I had the 100 watt over at the other shop that I do my AANA coins on. That's 100 watt JPT, and I have this 20 watt Raycus behind me. So the Raycus is the one we're going to be using today. And I only had a couple things that I was doing. I was doing business cards, which you saw how I got those settings. I was doing some keychains, some pens, you know. I had like 6 or 7 things that I was making for people. And plus those coins that I make, and that's it. So now I've started developing the library a little bit more, and that's what today's stream is going to be about. And Patrick is here in the green room, so let's go ahead and bring him in and welcome Patrick from Light Source Engraving. Hey Patrick, what's going on, buddy?
How's it going? How's everybody doing today?
It is going good. I wanted to just thank you because you have helped me, or your videos, not you personally, your videos have helped me to get started in this with multiple material. And it's such a long learning curve when you're doing that completely on your own without any help, which is how I started. And then finding somebody who's willing to share a library with me, even though it's not, the library you share with me is for 30 watt, and I have a 20 watt, it still gave me a starting point where I can then go in and, you know, change frequencies and speeds and powers and all that kind of stuff on my own. And that really, I want to thank you for that, because that really helped me out a lot. And Patrick does have a channel on YouTube, and that is LSE Engraving. So it's down there on the bottom of the screen, and he also has a website, lightsource.pro, and he also has a Discord channel. I'm not personally a fan of Discord. I have no idea how to use it. It completely confuses me. But
and the Discord's branded the Laser Maker's Realm.
Laser Maker's Realm, yeah.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Patrick is also my guest host, along with Steve. Hey, Steve, I know you're out there in the comment section. Patrick is also a guest host with Steve. The three of us do a channel called the Laser Maker's Realm. And every other Sunday we do a video where we make things and give you free files to download. So you might want to check that out as well. And I also want to say, I want to give some credit also to Geo, which is where a lot of this stuff comes from. So Geo is a tech guy, and he's doing file conversions for different lasers. And in fact, right before this stream, he emailed me a file conversion for a few different things for the 20 watt Raycus. So I had already done the testing. It was a little bit too late. I already got some of my settings dialed in, but Geo is a big help, and he's sort of like the I guess the master of conversion, we call it, right, Patrick?
Yeah, that's, I like that. That's a good term.
Yeah. So he's doing all of the conversion going on here. And let me show you my screen in Lightburn, and let me just get rid of this brand up in the top corner. And maybe we should go full screen instead. So this is what I've got on my in my Lightburn file for this video, and you see there's a bunch of stuff in here. So I've got a large blue one up top here. That is for a slate. We're going to do all these projects today, and then I've got a 304 stainless
What you crying
steel
about?
over here. These two in the
I don't know.
color
For some
are
reason,
both, anodized
half-
aluminum. They
half
are the little flasks
burned
that put
right
alcohol
through.
in. Down on the bottom,
Like,
I've got somebody
on
that I do
pass
business for.
4,
I've changed all of the
and the other
names
half
and phone
didn't
numbers
fucking even cut
to
through.
protect the innocent.
I don't get
down
it.
here, but it is the City of Gonzales Parks Department in Texas, and I do his metal business cards. And so I'm going to do one
I
of
don't
those
know.
with different names. Then I've got over here, this one over here is a friend of mine that's got a convenience store. It's going to be running a contest, and it's a $50 coupon. This down here, we originally started with the steel blanks and didn't like those, so we went up here to the brass blanks. We'll do both of those so you can see it. And I've got another steel blank in a different color that I'll be doing with that Louisiana logo. And of course, I've got this little tiny little dog tag. And some of the stuff is really, really small, but the dog tags are coming from a website called Chewbacca. So it is a really interesting website name. I like the fact that everything is made right here in the United States. I believe they're in Pennsylvania, and their prices are not bad, and it's a really high quality dog tag. You'll get to see that in a moment. So these are the projects that we're going to run today, and we're going to run these projects. I did add another camera in the back of the shop, and I'll be going back and forth, that you can see right there, and that is the work bed of the 20 watt. And all of the products that I'm making today should fit in that screen. So what I'm going to do is get started. Let me put that camera up here. Does that look okay, Patrick?
Yeah, it does. Hey, and I wanted to just hold this up real quick.
No.
Just since you were
I don't know
talking
what
about
it is.
test grids.
Yeah.
I just pulled the cover off of my grill so I could run test grids.
I thought
when
it
was
might be
testing
because
colors. And yeah,
I don't know.
Lots and lots of time
It's
spent
level.
testing to
I don't
develop
understand.
a library for your particular laser.
Yep.
We'll see how this one goes.
To take that a step further, it's just you have to have a bunch of different materials as well. And I was talking with Patrick the other day and telling him about my my tin, just a regular sheet of tin, the results that I got on the tin. And I know you can't see these really good, but I've got some blues and some dark blues. And I started doing a picture with the wrong LPI, and it just didn't come out right, but it bent the metal. It was way too hot. But the testing is the most important thing. This is just a regular piece of tin, and a lot of people like tin because you can shape it and you can stamp it, and you can cut it, and you can make things out of it. And so this is another example of what Patrick's talking about. Is just lots and lots of testing, and you can even take scrap metal that you've got, like this piece right here, and do some testing on it. And this is the top of a stainless steel, what do you call that? A little table jack that stopped working. So I took the top off and I ran some tests on here. And you can see I got some numbers and some settings for brown, for white, for blue, for gray. Just an old scrap piece of metal. So you can do testing on all kinds of stuff, and most of the products that I'm going to talk about are going to be from Amazon. So let's bring that camera over here real quick. And Patrick, if you want to continue a little, I'm going to go turn on my air extraction and get the first project loaded onto the workbench.
Right, sounds good. Let's see, I'm just going to read through the comments here.
This might get a little noisy, by the way.
Jeremy's running out of room for all the testing. Yeah, I've got run into the same problem.
I can't hear you back here, Stone.
Okay. My favorite thing to test, and my wife loves it too, are the stainless steel pots and pans in the house. They're all marked up and decorated. It's a really good test for seeing if those collars rust too. So yeah, I highly recommend that. Let's see, there's folks from all over. It's so cool.
I went from
But if you guys have any
speed
questions,
85 down to
ask them in
50.
the comments, and I'll answer them, or Rich will answer
See
them.
if that
and we'll
helps.
Make sure that we get everything covered.
You know, now that I'm thinking about it, maybe I should show you on the Lightburn screen first. And let me put that in full screen. The first project that we're going to do today is, let's see, what did I just put on? I believe I put the steel plank on there.
I don't know if it's because the
No, I put the
air's
brass plank on there. Okay,
coming
so
from one
first
side.
one that we're going to do today is the brass.
I don't know.
Blank. And these are available on Amazon. They're pretty cheap. And so what we'll do is we'll do my friend's coin over here that he wants to do a raffle in a convenience store. And that's the reason that we're doing this. So now I've got this set on a layer over here, custom layers. And you see here my library. I've got the Fiber 2110 in here. And down in here, I've got all of the stuff that I've edited, as well as all of the things that Patrick gave me. This used to be a 30-watt library, and I've edited many of these settings. And up here, these are the settings that I got. So if we find this one, if I come in here and find this one, it is this one. Yep, right here. So let me show you the settings on this, because a lot of the videos that you're watching online, you don't get to see the settings. And let's go through them really quickly. So on the first layer, this is a multi-layer job. I've got the speed at 250, power at 95, and the frequency at 20. On the second layer, we've got the same thing. The only difference is the scan angle is negative 45 versus the first layer, which is 45. So it's just a reverse scan angle, and they're both in 500 LPI. And then I want a nice line after. So I've got this line at 285 power, 4 passes, and 60 kilohertz. So those are the settings for this particular project right here. So let me take that off the screen real quick and put this one on. There we go. And I'm going to go to the laser tab and hit frame. And now you can see that we've got the boundary there. And let me make sure real quickly that I've got the right one. I don't have the right one, so I'm going to take this one off and put the other one on, because this is the final version. Sorry about that. Excuse me. So I'm going to frame that one. There we go. That's the final version. So now you can see it's not in the right spot. I'm going to hold the control key. And I have set my nudge moving with the control in the settings to 0.5 millimeters. So I'm going to hold control and nudge it over a little bit to get it in the right spot. And I think that right about there looks good. Come down a little bit. And that is looking pretty close to good. Pretty close to good. How's that? That's a good one right there. So now that I've got it framed, Go ahead, Patrick.
I'm not saying
I
it's
was
the
gonna
fucking valve.
say,
I'm saying
with the
laser
production
goes
of
like
Lightburn
this.
Galvez
The air's
for
coming this way.
folks,
The side that didn't cut
the live framing and
through
being
was
able
this
to
side.
merge was
This side cut.
Oh,
So
yeah.
I'm
The greatest
thinking
features,
because
yeah,
the air
ever.
didn't hit it.
I
I don't
agree.
know.
And with the most recent release, you can actually resize while it's framing with the page up and page down key.
Yep. What I like about this is
No
with,
clue.
With Lightburn, I have this camera that you're looking at right now on a 21-inch screen, so I can get the framing absolute. And now for this video, I'm not worried about anything being framed properly. But on that 21-inch screen, when at the 0.5 millimeter movements with the control button, the control key, I mean, I can really, really dial this in.
Yep, I think I have my arrow set to 0.1, control 0.5, and shift as 1.
Yeah. Yep.
That way I can fine tune it.
So I'm not quite sure why nothing is coming out on there yet. And it looks like I've got something wrong here. Oh, you know what?
Focus.
I don't think it was the brass coin. Nope. Pretty sure that was the steel coin. So I'm going to rerun this real quick. I should have practiced this. Let me see. Let me take the brass coin off. And I need to find the steel coins. And of course I can't find the steel coins.
Well,
just hang on 1 second, because I will. You know what? I'll put one of the steel coins on there instead.
it's Murphy's Law. Anything that can go wrong will go wrong.
And
I know all about that when it comes to live stream.
Let me get out of focus and back into focus. And there wasn't a focus problem. It was just picking the wrong coin, I guess.
Material settings match up.
Let me put one on here that says in the description steel blank, so I know which one I'm doing. All right, put that in the middle and frame it. And now I'll put that into position. We'll give this another run. I think that looks pretty good right there. So now on this one, this is plain steel. I'm doing a white engraving on this.
Yeah.
Welcome to Papa's Workshop. Today I'm back in the shop working with the laser. Now I'm using the Fox Alien 20 watt riser laser today to be able to engrave this project. Now what I'm doing is actually taking two different files, combining them together, and doing all of the different work in the Lightburn software. So I want to show you how I did it today, so let's get started. Okay, the first thing we're going to do with a brand new file here, we're just going to go ahead and bring in the Navy logo. And at this point, it's all grouped together. So if I just click on one spot, you can see.
Hi, AT from CNC at Home. I have a project that I've been getting material ready for, and it's time to do it. I want to etch on the business cards that have no coating on them, that are essentially the aluminum color. And to do that, I'll need to put some stuff on there. I bought this compound, and we mix it with denatured alcohol.
Me Undies makes the most comfortable premium underwear and lounge basics on the planet. Say hello to undies, bralettes, and more that make you feel great. Our premium Tencel fabric feels 3 times softer than cotton, twice as breathable, and is sustainably sourced.
Up to here, shake it up, apply
Oh my
it to
God.
the card. And then
So
the
I've been
laser
talking to
supposedly
myself.
turns back black and etches on there and stays. I also have these business card holders.
I've been
And
talking to
I etched my
myself
name
for
on
fucking
here,
hours.
And you can't see a thing. I don't know if it's because it's green or what, but I did it twice, slowed down the laser, increased the power, nothing's coming through. So I'm hoping that
all this fucking time. Oh my God. Oh, 20 minutes.
AT from CNC at Home. Something caught my eye in my working area. It was one of the coasters, and just out of the corner of my eye, I saw something different than what was on it. For some reason, what I saw were some characters from the TV show MASH. That's not what was on it. I don't even remember what was on it. Doesn't really matter. It gave me the idea to make a MASH coaster. It was a staple of my growing up, one of my favorite shows, and it should make a great coaster. I went online, did some searching, found a couple images that I want to try. Let's start by opening up the template for a coaster. Here's the first image that I wanted to try. Let's zoom in on that.
Yeah.
Try crunchy, melty, rich toasted chips.
I'm a single mom. I've had a lot of those imposter syndrome moments, but everyone deserves to be in that.
Well, that's going to potentially be an issue. It's very pixelated, so that's probably not going to do so well as a coaster. I liked this picture. This was more of the original cast, where we've got Trapper John and Radar on there, and Colonel Blake. So I don't think this is going to work so well. It's just too low of resolution. What I can do is I can grab the word MASH off of this. Let's go ahead and right-click the image, and there we go. Yeah. Right-click the image and do a trace on that. And it looks like it's picked up everything for the most part, maybe just a little more. that was pretty good where it started out. We'll go with that. It's going to get the whole image, and we'll just delete some of that. So most of this stuff we don't need. I just want this part where it says MASH. So let's first ungroup that and start deleting some of these pieces that we don't need. Don't need all of that. And this is the part that I want. I'll go ahead and group that together so this stays as one piece. I guess I should have opened my template first. I'll just do a square here. I'll just use the square tool and press the shift key to make it an actual square. Put that on my tool 1 layer and change its size to 109 millimeters. Just push that down in the lower corner. This will get to, we'll need this down here at some point too. I have another image that I liked. Let's bring that one in. Hopefully this has got some better resolution. Alright, this image looks quite a bit better. We zoom in. It's a much higher resolution image. It's the wrong form factor. It's very wide and we want it to fit on our coaster. So we're going to have to do some cropping, or we're going to lose some of the image, that sort of thing. Well, let's just shrink it down a little bit and bring it down here. And let's just zoom in so we can see all of this. And I'm going to move my tool layer down so that it's underneath, or on top essentially, of the picture so I can see what I'm working with. Alright, let's do this as well. Since it's going to be wider than my coaster, let's go ahead and select the image. Then I'm going to do a shift select of my tool layer, right click, and apply mask. And what that'll do is it'll essentially crop my image to my coaster template. Alright, so let's get this moved up a little bit. Something like that. That's a little bit more. I'm working with. Alright, let's do this as well. Since it's going to be wider than my coaster, let's go ahead and select the image. Then I'm going to do a shift select of my tool layer, right click, and apply mask. And what that'll do is it'll essentially crop my image to my coaster template. And so let's get this moved up a little bit. Something like that. Maybe a little bit more. Maybe make it just a little smaller so I can get a little more of the image on there. Or something more like that. Doesn't look too bad. And we'll take our MASH logo and we'll put it just above here. And then I'm going to shift select my template again and get that centered. Oh, that was pretty close.
I don't want to be out there.
Oh, it doesn't look too bad. Let's do a quick preview. Here's a preview of that. It looks a little backwards for some reason. What's going on? And for some reason, the inverse is on. We don't want that.
Hey, it's me, your future you. You make bad money moves, so you work at 102.
You're late.
Don't say your future you. Hey, you.
Compare and find top financial products today. NerdWallet.
Now our preview looks more correct. The problem is it's very dark. We don't really see much of the background. I'm going to lighten this up a little bit. So make sure that my image is selected, come over to Shape Properties, and let's just brighten this up a little bit, maybe 15%. It certainly looks bright here. Let's do a preview. That looks much better. We can see our actors' faces much better, and we see a little bit of the background as well. I think this will work pretty well. So in my cut layers, we have our, if I right click on that, here's our word MASH. Let's go to the library. I'm going to cut this out on titanium dioxide, so let's go ahead and select fill. I'll just click assign and assign that to the layer. And then for the image, we'll do the same thing. I will select my image from my library and assign that. All I need to do now is save this and send it over to the laser. If you like this video, think about giving it a thumbs up or a salute. We have the tile in position, the laser focused. I'm going to do a quick frame to make sure that the burn is going to happen on the coaster. That looked really good. Let's go ahead and get the exhaust fan started and we can get this burn going. Move the gantry out of the way and take a look at what this looks like. Not too bad. There's some lines in here. I don't know if you can see that or not. Horizontal streaking in here. I don't know if that has to do with an error in burning or if there was something with the application, the titanium dioxide. I'm thinking I will try another tile and see if it does the same thing. Okay, let's take a look at this one. It appears that it has turned out quite a bit better. Let me spin that around. Oh yeah, that looks quite a bit better. I don't know what happened to the previous one, but this one looks a lot better. We'll go get that cleaned up and we'll take a look at it. Now, I saw this on the other one, right here. I thought there were scratches in the titanium dioxide, but this has the exact same pattern, and looking at the image, that's just a bright spot on the image. So it's supposed to be there. Let's go clean it up. That turned out very well. I'm pleased with how this second one turned out. I don't know what happened to the first one. If you like this video, give it a thumbs up. If you like the content of our channel, think about subscribing. Enjoy doing your CNC at home projects. AT from CNC at Home. I have a new method, at least new for me, of etching glass, and that's to use tempera paint. Growing up, we always call it tempera paint, but I'm not sure exactly how it's pronounced, but it's tempera. I don't know. There's an A at the end. We always call it tempera paint. Anyway, it's a powder. You mix it with water. I used just this little plastic bowl and mixed it 50-50. So that's 50% tempera paint, it's a powder, and then 50% water. And I just used this styrofoam brush to apply it. The process is basically taking the brush, and as an example, you would just paint it on to your glass, let it dry, paint on another layer, let it dry, paint on another layer. I found that 4 layers was plenty, and maybe 2 or 3 layers would work. I did 4. I think one of the tests I did more than 4 layers, and that also worked just fine. Just getting a nice even coat is what you want to do. What this allows you to do is take a diode laser that uses the blue light, which is the kind we have, and it allows you to etch glass. Otherwise, the laser's just going to go right through it and do nothing. What we've done in the past is we've used black spray paint. We've sprayed that on either the surface we're going to etch, or we'll cut through the glass, depending on whichever method you want to use. But it cuts on the surface where the black paint is. I've also done a method where I've put the glass onto a black surface and done the etching. They both work fairly well. The problem with both of those, especially the spray painting, is the cleanup. You can't just rinse that off with water. You have to use some more aggressive chemicals, a lacquer thinner, acetone, or paint thinner of any kind to get that cleaned off. With the tempera paint, it's water soluble. So once you've done the burn, you just put that under running water, rinses right off. Couldn't be easier for the cleanup, and I suppose it could be easier. The cleanup is very easy with the tempera paint, and once you're done, there's no residue left over. I'm going to do a couple quick sample burns with this, see how they turn out. I picked up a couple glass mugs at the dollar store, so the investment was pretty minimal. And the tempera paint I just picked up, I'll put a link down below if you want to get the same stuff I did. It seemed to work. Anyway, if you like this video, give it a thumbs up. Let's go see how the burning worked on this. I've put my first coat of the tempera paint onto this mug. I will put several coats to get a nice, even, thick coating so that I'll be able to etch with the laser onto the glass mug. Here we can see that the first etching worked very well. This was using the tempera paint, and then just lasering this. Worked out well. This is an image. The next one I'm going to do on the back side is going to be burning a vector. So when I get more layers on here, that's what I'll be doing. I have 4 coats of the tempera paint on my glass. I'm going to get this into the laser, lined up, and start the burn. Here's the first burn. It turned out really well. And this last one also turned out well. This process seems to be pretty good. The nice thing about the tempera paint is it washes off with water. It's pretty much non-toxic. Just paint on. This one was 4 layers. It goes on thin, just nice 4 even coats. Put it in the laser and burned it, and it turned out really well. This will be a good process to be using going forward. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, give it a thumbs up. If you like the content of our videos, think about subscribing. enjoy doing your CNC at home projects.
Oops.
Harbor Freight knows skill is important because on any given day, we're all mechanics, carpenters, fixers, DIYers, and training wheel taker-offers. We also know no one should overpay for dependable tools. To do the work, the building, the fixing, the DIYing, the training wheel taking offing. So whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
That's fruit stuff up.
What's up, bangers? Where are you going? I'm gonna check. Gonna get in the bed. What are you checking? Huh? It's like 20. Well, you just told me it was fine. Stop humping there, moron. Oh, this is not loaded. That land is freaking weird. We're not flagging Darren Falls. Just stand in front of the loader. Why don't you have a chamber flag in that? We don't know what we get. Actually, yeah, that's what those are for. I've got a chamber flag for a bunch of people out there. Right here is a chamber flag. What we don't need today is ear protection because we have a silencer on there. Oh, you used the wrong one. You didn't say that. With the Bell Life Banks. Well, I didn't. That's not my job to say. You didn't even do the whole intro, did he? Yeah. So what's up, bangers? Trey and Dum Dum come back at you again. You didn't finish that? Yeah, with the Bell Life Banks. Today, we're playing Jenga. We're playing Jenga. Giant Jenga. We're playing Giant Jenga. If you've seen, I don't know if it's up or not. Aim it. Why did you turn it like that? Like this, so we're shooting right at the hill. But Justin didn't even think that we can't go all the way around the Jenga thing here. We got houses and trucks and everything else sitting here. We can't go around the Jenga. Well, we can go down this side. We have 24 shots. Actually, we can. After each shot, we just... I already said that, but it'll fall. It'll start falling. Then you're moving it even more. That's part of the game. You gotta twist it too. That's your turn. So we played this... Moving the whole twist thing. We're gonna have that in. What? We played this before on the BellLife.com. All the links will be down in the description. We played it with dog shock collars. But today we've done everything. We've even banged with dog shock collars. We're going to put that up on the BellLife.com. I don't think this has ever been done before, but we're going to attempt it today. Who else would do this? Today's weapon of choice is, I don't know. One person I think that's maybe as fun with guns as we are would be maybe Scott with Kentucky Ballistics. But I don't know. He's as fun with guns.
So we're playing with a Ruger. What is it called? It's a Ruger 2245 Light.
Show him the dirty ammo, Justin.
Oh, we're shooting.
Justin called that dirty ammo.
It's focusing on there you go, right there. Sniper stuff sound like that ammo. And we are shooting through a Mask HD Dead Air 22 suppressor. I think that's what it's called. Right there.
D-roll.
And it's got a Seymour sight on the top of it. Red dot.
Seymour.
And an RTF magwell extension.
That is unfortunately
Oh, yeah.
my least favorite red dot on the market today.
Why? Is it junk?
And a gas pedal and a Volquartsen trigger.
Gas pedal. What is it with a gas pedal? Who comes up with these names?
It's just to put your thumb on it to keep the muzzle right down so you can shoot faster with it.
You don't need that at all. What's the problem with it?
It don't muzzle rise at all with 22.
You shoot a BB gun. It's got a gas pedal on it, just in case.
It's just
It's feel more sturdy in your hand. Okay, Justin, quit looking through the camera and fucking around back here. Let's go. Come on.
Good.
Who wants to go first? I'll go first. What does it matter who goes first? If this works well, I think it's gonna work. Are we gonna?
That close?
Are we gonna? No. You can't go back that far with it. There's no way. I thought you was gonna put it up point blank so you can just blow them out.
I was gonna see.
Oh, okay. You're out of luck.
I'm gonna see what's gonna work.
I'm gonna lose like crazy. Are you red dotting it?
I'm good for that red 1/3 on the center.
Is your dot working?
Well, so he shot. He's ready to shoot.
You shot low.
He shot low, didn't it?
Yeah.
Actually, they shot through all three, didn't it? So technically, I'm in right now.
Wait, yes, you're in.
Okay. So we put that right there.
What happens if we lose?
We'll go right here. Okay. That hit that one and knocked the other one. That's pretty neat.
There, I was aiming.
Pretty neat. I was aiming dead center on that red one too.
So it shoots low.
He did right there.
Or he shoots.
Or he can't.
Or I
He's
quit.
like me and you can't hit
Oh.
nothing.
You're out of the shot, Justin. You know that, right?
Try the next one.
As long as you know you're out of the shot.
Whose turn is it?
All right, stand.
Alright.
Where's he in the shot?
Yeah, you guys are kind of both out of the shot a little bit. Right there, that's good. Right there.
Will you stand and hold his hand?
Good night. That's hard going to sleep.
I don't know how we won't be able to hit. You're holding the gas pedal. Ready? Both of them.
It shoots load on.
I was aiming at that middle white one.
Okay.
Dead center middle white one?
Stack it back up.
Don't flag yourself.
Ooh. This is going to get complicated real quick.
You think so?
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm in the shot or not.
It shoots low. I hear that.
It shoots low.
No.
Not over.
Did I lose?
I don't really know what happened. I'm pretty sure you lost, yeah.
Did I lose? Did he shoot high? Or what did he shoot right there? I tried to shoot that blue one.
Or on that one.
I tried to shoot the blue one.
Well, then what did he hit?
And that's what.
Well, what did he hit?
Well, I can still stack him up. We didn't lose the whole thing. Hold on a minute.
I'll pick him up. You don't need to.
I didn't think what you hit. You didn't hit any of these.
Wasn't that hit something?
Oh, he hit that one. Oh, okay. Oh, there's the bullet. That's cool.
Here, you just leave it there. I'll just bring it there.
So did I lose? No, it didn't fall. What do you mean it didn't fall? It looked like it fell to me. So we stacking them back up? Your turn. Called it.
It got hung in there, didn't it?
I know where to get it out. So we're stacking back up? Yeah. What do we do with this? This ain't gonna be level.
So turn it upside down.
Put it on top. We'll put that one on top. Okay, so you're shooting low. No.
You're gonna aim high. Tell you what, I don't really have anywhere to stand here. This is weird. I feel like I'm in a situation, not in the shot all the time. I guess we look at that.
You gotta aim high. So aim the next brick up.
That is cool. That was
So I put the dot right here on this, right here on that white one. Okay. Hit that one.
That was cool.
It was dead nuts too, boys.
Boys? Dead nuts.
Nick.
Rookies.
Men, we got your pants. The shot
definitely comfortable ABC pant from Lululemon.
Where are your jobs? You really want to see all the fucking kids?
Next. You're up, Karen.
Hello? Hello? Can anybody hear me? Hello? Hello? Jamie misses you guys. She wants to see you. Take your time walking because it's going to be slippery. Okay?
Hi, Jamie. Hi, Jamie.
Where are your children? I haven't heard anyone except Dylan all the time. I was more curious where they were. It's been a day for words in the past, so I just said, where are they? How did you get that on the Wow. Like, put it on the door at camp. At camp.
Wait till you see the next one.
Whoa. It's the same one that you practically have, just bigger. I was confused where y'all were all day. They read so much faster. Oh, that's cool. Whoa. You need a light bulb to go in there.
Or like a little candle.
Oh, yeah.
I want, that looks cool.
I want that.
I want that for my room. But a wolf
Gimme.
with a woodsy background.
Wait, this? Or
You gonna use these for future projects?
Pick one.
they're both the same.
I'll take that one, I guess.
And then get Dylan this one.
And tiny hands to put
And tiny hands to put the top windows in. So, Dad, I was wondering if, like, You know how you like have like that for your pop? I'm wondering if you can make me one.
You stop talking like you're stupid.
I am. I like these.
What do you want on it?
No, like anything. Like, I haven't really thought about that part. These just two decimals. I'm literally learning that in class. Ooh.
What?
I saw she. Ooh.
What do you want?
I saw like I'm
Give me
looking at
something to search.
I'm looking at like that eagle and there's like something like a flag like right yeah that.
What do you want?
How was your day, Jamie?
Give me something to search.
Gaming. Gaming. Yeah. Laser engraving. Oh, Jesus. I'm not gaming, I'm not this Gamer. That's what I want. With the fist, that's cool.
Oh, it's been okay. I'm stuck at work until 10, lol.
Why?
Couldn't be worse. You always work at night. I feel so bad for you.
Why?
You deserve...
The snow pissed me off, though.
Yeah.
I know! I want the snow to be over. I'm done with that. I want to go skateboarding with Wayne.
I kind of had a mental breakdown when I saw the snow. I was swearing like a sailor.
Oh, I didn't even realize there was a friend up here. He never answered to you about that, by the way.
I don't know. I like
Dad, you know what?
What?
For Scotch, you should like make Easter egg Easter egg designs for the baskets.
Yeah?
Miss Carol said anything, so.
We have to make a lot of them.
Same, and I knew it was coming.
What you're making right now. Wait, Juliet, you can see like bird's head. Bird heads.
But you deserve like 2 months of vacation.
Dad deserves it.
Thank you.
You're not even moving up.
Joshua, I'm trying to read the board.
Read both.
That's why I'm saying scooch.
I can read it. You're so slow. Could you put these back?
Sounds... Someday, maybe. I'm still just hoping for a regular couple of days off. Jeez. Stop working yourself to the bone.
I have no staff. It's optional.
Aw. I'll be your staff. Work me to the bone.
Can't find it.
Can't find what?
It's kind of like this one, but
Oh,
not.
she said it's not optional. Whoops.
You don't want to
Wipe for a living. Trust me.
Oh.
Ooh, what's that good smell?
I don't know. Oh, where did you get the chili and sub sandwich?
Hands off.
Okay.
Touch my chili, I kill you.
I kill you. Hey, Dad. Oh, yeah, I'm running. No.
My spot now.
No. I'm gonna make it quite one.
We need to ask.
Oh,
What? No. Stop fucking with these. Here.
I thought you were saving those for a future project.
I'll give you my heart.
So tiny. So tiny.
Whatever he gives me.
You do something crazy to it. Wait,
No.
Wait,
I put it in a safe spot. I just want to know where you got the food from.
Mom, probably. Well, yeah, Mom probably ordered it and it...
Nope.
Oh. Oh, the Dad bought it.
Cheesy.
Cheesy. Cheesy.
She's talking about the heart.
No.
No, when he said, "I'll give you my heart." That's what you mean. From me. Oh!
Oh.
Jamie brought Dad food. I gave him a burrito yesterday. And
burrito?
Yeah, and the fudge. He finished. I don't know if he likes the fudge though.
Did you like the fudge, Dad?
Leave it alone.
Oh, I must have not finished it all. Then.
I wish I knew there was a coffee that was safe for me to drink.
I got a taller one. What? What?
He has the taller one.
Oh, wait, yeah.
You two crack me up.
Wait, which two? Them two or us two or me and him or...
Which two are you talking about? There's 3 of us.
I literally
in
just
here.
asked her that.
Oh my God, shut up.
She's done.
Holy fuck.
We're trying to have a
So
conversation.
quiet.
Oh, you want to try it? We'll go back in.
No, because Jamie misses us.
You and Juliet, Joshua. Oh, so you got that one there and that one there. Go back in.
No, you.
Why? Why?
Where's my keys?
Your keys? You literally threw them over there. Duh.
Took them.
Why would I take your keys? What would I use them for? Now I know what they go to.
I have to go to do medicine,
So if you guys are bored, we can visit another day. Or if he's getting cranky.
Dad's always cranky, no matter what.
I wouldn't really say that right behind him. He could turn around and and just punch you in the face.
Dad wouldn't punch you.
No, really? But he would pull your hair.
So Jamie, what are you thinking of doing this summer?
She already told you that. Her garden. That's his default setting for sure, but he seems crankier than usual. That's his default setting for sure. But you see, yeah, he just cranked up the setting just a little bit, just by a little bit. Working? I don't get summers off, but yes, my garden too. See, I told you.
Someone's growing an onion in the kitchen. I just want to tell you that. There's an onion growing in the kitchen.
Just imagine you snuck into our house and just started growing an onion.
Just on the windowsill near the sink.
Hey Dad, I don't know what happened, but it kind of broke in half. I didn't even, I just saw it when I don't know what happened.
Super glue.
Looks like it's about to happen. It's super windy, sounds like
windy.
This.
You're gonna hold it like this. No, not your fingers there.
It's super windy. Sounds like this house is going to fall down. Onions do that while they're
generated.
Hold it, don't let go.
Oh. So they regenerate. But this one's in soil. Like in the house.
Yep. Well, they'll root in from a new onion and form a new onion.
Oh.
I'm gonna go sit on my chair.
I used to like onions a lot.
Yeah, well, you're older now and you're like, taste buds, like, good. Oh, use this to keep it, to dry it more faster. Yeah, it works.
Go.
How many people are around? Just her? I want to go home.
I wish I could grant your wish.
Your wish is granted. And then she gets to go home.
Yeah, just wave a little wand and say
Your wish is granted.
No, Leviosa. Yeah, Leviosa.
Leviosa.
But I thought that was like a levitating spell.
Leviosa. We kid did that in Lightning Sorcery with Josh. He was on the ground and he kept on jumping and then he kept on flying more and more up. And then it was so funny because just her, I'm not his only regular viewer. Kid just kept on jumping up every time when he said, "On God, Leviosa." On God. Hey, Dad. How many things have you purchased on Dollar Tree?
And
All of the wood?
And the spell that we just said from Harry Potter is a levitating spell.
On God, Leviosa.
Yo, wizard Harry.
No, wizard Harry. I got a Harry Potter. I got a Harry Potter joke.
What?
Knock knock.
Who's there?
Harry.
Harry who?
Hurry up and let me in. I'm outside, it's freezing. What? I got it from a joke book. On God, Leviosa. On God, Leviosa. Ah, there it is. I was wondering where it was. Irish Outlaw.
Baba, look. She said something about your joke.
Why are you making fun of me? I found it in a joke book. Why are you making fun of me? You should make fun of the joke book. It was in a school library joke book.
Hey Jamie, want to hear some dark humor?
I fell off a tree and died. I landed on a nail from my foot and I blew it out. Mafiosa. Because you repeated it, right? All of that.
Dark humor's like food. Not everyone gets it.
That doesn't sound like dark humor.
Yeah, because you don't get it.
Yeah, because Anda Laviosa. Anda Laviosa. Anda Laviosa. I'm gone. I like the feeling of the wood though. Feel the wood.
I felt it.
Feel it. Thank you. Thank you. Dad. Me? Oh, me? I'm afraid of high winds. You don't need a parachute to go skydiving. You need one to go skydiving twice. Yeah.
Wow.
You can walk into your house and walk in and you could come back out here by yourself.
Wow.
Please.
That's dark.
Please.
Nice one.
You can walk back out here. You can walk into the house and then walk by yourself back.
Want to tell Jamie more jokes?
No. And plus I barely know any. And since how bad they are, I barely even look at it. Come on. Please.
I'm trying to think of a joke to tell Jamie.
Come on. You can think about it on the way here. On the way to that.
I want you to spend time with us.
Yeah, well, it's boring. It's boring. Knock, knock. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Huff.
Huh?
Huff.
Huff who?
Huff. I have blown your door down. Let me in.
gotta go, Jamie. I hope you have a lovely day.
You could come back out here by yourself.
I wanna play with you.
We can play later, not tomorrow, but because, Monday. Please?
Okay. See you later, Jamie.
Well, no, you can come back out here, Juliet. Now we are safe. Goodbye.
It's gonna be shower time. Probably shower.
I burnt the fuck out of this one. Yeah, I'd say I burnt the fuck out of this. God. I got ouchie. think it was a piece of wood. Oh, there it is. All better. All better. Okay. Haha. Shit, that fucking went through already. It's 70. Shit, there was 4 layers. Oops. There was 4 layers to this sign. Cost it? No. Yeah.
Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Hello, Moto.
He's not talking the shot all the time. I guess we look at that. Good aim, nice. Aim the next brick up. That is cool. That was cool. I put the dot right here on the button. Okay, hit that one. That was cool. Hit dead nuts too, boys. Dead nuts. Next. You're up, Karen. I guess you're gonna have to shoot low then, anyway.
No, aim
I'm
high.
talking about lower in the stack.
Well, yeah, that's a game. It's a game of skill.
Karen, you're shooting down on. You're at the squat down.
Just aim it high.
Serious trick shot.
Oh!
Look at that.
Where'd you hit?
I hit dead center of that white one.
And it knocked another one. That's because you know why? That's
The
because
inertia.
That one was hard.
The inertia.
That was sweet. Look, that. I guess something must go on.
Pick up your rev and stack it, Karen.
We're getting flimsy down here at the bottom.
Getting flimsy.
Alright.
See that bullet sticking out on top of that one.
Trey's next.
Oh, man. Sucks getting old. I don't know.
Just aim the next brick up.
I'm not going to hit what I'm aiming at anyway. I suck.
Oh! Yeah, you did.
I got to shoot again? You got to hit that one or you lost.
Yeah, he hit that one right there in the center.
What's going on, Mark? Why? I can't even see my dot. My dot's not coming in. How come that dot's not working?
Is the dot off? Should be there. Oh! I tell you what, it's going to be real dangerous now. Because the stack still is not falling.
No, it hasn't fallen. Well, obviously they can see that.
So you were aiming for this?
I was aiming
blue
good.
one right here.
Dead center of that.
Look at that.
Look at that splitter. There's a bullet coming out, isn't it? The bullet's like a big cum stain there.
Why isn't it focused? It's not focusing.
Oh, this could be it right here, though. Why, stacking it, you mean?
It's right there. Okay.
Oh!
If you shoot, it's going to fall if you stack it.
Think it is?
No, it won't. You think? He's aiming for it right there. Yeah, that's a setup for me. That was a setup. Okay.
Well, hopefully you lose. Just saying.
What are you thinking?
I'd shoot low. I don't know. It ain't gonna matter where you shoot. Shoot that red one out. Shoot that.
I'm going to go for this one right here.
That's what I'm pointing at. Shoot that one.
That's cheating.
Why is that cheating? You didn't lose.
There's more than one falling out. We've lost already.
Well, I already did that, and you said I didn't lose, so then he couldn't have lost either.
Look at that. That red one, look at that. It stopped the bullet.
Look at that bullet.
It stopped it right there.
Is that hot?
See, it went in right there?
It went in. Check it out. It's all the way. You can see the whole piece of
I
flag.
have no idea if it's focused. I got a question now. I don't know if we're focused on it or not. That's it coming out. Okay. So, I don't know if I can get 3 on here. That's what we'll make the rule. The amount you knock off, you have a stack.
Is that the rule? We're just making the rules up as we go along here.
Just as long as the whole thing don't fall over, like 10 of them or something.
Who shot it? You?
The middle of the camera? Alright, now it's Garen's turn. There's no way. He's definitely going to lose.
Justin,
I'm Annie Oakley's little brother. It's 1 brick high, is what it is. As it shoots. There it goes. Stranger. Going for that bright red one at the bottom. Red. That is a bad choice. Didn't move it. There's no way you're going to get all that stack back up. You hit it too, right there. Look. I know. He's Annie Oakley's brother. He just told you that.
I can see daylight.
Who's Annie Oakley, Karen? Who's Annie Oakley?
Some sharpshooter.
Trick shot lady?
Yeah, I am. I hit it, and it just didn't work the right way.
That happens to me all the time. I hit it don't work the right way. I don't know how you're going to stack this.
This is not a water bottle. It's an air-up bottle that flavors ordinary waters who send using flavor pots. This is Joanne, getting her daily dose of hydration without sugar or additives. And this is Bob, unnecessarily throwing his coins away in the vending machine. You're lost, Bob. Air Up. It's not a water bottle. Discover now.
I ain't gonna be able to look at this mess.
Look at strategy. There's no strategy. There's nowhere to stack. Okay, so now we're going to stop stacking, I guess. All right?
What do you mean?
I don't know. I think technically Aaron lost, did he?
I don't know, but I knocked a bunch off. And I mean...
Okay, how about this? Let me redeem myself. I'll have one more.
Let him take another shot.
Okay, we'll take another shot, and then we'll... The daylight doesn't matter at all.
Well, so listen to me for a minute. You really got to think about strategy here, clown. So if you can't stack on the top, why don't you blow the 3 off the top? That way you got a flat surface to stack them.
You're going to want to hit about right here. I'm going to push that one back in. I'm going to knock one out with Justin.
Why would you do that? You're going to lose.
I can't shoot the top.
Why? No, it won't. If you shoot that red one just like Justin said and blow it back, it'll take them 2 off with it. And then you just restack.
Dude, take this shot, and then what we'll do is we'll restack and restart now that we know that it shoots high, and then we'll have one more round. You want me to shoot the top?
I want you to do whatever strategy you think to win.
I got to aim at the air.
What?
I'll shoot the top one.
Okay, shoot that red one, Garen, and aim at the blue one. See, now you got a flat surface to stack on.
Check it out. Now we knock one off. Okay, so who turns it down, mine? You want?
I think technically it's my turn, but I'm not going to argue with you.
No, I don't know. No, I don't know.
Yeah.
White right there.
You technically skipped me, but I'm not upset.
Oh, that's a loss.
I knew I was going to lose anyway on that one. That shot was impossible.
Yeah, that was an impossible shot. So I think, how long are we now?
We are 12 minutes, 13 minutes.
Okay. I think what we'll do is we'll pause and we'll restack and come back. All right, round deuce. 2. All right, who wants to go first? I'll go first.
Everybody wants to go first.
He's trying to do
If we were doing a taser video, he wouldn't want to go first. Mine right here, Dustin. I don't know if I'm in the shot or not. Are we in the shot?
I don't know that.
Check. I'm gonna check.
Stand by.
So right up, barely. You have to go on the other side of Garen. There you go. You're in it. Okay.
Get her done, Danny Oakley. Alright, I see which one I'm going after already. Alright, let's see it. We didn't check them if any of them are loose. They just stacked them.
They just restacked them.
We had to dig grass out of them. Not grass, but that out of them. A lot of them. That red one, I see what you're going at. You was going for the center one, wasn't you? Left was you going for the left one? That's a pretty good trick. Nice! We don't know about what. Them outer ones like that scarred me a little bit. I'm not gonna lie to you. What's the matter? Stack it. What are you singing a song here? Let's go. My shot. Yeah. Make it all possible. I brought a 9mm lockdown because I didn't know if 22 would have enough, but it's perfect for this game.
How do you think a 9mm would work?
Well, I thought it would blow the whole stack
Good
apart.
God.
It's a game you can play in your backyard.
Yeah, with your
Really?
kids. With your kids. That stupid Don, I hate. Wow. That one in the center, and it didn't come out. It blew the road out.
That made it tricky. It did. That made it tricky.
I'll say a little bit.
It made it extremely tricky. Dang it.
Stacking, it's going to suck a big root. I'll tell you that.
I don't know if I should try this or not.
Try what?
Oh my goodness. Okay. Alright, I'm going to try something radical. I'm going to try it.
Well, what are you trying, radical?
What are you trying?
You want to wait till the plane goes over? Guess not.
Oh!
How the hell is
You
that
gotta
work?
keep shooting till she comes out.
Are you serious?
Man. Gosh.
You're going to wait.
I shot all the ammo. I'm shooting through that. Look at that.
You hitting it every time?
Yeah, every time. Huh.
He's about to ruin the block.
Dag on. What am I going to do?
We will reload.
I don't know what to do. I don't think I'm we don't get that one out. It's in there pretty good. Looks like it is. You just want to take that shot, take your...
Fucking A.
Would you settle down? Here, show them that on the camera. That's the same. That's an amazing shot right there. Is that an amazing shot? I might have to pick a different block. I would say you're probably going to do that. 22 ain't got enough nuts. So out of all these, you take them. Why don't you try to go for this one? It seems solid. Does it? You just poke it. Well, I mean, I'm not going to poke it because that's again the rule. I don't know if they can see that. Focusing in the hole. The dark in there. Well, the dark one in the block's destroyed. You put it's not going through, it's not 17 holes in it. Well, it probably doesn't help that the table's not level either. You know, just saying.
There's something supposed to click when you slide this back in?
Now you can just order for it if you want. Alright, let's go. Fill that room and right above it.
What do you think?
Right above it. Damn, it didn't blow it out either. Look at the top. Gone. Okay, I'm going blue. Oh my god.
Alright, you're done.
Smoke. There you got one. What was that? Where'd that come from? I have no idea. Did you hit that? Where'd that come from? No, I mean I was hitting. Where was I hitting? That blue one? How did that one come out?
Justin, that's the mystery. That's the mystery machine here. I feel like we're Scooby-Doo. Why are you stacking it like that, you numbnuts?
Alright, who's next? Garen?
What are we picking?
Oh, are you joking me? Put that in the center.
Did it almost fall? I don't think it's going to matter. I think we're effed on this point. At this point,
Oh my, that red one's got something in it.
it's got a piece of lead. It's got a piece of lead. Makes it a little heavier. That's Annie Oakley stepping up here. Wow. We got a bug.
You didn't aim for that. That just fell out.
We got a bug biting you.
That one. I don't know why the white one blew out, but that's what I'm talking about.
That's what I'm talking about.
Take a stack then.
It looked like a bad call. We got it done. My shot? Yep. Right.
Where in the F am I going to shoot this stupid thing?
That's what we got going on right
There's
now.
absolutely no way you can shoot the top. No. Like zero
Unless
way.
you shoot the top one of the top ones off, man, that would be cool.
You ain't allowed to do that, are you? You can shoot the top off, Justin?
Yeah, we're playing Jenga. They're in the rules.
Aim for the air, though.
If they fall, you gotta yell Jenga.
Oh, that's right. This is the last shot.
Okay, now you're hitting on me. Did I? You did, and it's on camera. Backseat, hot seat. I'm on top of the world. Let's prove stuff up.
I don't know how you did that.
I don't either. But I'm gonna take it and run.
So what do you do now? Do you stack them back up?
I don't know. You can't shoot off the top every time. Nobody's going to lose. That's the purpose, I think. You got to stack it. That's fine. I'll stack it.
Oh, yeah,
So whose turn is it now, mine?
There ain't no way. Okay. Well, if you can shoot them off the top, shoot them off the top.
You can't keep doing that.
Yes, well, you told me I could do it.
I just want to see if it can be done.
Okay. Well, I'm not cheating. Blue.
Oh, Jenga, say it.
You said blue, apart.
Jenga.
Jenga.
Is that what he said?
He said blue, and I said apart.
Oh, I thought he said.
Hey, freaking, I wonder if you can. Don't fall down now. Don't throw me down, Clark. Shoot that ball. There you go. Find that bottom now.
Man.
Huh. It's pretty daggone. It's just.
See, no, that was wood splitting off in blocks.
What we're gonna have to do is throw the Jenga puzzle away here. Huh. Okay.
Uh,
I think we're left on the Jenga.
let's see if we can.
Flat in the trash.
The planet! You missed out, Larry.
The planet
You should
comes.
have came to...
Otter Creek. No beach. But there is a beach across the street from us. Alright?
Imagine a computer virus.
Is there something wrong with your bolt? Have you started to notice that those settings...
So,
This might be the fastest screen print start.
Hey Nancy, this is Justin Brown from Dallas.
Hey Justin, pleasure to make your acquaintance. I wish it was better circumstances. We want to absolutely not just have you repeat the next.
Jewelry makers and
Hey there, fellow creators. Valentine's Day is just around the corner.
today we show you how to make glue from a mixture of acetone and plexiglass. After that, I'm going to show you my test between this glue and the commercially available industrial glue. See how good it is compared to.
Easily compare and book tickets for your European train travel. Trainline, your ticket to Europe.
To this glue. So let's get started. First thing I gotta do is to cut out my piece of plexiglass so that it'll be small enough to fit inside this bottle. I've got my acetone in the bottle already, so now all I have to do is to put my plexiglasses in there. It's been about 1 hour, and you can see the plexiglass starts to bubble a lot, and the plexiglass stays clear. It doesn't turn cloudy, and that's a sign that this is being dissolved very quickly. So here it is after 24 hours. We got two distinct
Alright,
layers.
I gotta give the boys
We got a clear layer on the top.
showers.
This is the part where all the plastic is dissolved. We got a cloudy layer on the bottom. This part here is not dissolved because there's not enough acetone to dissolve it. So I put too much plastic in here. Let me show you what it looks like here. It's liquid on the top here, and then on the bottom it's very thick because it's not completely dissolved, because I don't have enough room to put more acetone in here to dissolve the bottom part. Let me pour the liquid part into another bottle. You can see how thick the plastic is right now. It freezes right in mid-air, so that is very saturated. So this solution right here, even though it's thin, it's completely saturated. So as soon as I pour it up in the air, it freezes instantly. So it's not good as a glue. It needs to be liquid for some time before it freezes like this. Now you can see it's already frozen. So this glue is saturated and it's not good as a glue. So for this solution here, I need to add more acetone to thin it out, so that I have more time to work on my workpiece before it completely dry out and it is not effective as a glue. And for the solution on the left here is very thick, so I need to add a lot more acetone to completely dissolve everything. Acetone. Now we just mix it. I'm gonna
add a lot more acetone for this solution here on the left. And now we're just going to wait for it to dissolve. So here we are after another 12 hours. The one on the right is completely dissolved. It was saturated solution and I added more acetone. The one on the left is not completely dissolved. We still have some solid on the bottom here. So the solution is completely saturated. It's a very thick solution, and in order to use this I have to thin it out first. But I got this one ready, so let's go out and put it to the test. Let's give it a try, shall we? Here's my homemade acetone glue. I want to have something to compare with, so I'm going to use the 5-minute epoxy. This is a commercially available, you can buy it in a store. So I'm going to glue these two pieces of plexiglass together.
The other boy's in there, Dominic.
I label A for the acetone solution, number 5 for the 5-minute epoxy, and also going to glue these two pieces of wood together and 2 pieces of ABS pipe. And after that I'm going to compare between these two, see which one is better. Here's the consistency of this glue. I thin it out quite a bit to make it easy to work on. That first one is the acetone glue. Now it's me on the outside. Stick it on. Last but not least, I got ABS pipe here. I'm going to make a 45-degree turn, so I cut it out 45 degrees and glue it back together just like that with my acetone homemade glue. Let's see if that works. Here we go. Looks pretty good. Next one is the 5-minute epoxy. I'm gonna mix it and glue everything together. I'm just gonna let everything sit overnight for at least 12 hours, and I'll be back to test it in the morning. I've also got other things I want to try too. PVC pipe, laminated wood, aluminum, steel, aluminum to plastic. How about wood lamination? Alright, it's been about 24 hours. These spots here on the top, I did them yesterday, so they should be nice and dry, ready to go. These spots down here, I did them this morning, but they've been in the sun all day. And I think they should be dry and ready to go also. Let me show you my testing rig. I clamped the test piece on the table, and then I got my bucket here, which hangs on the piece right where they glue together. And then I'm gonna slowly add water in here until that breaks. And then I'm gonna take the bucket and weigh on the scale, see how much weight it can take. First up is the plexiglass glue with the 5-minute epoxy. Whoa! Wow! It's like an explosion. The glue actually didn't break. It's the plexiglass that broke. The glue is still intact. So next test is the plexiglass glue with the acetone. Here we go. Whoa! Check this out. So the plexiglass where I glued it is still intact. It's not broken, but the glue came off. So this is not a very good bond. Let's weigh it. 5.2 pounds or 2.3 kilograms. Next up is the ABS pipe, and this one is number 5, which is the 5-minute epoxy. Whoa! That's not much at all. Oh, the glue came clean off. It's clean on this side, and the glue concentrate on this side only. Now let's see how much it weighs. 2 pounds 12 ounce. Next up is the ABS pipe with acetone glue. That's a lot more than the 5-minute epoxy already. You see how much it's sat down. Wow! It broke right at the plastic. It broke right at the plastic and not.
Looking for a smarter way to mop? Try the Swiffer Power Mop. An all-in-one cleaning tool with a 360-degree swivel head that goes places a regular mop just can't. Now, save $8 on Power Mop.
Inhale the 24/7 moisturization of Old Spice lotion. Exhale the hydrated skin of a gentleman.
And not the glue, so the glue is still intact, which is very surprising because the 5-minute epoxy, I thought it was stronger, but this is a lot stronger. Now I can go ahead and weigh the bucket, but that's not measuring the strength of the glue because the glue didn't come off. It's still there. It's just measuring the strength of the plastic. Here's the ABS pipe that I glued on with the acetone. Looks like it's holding pretty good. I can't break it. It's very, very tight. Let's try and hang some weights on it and see how much it can take. Here's 15 pounds.
Fuck happened?
Just fine. That's 30 pounds. That's pretty good. That's another 25 pounds, so 55 pounds total. There we go. 55 pounds. Holding on just fine. Wow, I can't believe what I'm seeing. 55 pounds hanging on it. Man, it's holding. So if you want to make a 90-degree elbow for cheap, this is the way to go. This is at least as strong as the original plastic, or maybe it's even stronger. It's not just 90 degrees that you can make 60 degrees, 120, or any angle using your miter saw and glue it back together. It is as strong as the original plastic and it's watertight. The next test is for the pieces of wood, and the first one to go is the 5-minute epoxy. Well, this one is too strong. I tried a 3-gallon bucket and then a 5-gallon bucket, but it's still not broken yet. So this time I'm going to try and use a luggage scale. I'm just going to pull it down until it breaks. Right, go. 28, 32, 40, 46, 50, 50 pounds already. 50, 52, 55, 60 pounds. Oh my God. Alright, we can't break this one. I got my wife put her weight on it. Over 60 pounds and it's still holding. So I'm just gonna call this and we're gonna move on to the other one. Next up is the acetone glue. Alright, go. Whoa! Well, that was unexpected. It came out so suddenly that we couldn't even measure the number on the scale. So my wife said it's about 5 to 10 pounds only. She said it came off prematurely. And I think I heard that before, but I can't remember where.
No, I said Dominic's in the shower right now.
I heard that from. So next tests are for different materials that I glued this morning with the acetone glue. Aluminum to aluminum.
Joshua can take a
plexiglass,
shower by
aluminum,
himself.
Steel to steel,
It's
and
Dominic that
laminated wood.
Dylan that needs
So
help.
first up, aluminum to aluminum. Well, it finally fell off, and that's with 6 half-a-liter water bottle or 3 kilograms. Next up is the plexiglass glued to aluminum. Whoa! Plexiglass to aluminum, 5 half-liter water bottle or 2.5 kilograms. Next up is 2 pieces of steel glued together with acetone. 1, 2, 2.5, I would say. So steel, 2 steel, 3 water bottle. Next up is the laminated wood glued together, but it failed before I even hung up anything. So I just put the bucket on and it just came off. So this acetone glue is not good for laminated wood. And finally, PVC pipe. So I glued these 2 pieces of PVC pipe together this morning. So it's been about 12 hours. Here we go. 1, 2, 10 water bottles. It's still hanging. Alright, go. It's not moving. Whoa! Well, the glue broke off, but I wasn't able to record the number because the screen on the scale froze. But at least we know that it can hold at least 10 water bottles. And now we know that it broke off at the glue, so it's not as strong as the ABS plastic. So this glue works better on ABS plastic than PVC. I didn't show you this one yet, so this is the piece of
Yeah,
paper
still
I did into the acetone mixture glue. And it's nice and shiny. So this one went to waterproof.
And it's like 9:39.
Yeah, he just got in there because Dominic was in the shower. As soon as he gets out, he's going to call me and I'm going to give you a shower.
He can't call you. He actually knows my passcode for my phone. I never did it out loud. He always watches me and passcode.
Okay.
His phone just got charging.
Okay.
So I'll have to call you.
Okay. When Joshua's done in the shower, he's going to call me and we're going to get you in the shower. Okay?
Okay.
Alright, so hang up so Joshua can call me when he's done.
Okay, love you, bye.
Love you, bye. This sucks. So this has to be the top layer. So what layer is this? What layer is that? One, two, three. 3 layers. So what are these? What the fuck? Yes, Dylan.
Dylan's letting me use his phone. I'm out.
Okay, tell him come downstairs, get ready.
Go downstairs and get ready, Dylan.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay.
Hey, it's Rich, the Louisiana Hobby.
For the
The fire is made with organic oats, but you're made for the climb. The most important ingredient is you.
Thank you, Agent State Farm.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
But it's neighbor.
That's what I said. Neighbor.
Getting closer.
Thanks for stopping by today. We're going to talk about why won't my laser cut through the material that I'm used to cutting through. I think we all have seen it before where you kind of get your settings dialed in, you put in a new piece of material that looks the same, is the same thickness, and it doesn't cut all the way through. I think we're seeing more and more of this today than we ever have, and we're going to talk a little bit about why that is. And not to get so hung up on that I've fixed my speed, I've fixed my power, and why isn't it working? We got to remember that this wood is organic stuff. There's a lot of things that we don't have control over. Number one, the wood itself is organic, so it's got different densities. And the other big thing that we can't see is how it's put together. What kind of glue they use, and that is dynamically changing between one batch and another. Right now, manufacturers are struggling to get the materials that they need to put this stuff together to put it on the shelves for us. And what you're going to find is that a lot of times the glue that they use, the process that they use is different than it used to be, and that's why you're not as successful as you might have been 6 months ago or a year ago. So probably the first thing that I will tell you is, especially if you're new and you're not used to kind of dealing with this stuff, please don't get hung up on, okay, I've decided this is my speed, this is my power for 1/4 inch plywood, and I put a new sheet of 1/4 inch plywood in my laser, I put that into Lightburn and it doesn't work. That's kind of the way it is right now, meaning that you're going to run into that, and so you need to understand, how do I deal with that? In other words, don't let it spin you out. You're just going to have to kind of go forward and push through and find out what new settings you're going to need to deal with that material and the way it was put together. I've got an example today that I'm going to show you that kind of blew my mind. I've got a piece of 1/4 inch MDF here, just normal run-of-the-mill MDF, use it all the time. And I borrowed a small piece of maple veneered MDF that I was going to do a memorial on. The person that I bought it, or that I borrowed it from, said, hey, I can't cut through this material with my 130 watt laser. And I thought to myself, that was kind of odd. You've got one of the biggest lasers that you can purchase and you can't cut through 1/4 inch material? That just doesn't seem possible to me. So I brought it home, did some testing, and sure enough, with my 100 watt machine, I couldn't make any more headway than they did. I could not cut through this 1/4 inch maple veneered MDF. And so what I did is I peeled the veneer back on this MDF, and I'll go ahead and show you what you're going to see here later in the video. But you'll be quite surprised on what's on the inside of this. It looks like your normal run-of-the-mill 1/4 inch veneered MDF, but in fact, I think they've used a completely different type of glue and a manufacturing process, and that's why we're not able to cut through it. Now, thank God I didn't buy a bunch of this or a pallet of this or many sheets, because number one, this stuff is expensive, but number two, I can't use it. So what I would say as we go along in this video today is you're going to have to go with the flow. That's just the way materials are right now, especially when you're talking wood products. Just because it worked for you yesterday and you went down and you got some new material that's the same thickness and you put it in your laser and it doesn't work today, that's kind of what we're all faced with right now. And so it's better if you're prepared on how to deal with that to move forward. I can tell you that in the last 4 or 5 months now, if I get some new material in and I'm ready to do a project, before I do anything, I'll cut out a small square just to verify that my settings will work. And sometimes they do, and sometimes they don't. And I have to tweak those settings in order to get that material to work in my laser. So, quit thinking about that, hey, it worked last time, what's wrong? It's probably that there's not anything wrong with your settings. It's that the wood that you're using was manufactured with a different type of glue. There's just so many variables that it's just not worth worrying about. What you need to do is recognize that it's not cutting through before you lift it off your bed. I'll go ahead and show you how to deal with that today. I've got a video that if for some reason you've got a pattern that you're cutting out and it didn't cut out all the way, how to deal with that. You don't have to ruin that whole piece. I'll show you how to use the Start From feature in the preview window in Lightburn that will save you a ton of time. I'll go ahead and link a video in the description and up top so you can check that out, because that is becoming just more and more a fact of life for us if we're using wood products. So let's go ahead. I'm going to show you kind of the different settings between MDF, just regular Baltic birch, and then this bionic stuff that I've got, and just to prove a point. But that's what we want to do, is we want to learn how to be dynamic and just don't let it upset you. Just because it didn't cut out doesn't mean that you're doing anything wrong. It's the material that you're using and maybe the glue that the manufacturer is using to put that stuff together. We just got to learn to roll with it. That's kind of the way we're going to have to deal with things today because of supply chain issues, those kind of things. Let's go check it out. Okay, what I thought I'd do to prove a point here is this is normal, just regular 1/4 inch Baltic birch, nice clean edges, top quality stuff. I don't buy this at a big box store. This comes from a hardwood supplier. I've used this a lot, and this is just your typical good quality Baltic birch from Russia. This here is just 1/4 inch MDF, just some normal stuff. You can see that it's fairly light in color. You can also see how you really can't see any kind of a...
You have never faced anything like this.
The chameleon is the power of all my old nemesises. Nemesi?
We have to get an army of the best crooks and criminals.
Have a grain pattern in any way. Your typical MDF. And then this is the maple veneered. So you got two-sided maple veneered MDF. And so from a settings perspective, at least initially, usually your plain Baltic birch is going to be the fastest cut. Your MDF is going to just take just a little bit more power because it's a little denser. And then, normally for this MDF with the maple veneer, again, it'll take just a little bit more power just because you've got another couple of glue lines for the veneer, but really shouldn't take too much more power than what you need for your MDF. So what I've done is I've set it up in Lightburn, and we'll go to Lightburn and I'll show you how I've set this up. I'm gonna cut an inch square in this Baltic birch. I'm gonna cut a 1 inch square in this MDF, and I'm gonna cut 3 1-inch squares in this maple veneered MDF. And I'll show you the settings and the setup that I've got in Lightburn, and so you can see kind of how I set this up. And really all this is doing is demonstrating that these are all 1/4 inch materials. They're all very close to being the same thickness. The focus is going to be set the same. but you will notice that the power required to get the job done, and in some cases can't even get the job done, are quite a bit different. So let's go ahead to go to Lightburn, and I'll show you how I've got this set up. Let's show you what my setup is for these 3 test pieces. So we're going to have a piece of just normal Baltic birch here. In the middle is going to be just a 1/4-inch piece of MDF. And then on the right-hand side, we're going to have a piece of 1/4-inch two-sided maple veneered with an MDF core. And so our settings are going to be on the 1/4-inch Baltic birch, which is my normal setting that I use all the time. It's going to be 20 millimeters per second at 80% power. I'm going to have the air on, and this is on a Nova 35 100 watt laser. For the MDF, 1/4-inch MDF, I'm going to go with 18 millimeters per second at 80% power. Takes just a little bit more power to get through it because it's a little denser. And then I'm going to do 3 different cuts on this maple veneered MDF core. The first one is going to be at 16 millimeters per second at 80% power, just because we've got 2 veneers and some additional layers of glue. Typically it doesn't take too much more to go through normal maple veneered MDF. And I'm going to cut it at 16 is going to be the top one, 10 is going to be the middle one, and then I'm going to drop it all the way down to 4 millimeters, and I'm going to bump up my speed, or excuse me, my power at 90%. Typically I don't usually go that high, but I want to see if I can punch through this bionic material. So these are going to be the 3 different ones. I think when you see where we actually go to test these, this one is going to cut out beautifully, the MDF is going to cut out real nice, and then you'll see the result when we get to this maple veneered MDF core material. So let's go ahead and go over to the laser. I'll go ahead, we'll cut these in real time so you can see how that looks and what the results are. Now that I've got the setup done in Lightburn, we're just going to take these and I'm going to operate the controller, and we'll just cut these out one at a time. So the first one I'm going to do is the one on the left, the 1/4-inch Baltic birch. We are going to go to Baltic birch, enter. This is going to be at 20 millimeters per second and at 80% power. And you can see that it dropped out, it cut through no problem. Next, we're going to go ahead and move this over to the MDF now. We're going to set a new origin, and we're going to pull up the file for MDF, enter. And this is going to be at 18 millimeters per second at 80% power, a little slower because it's a little denser. And I believe that cut out, we'll see here in just a minute. And then last but certainly not least, we're going to come over here to the maple veneered MDF. I'm going to set a new origin. Go to file, maple veneered MDF, and we're going to start at 16 millimeters per second at 80% power and go all the way down to 4 millimeters per second at 80% power. The other thing that I will tell you is that I have external air, and we're running about 35 psi to the nozzle, and so let's check it out. So that is at 16 millimeters per second. This is going to be at 10 millimeters per second. Quite a bit slower. And this is going to be at 4 millimeters per second at 90% power. So this one's quite a bit slower and about as much power as you can throw at it. And when it's done, let's see what we've got. You can see this is incredibly slow for 1/4-inch material.
Okay, bye.
All right, they're all done. We'll move the head out of the way. I'm going to let the air stop so it's not so loud for everybody. The other thing that you can see is there's quite a bit of more soot on the top. So let's take a look at these. So this is a 1/4-inch Baltic birch, just your normal stuff. Drops right out, got a beautiful cut, no problem there. The MDF drops out, no problem there. Let's go to the Baltic.
Try crunchy, melty, rich toasted chips.
He may go far, but he's gonna run out of gas long before this run.
Drive the Nissan Road.
Baltic, or excuse me, the maple veneered MDF now, and you can see that nothing there, and I just barely cut through at 4 millimeters per second and 90% power, and it's pretty charred. It's
gonna be a while.
Roasted. I wouldn't use that.
I should glue this.
So this was,
or should I
at
recut?
16 millimeters per second.
Do you think I should
80%,
recut
which
this?
is slower than these two. This is at 10 millimeters per second,
Oh.
which is half the speed of what the Baltic birch was. And it took me 4
Actually, it kinda
millimeters
looks
at
okay.
90% power to get through this 1/4-inch material that's
Except this
MDF.
part.
So you can see that just because it
burns.
looks roughly the same, it took a lot more power to get through this stuff. And even so, even though I got through it, it is so charred that
I think I'm gonna redo the second.
It's not usable
This
for as
one.
I'm concerned. So this material, even though it's beautiful, it's 1/4-inch.
Now that I got
it's
the
not
setting.
usable for laser. And so what I'll do is I'll show you, if you turn this over, look at the difference here. So this is normal MDF. This is normal MDF on the left here, and this is the bionic stuff on the right. And you can see that the wood chips are much bigger. You can see how much darker it is than the normal MDF, so they've used a different kind of glue for this than they have for this. And even though you would think, looking at the sides, you can tell that there's quite a bit of difference in color between the regular MDF and this other MDF. Just something you might be looking for when you're shopping for wood. If it's got a dark color, more than likely they've used a different glue and it's not going to work real well in your laser. So just because it walks like a duck and looks like a duck and quacks like a duck doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be a duck. So just keep that in mind. So anyway, I wanted to show you this just because, like I said, things are changing when it comes to materials, and you've got to be ready to deal with it. And so even though you think you've got your settings dialed in, you're probably going to have to modify them at times, no matter what materials you're using, especially when it comes to wood. So I hope this information was helpful. I just wanted to kick that out there so you guys aren't thinking that you're going crazy. Just don't let it bother you, and just adjust your settings accordingly. Again, if you're shopping for wood, anything dark, whether it's the MDF that's darker, or even if you're shopping for Baltic birch, if you see the dark lines in these layers of wood, stay away from that stuff, because chances are you're not going to be able to cut it out.
What is...
In this next section, I'm going to show you what a glue pocket looks like when you're cutting
Nothing.
things out, and how to deal with glue pockets.
The second part of it.
And let's go check that out now. Okay, let's see if we can find a glue pocket on this side. I'd like to do this real time just so you can see what actually happens. There we go. there's a glue pocket in that upper right-hand corner. So we'll let the rest of these finish, but I can tell you we found a glue pocket. You can see that dark mark, and it's affecting two different pieces. So we'll finish this cut, and then I'll show you how to deal with when you find a glue pocket like this. I'm just glad we found one. Glue pockets are kind of a fact of life when you're dealing with plywood. Good quality Baltic birch has fewer glue pockets. Big box stores and their plywood, you know, it's designed for construction, not laser cutting, and so you'll find a lot more glue related issues with big box store plywood than you will if you're buying it from a quality cabinet place, or, you know, places where they're getting this Baltic birch from Russia. That's typically the best you can get. Looks like we did find a glue pocket, but maybe only one. So we'll let this finish, and then we'll take a quick look at this. Okay, it looks like to me, you can see right here. So all the rest of these are cut out. This is not cut out, and this is not cut out because there's a little glue pocket right here. And you can see that it straddles two pieces. Now, you can see that all the rest of these are loose, right? But these two are not loose. If you come back up to, and I may have moved this piece a little bit, if you come back up to, let's see, it looks like it's the third one down. If you come back to the preview window and open the preview window and back this up, take your slider and back this up until you get to start to cut the third one. What we're going to do is we're going to start right about there, and we're going to say start from here, and we're going to say start job from laser here, and you're going to see now, yeah, I moved it, but you can see that I could just cut that one section out, and away we go, and the air's not going. So I'll put a video to the link of this and you'll see, but that's the quickest way. And then all I would do is hit pause and escape, and if we would have had that lined up, it would have recut that line and these would have dropped out. But that's what a glue pocket looks like, is when you get these dark sooty marks on the top of your work. You notice that all the rest of these don't have any soot on the top at all. And then you've got this one right here. That's definitely a glue pocket. Well, as you can see, there's a lot to consider when you're cutting your wood materials. What I would say is, if you run into a situation where your settings are not working like they normally would, keep your power the same and start reducing your speed until you start to cut that out. Don't play with both variables. I find that a lot of people get confused because they change their power, they change their speed, and they just don't know where they're at. And start lowering that speed until you start to cut that material out. Really, that's all you can do. Take one variable out of it. Don't mess with your power, mess with your speed. Start to reduce it until that material drops out, and that's basically your new setting for that particular material. Now, the next time you go and get material and put it in your laser, again, you're going to have to do a little test cut just to see where you're at. But I can tell you, in the last 3 or 4 months, I've had to change the settings on my wood products probably 3 or 4 different times. It's just the way it is right now. Be flexible. Don't let it bother you. You just need to know how to adjust it. Just reduce your speed a little bit until it starts to drop out. Away you go. If you know how to recognize the glue pockets, you saw that it's just a kind of a dark flash on the top of your material. And what you want to do is, don't do what I did. Don't move that material. You know, tap around, make sure everything else is loose, and then identify where that glue pocket is in the preview window. back that up to just before that area and rerun your job, let it cut out that small area, then hit pause and escape, and 9 times out of 10, you can save that piece. Most glue pockets that I've found, once you run it a second time, it cuts it free and you're good to go. So it's not something that you have to trash the whole piece. But learning how to do that is critical. So anyway, I hope this information helps you a little bit. Things are a little bit crazy right now from a material standpoint because it just seems to be very strange. What you see is not necessarily what you get. And as always, if you please like and subscribe, I'd really appreciate it. If you enjoy the content on my channel, if you'd share a thanks with me, I'd sure appreciate it. And until next time, thanks and have a great day.
At Amica Insurance, we know this isn't a car. It's more than that. It's the ride she couldn't wait to take out, and the new driver you'll always wait up for.
Summer isn't about the Ritz crackers. It's about the backyard barbecues and the Ritz crackers.
Hey, thanks for stopping by. Today we got a fun project. Not too long ago, I had a customer that requested some taco stands out of acrylic. I had never made these, and once I got them done and delivered, they were just a lot of fun to make and a great idea. Something perfect for a beginner and that's useful. This is what they look like. Made out of acrylic. This is green glass cast acrylic. We're going to talk a little bit about the different types of acrylic here in just a minute. But in this video, what we're going to do is we're going to take it from start to finish all the way through so you can see how this project's done. One of the things that would be helpful is if you have the ability to go ahead and generate your designs. A lot of times you might have a customer come along that wants something done and you don't find a pattern on the internet. You really need to have the ability to make your own. And in my mind, I'd rather make my own and make it unique anyway. And that way that your customers are getting something completely different. So this is a great video if you haven't done any designs of your own yet to kind of get you started. It's not hard to do, and I figure this kind of a project is fun because when you're all done, you can use it when you have your tacos, and it will teach you a lot for basic design concepts. A little bit about the material that we're using today. There are 2 types of acrylic. There's extruded acrylic, which is about $4 a square foot, and it cuts beautifully. It's typically readily available in a lot of places. And there's cast acrylic. Cast acrylic is about $8 a square foot, or about twice as expensive, but it engraves so much better than extruded acrylic. So depending on your use, will depend on which one you really need to use. If you're just building some taco stands and you're not going to engrave anything on them, extruded acrylic is perfect for that. It gives you a beautiful edge, and it's fairly inexpensive compared to cast. If you have something like a medallion and you're going to engrave something on it where the engraving is the central focus, you definitely want to use cast acrylic. It provides a much brighter white engraving, and it just looks better, but it is quite a bit more expensive. Today we're going to use some glass green 1/8 inch cast acrylic. I really like the way this stuff looks, and I just thought it would be fun to use. So let's go ahead and jump into Lightburn. I'm going to take you step by step from start to finish, and let's see what we can make. Okay, to get this project started, I'll give you a tour of what I got going on here, and then I'll show you what we need to get laid out to do our design. The very first thing that we're going to have to do is to make sure that our snap to objects is on. And how you determine that is you come up here to these little gears right here, you click on that icon and come down here to snap to objects, and this radio button needs to be green, needs to be turned on. And what this does is this will make one object snap to another. and that will help us in our design. It'll simplify things for us. So we'll say OK. So the way I've got this designed is these over here on the left-hand side of your screen are just drawing guides. They are going to help us draw this design that we're going to end up with for our taco stand. And you'll see if you take this in small parts, this is going to be real easy to do. So the first thing that we're going to need to do is we're going to need to make rectangles. So if you needed to make a rectangle, you could draw it out. If it's the wrong color, you can always come down here and select the right layer, and it will make it the right layer. So go ahead and draw your rectangle, select your layer, and then if it's not the correct size, make sure that it's highlighted. Come up here to the width and height and type in the measurements that I've got for our drawing guides. So we need these 3 drawing guides are going to be for the upright portion of the taco stand, this section right here, and these down below are going to be for the base of the taco stand. So just generate this rectangle that's 1 inch wide by 1/2 inch tall, and then we need 2 other drawing guides that are 1/4 inch wide by 3 1/4 inches tall, and we need 2 of those. We need a couple of drawing guides for the base of the taco stand, and they're 3 inches wide by 3/4 inches tall. And these are going to be drawing guides that we're going to use here in just a minute. Then we're going to go ahead and start to design our taco stand. So the first thing that we want to make sure that we do is we draw a 3/4 inch circle and make sure that it's associated with the red layer. The next rectangle that we need to draw is a 2 1/8 inch by 1.6 inch rectangle, and that's for this section right here. We're just going to draw a rectangle by these dimensions. We're going to draw another red layer rectangle that's 2 1/2 inches wide by 3 1/2 inches tall, and that's going to be for the start of this base for our taco stand. And the last but certainly not least, we need to make some of these slots right here. So we're going to make 2 more rectangles that are a 1/2 inch wide, and then the height is the material thickness. Now we're using 1/8 inch cast acrylic, and if you measure it with a caliper, I'll show you a picture here, it measures 0.11 of an inch. And so that's what these are laid out. That's where I got that 0.11. So let's say that you wanted to make these in 1/4 inch acrylic instead of 1/8 inch because maybe you didn't have any 1/8 inch available. This would be 0.25 or whatever the actual measurement is for thickness on your material with your calipers. And we need 2 of those. Once we have those components and drawing guides, it's going to be real quick before we get our end result. So let's go ahead. I'm going to clean this workspace up a little bit, and we'll go ahead and get this design done. Okay, I've cleaned up the design space a little bit, and we're going to go ahead and we're going to start to take these design guides, put them over here to eventually generate the upright of our taco stand. And if you break this down into simple shapes, it's going to be a lot easier than you think it will be. So the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and take this 1 inch by 1/2 inch rectangle, and I'm going to make sure that my selection tool is on. I'm going to grab it by the bottom of it, and I'm going to snap right to the bottom. Doesn't have to be in the middle, but it should snap right to the middle if you have your object snaps on. Then what we're going to do is we're going to come up here to the red circle. We're going to come up here, and we're going to move down here. We're going to get it just in the box. We'll zoom in, and we're going to take that and snap it So it snaps to this line here. And then what we're going to do is we're going to hold down the shift key.
Yeah, I'm up on the cloud and coming back down.
Try crunchy, melty, rich toasted chips.
And select the rectangle and use the center align tool so I can make sure that this circle is right in the middle of a rectangle. This box down here was just merely a way to get it a half an inch off the bottom. Okay? Now, we're done with this design guide. We can go ahead and get rid of it. We're going to come back here and we're going to grab this left design guide and snap. Well, you got your new laser all out of the box and all set up and turned on. You got your laptop or your computer connected. Now what? I remember one of the most tedious things I can remember is getting this unit set up, and for the very first time I'm going, man, I hope I don't mess this up or damage any equipment. We're going to cover just a few things today and a couple of simple things that you can keep in mind to make sure that you keep the machine safe and you're well on your way to doing all kinds of cool things with your laser. Stand by. Okay, so you've got your machine fired up. You've connected your laptop or your desktop to your laser. Well, the first things you got to make sure you do is come over here to your devices and make sure your controller is selected and say OK. And if everything's talking appropriately, you'll have to go through the initial setup. I'm not going to cover that in this video. But you always want to make sure that you have a laser ready over here. Otherwise, no matter what you do in Lightburn, when you send it over to the laser, nothing's going to happen. So make sure that you check this anytime you're working in Lightburn, that you're actually connected to the laser. Okay, what I've done is I've created a simple rectangle here. This just illustrates my little piece of wood that I'm going to draw a circle on. I always highly recommend that you always build a frame. This just gives you a reference on when you go to frame where you're going to engrave this circle, you can line it up. You'll see what I mean here in just a minute. So always just build yourself a frame on the size of the piece of wood that you're going to put down on your laser bed. It's pretty important. You'll also notice that I'm not going to output it, meaning that it's not going to go to the laser to be cut out or engraved. So it's just an indicator. It's just a marker to show this is my piece of wood that I'm going to go ahead and put a circle on. Great. Okay? Now, once you've got that done, you notice that I've created a separate layer for this circle, and I'm going to go ahead and engrave that. The output is on. I'm just going to draw the line of the circle. We're going to keep it simple, right? But one of the first things that you're going to want to learn, and this is kind of the meat and potatoes of this video, is there's 3 different options down here on Start From. This is basically how your laser is going to function. And when I started working on my diode laser before I got the CO2 laser, this confused the heck out of me initially. I came from the CNC world, and this works a little bit differently than it does from a CNC perspective. So absolute coordinates, which I believe is probably the easiest to understand, but there's some nuances that you've got to understand in order to make sure this works okay. And you'll see what I mean here in just a minute. So I've got it on absolute coordinates, and what that means is that wherever you have your illustration in respect to your bed of your laser is where the laser head is actually going to go and do its work. So in my case, this is a Thunder laser, so it's set up in the top left-hand corner. Most of them are set up in the top right-hand corner. So don't let that fool you. It's just because of the manufacturer of my particular laser. But if I was to draw this circle with the laser, what will happen in absolute coordinates is it'll start from the home position, it'll come down, it'll draw the circle, and when it's done, it'll go back to its home position. This is what's different compared to the other settings that we're going to try. It comes from the home position and it returns back to the home position. and I'll show you how that works. So with that being said, I know where this circle is going to be on the bed of the laser via this illustration, but how do I know where I place that piece of wood actually in the bed of the laser? This is the quickest way to do that, and it's easy if you know what this does. There's a little locator bubble right here. If you click on that, and then you come up here and you click on the corner of this piece of wood, it will actually take your laser head to that location. Then once that laser head stops, then you can go ahead and place your piece of wood underneath the red dot underneath your laser head.
Introducing Maker Place by Michaels. Respect the handmade.
Reduce the stress of your financial reporting process. With Vena, you can create, consolidate, and share data.
Okay, now that I've got the actual laser located to this part of my bed, I've taken my piece of wood and put this corner right up in the corner here. I've turned on the frame. That's just representing your piece of wood. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and say frame it here. And what that'll do is that'll just make sure that I've got that piece of wood So now that I've got my piece of wood lined up in my absolute coordinates, I'm going to go ahead and just turn the rectangle off because we don't want to actually burn this. We just want to illustrate a circle in the middle here. And so what we'll do is we'll send this to the laser and make our first cut. Is that the minute I pick up this piece of wood, I'll lose my reference, meaning that if I pick up this piece of wood and I look at it, man, that's perfect, that's exactly what I wanted, I've lost where it needs to go back, where I can continue to cut another circle. So that's the tricky part about absolute coordinates. If you've got little things like this that you're trying to put back and work constantly, it can be part of it can be a little bit more laborious to do that. That's why you can make jigs. We can use user origin, and we'll kind of get into that next. But just remember that with absolute coordinates, it's always going to come from your homing position, out, do your work, and then go back. Okay? And with that, the thing that I struggled with when I started is, okay, now I've got a circle, I want to do another one, and I had to go through that whole process of locating where my work was on the computer screen in relation to where it was going to actually end up on the laser bed. The only time I really use absolute coordinates is if I have a large piece of wood that I'm going to fit in there, and I really don't have to worry too much about where my work is in relation to the laser bed. If I put a full sheet in here and I've got a bunch of different things going, I really don't have to worry about what's going to happen. That's where the user origin comes in. I use user origin a lot because it's something that's given, and you'll see here in just a minute how that works. So again, absolute coordinates, it has its place for sure, but one of my favorites is user origin. Let's come over here and change this to user origin. Okay? Now, what's different about user origin is you notice now that that green dot, that's currently where the origin is going to be set. You have a box over here. You can make it in the upper left-hand corner. Just depends on what you're trying to do. Depends on where you want your origin. Okay, so what happened is I took my laser pointer and I brought it right over here. Okay, so it's currently sitting right in this corner. If I wanted to save this spot right here, I would go to my control panel on my laser. I would hit user origin and it's going to save this spot. Okay, and so now what will happen is instead of coming from over here down to do the work, it will actually home right here. This is the new user origin, and it'll come from here, do its work, and come back. And so this is a known setup, and you'll see here in the video I've just put a little quick jig together. Let's say that you were doing something that's repetitive. You were doing cell phone cases or something that was the same size, and you just had to take this one out, put another one in, and it was quick repetitive work. This would be a great way to set that up. Okay, you can also go center. It just depends on what kind of work you're doing. Let's say that you had this rectangle and you wanted to make sure that you got this circle right in the middle of this rectangle. Well, you could draw a line between these two and line the pointer up, the laser pointer right there, and it would start from there. It would come, cut this circle, and go back here. So this is important to play with this and understand how this functions. We're going to go ahead and put it to the top left-hand corner. The other thing that I'll show you is, and it's a new feature in Lightburn, which is kind of handy, is I've got my user origin set up right here. And let's say that this is something that I'm going to set up and do repeatedly from time to time, and because of the nature of the work, it fits in on the bed just right where it's at, and you want to save this origin to use later. I can come up here and I can manage. I can add new, and let's say
what's going on?
Kind of handy is I've got my user origin set up right here, and let's say that this is something that I'm going to set up and do repeatedly from time to time, and because of the nature of the work, it fits in on the bed just right where it's at, and you want to save this origin to use later. I can come up here and I can manage, I can add new, and let's say this is a widget, and this is the current position of the laser head right now, and if I say OK, now I've got that saved. So later down the road, if I wanted to lay my jig down like I got it and bring the laser head to that particular spot, I just come in here and select this, and wherever the head is, it'll move to this location, and away I go. Let's take a look at current position. Current position is kind of handy too. One thing that's a little deceiving. The other thing that I'll show you is, and it's a new feature in Lightburn, which is kind of handy, is I've got my user origin set up right here. And let's say that this is something that I'm going to set up and do repeatedly from time to time, and because of the nature of the work, it fits in on the bed just right where it's at, and you want to save this origin to use later. I can come up here and I can manage, I can add new, and let's say this is a widget, and this is the current position of the laser head right now, and if I say OK, now I've got that saved. So later down the road, if I wanted to lay my jig down like I got it and bring the laser head to that particular spot, I just come in here and select this, and wherever the head is, it'll move to this location, and away I go. Let's take a look at current position. Current position is kind of handy too.
Go back.
One thing that's and it's a new feature in Lightburn, which is kind of handy, is I've got my user origin set up right here. And let's say that this is something that I'm going to set up and do repeatedly from time to time, and because of the nature of the work, it fits in on the bed just right where it's at, and you want to save this origin to use later. I can come up here and I can manage, I can add new, and let's say this is a widget, and this is the current position of the laser head right now, and if I say OK, now I've got that saved. So later down the road, if I wanted to lay my jig down like I got it and bring the laser head to that particular spot, I just come in here and select this, and wherever the head is, it'll move to this location, and away I go. Let's take a look at current position. Current position is kind of handy too. One thing that's a little deceiving about current position is, regardless of where your drawing is on your canvas here, doesn't mean that it's going to come over here and it's going to, the laser head is going to come down here and cut out what you want. Basically what it is wherever that laser head sits, it's going to come from wherever it's sitting down to do its work. So if, in actuality, if your laser head was over here, it's actually just going to come down, cut a circle here, and go back, regardless of how it's illustrated on your canvas. So it's going to start wherever the laser head currently sits. MW Laser has a great YouTube video on both absolute user origin and current position. I'll put a link at the end of this video on that YouTube video. It's great. It's just a little different than this one. But user origin and current position are probably my favorite. I use both of those quite often. And if you get used to using those and understanding how your origins are affected by the selections that you make down here, you will get real used to kind of what you need to do and how you need to do it. I hope this was helpful. You guys have a great day. Until next time.
Says we need to buy out the truck's lease or give it back. How are we gonna run a business without a truck?
We can't.
So let's figure out a plan to keep you guys on the road.
Coffee, Craig? Thank you.
For every financial need, we'll meet you in the moment. KeyBank.
Hey, thanks for stopping by. I don't know about you, but it seems like I stack all kinds of stuff on the top of my laser. And every time I'm looking for something, I can't find it. So today, we're going to build a simple finger joint box to take care of that problem. Stay tuned. So what I thought I'd do is I'd take you through the steps on how to make a simple finger joint box. We'll use an online box generator. I'll show you the ins and outs of some of those. Once you get a couple of settings determined for your particular laser, you're going to be well on your way to making all kinds of really cool stuff when it comes to finger joint boxes. Okay, before we get started, I just wanted to let you know that this video is going to be for beginners. You might have just gotten your laser fired up. You've done a few things on it. You wanted to start creating some product with it. This video is going to be for you. If you're well on your way to using your laser and you know how to create several things, this video is probably not going to be for you. It's going to go pretty slow and fairly elementary. So this is the box generator that I typically use. There's a number of them on the market, and all of them are good. I use this one just because it has a wide variety of different types of boxes that you can use. But before you start to cut out and build your boxes, there's a couple of things that we've got to do in order to make sure that the finger joints fit properly. So the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to come over here to Parts and Samples and open that up, and we're going to go to the burn test. And what this does is this generates a pattern of different finger tab widths based on your particular laser, and you can determine which part fits best, and then you'll use that setting when you are generating different boxes, and that way you know that your fingers are going to fit nicely together. So we're going to go to burn test, and we're going to change this to 75 millimeters. We don't need these squares to be too big, so you'll see what this is going to do here in just a minute. It's going to go by 01 in steps. There's going to be 2 parts, meaning that I'm going to have...
Hi guys, I just thought I would do a quick video based on being a newbie to lasers, for newbies to lasers. I know when you get a laser, I mean when I got my laser, I was really keen to make stuff, and I was flat out downloading things off other websites that were already pre-made, that had been made by other people, designed by other people, and I really had no idea how to make my own stuff, which was where I really wanted to go with it. And one of the things that I really wanted to do was to be able to make my own box tabs. I didn't understand how to make box tabs at all, and it might seem really simple to some, but to me it didn't. And I'm assuming to a lot of others it probably doesn't either. So I'm going to do a really short, hopefully quick video on how to make box tabs. And if it goes alright, I might make one later on how to make your own box. But we start off with the box tabs. I'm going to put myself to the background and hide. And to start off with, you simply need to be, and this is in Lightburn obviously, and so you need to just draw a box. So using the box tool up the top here on the left hand side, draw a box. It doesn't really matter what width it is, but I'm going to make it uniform by using the adjusting sizes up here. I'll make it 100 mil around. It doesn't really matter for this purpose. And I'm just going to drag it over here so it's nice and centered. And then I'm going to make another box. Actually, I might just turn my cuts layers to output so it's a bit darker. There we go, we can see it. And I'm going to make another box exactly the same size beside it, but a rectangular one. So make that 100 long and say 50 wide. It doesn't really matter for this task. So now I've got 2 boxes exactly the same length, and this will be one that is, this will be the base of the box. If I was going to make a box, this would be the base, and this would be one of the sides it's going to go on. Now all we're going to do today is make tabs that will join this surface and this surface together. And you can experiment from there. I'm hoping that will give you enough information to be able to experiment. And we'll go from there. So this is the part that really confused me and I didn't understand. It seemed like it was a big mystery. So let's go with what we need to do to start off with. So to start off with, we go back to our box tool up here on the left. We grab it and we draw a box that, for this point, I've just drawn at random, but the height of the box will be determined by the thickness of your material. So if you're using 3mm thickness ply or MDF or whatever you're using, you'll set the height of that box to be 3mm. And I usually make mine 15mm wide. Now, if you're using imperial measurements, I'm not sure what they are. I think 3mm is about 1/8, and 15mm is probably around 5/8 of an inch. I'm not sure. Thereabouts. It could be a bit less. So, we make one tab, which we've got right here, and this is our first tab, and I'm going to drag it down here to the side of my box. I'm going to drag it in. I might just blow this a little bit so you can see it a bit easier. And you can see here I've got one tab and I'm moving in from the edge. So what we need to do now is create more tabs that are going to go along the side of this box, and will also be used on the box above, or the tab above. So we're going to use the array tool. The easiest way I've found is this one, and that is to use the array tool. So I'm going to click the array tool, and as you can see here, it comes up and it says the total width of my tab is 15mm, and it says a spacing of 2mm, which we don't want. I'm going to set the spacing to be about 30, and we'll see why in a second. And we can adjust this as well. So at the moment we've got 1x going here. So 1x. So this is this one. Now if I click one more, you'll see another one appears. And you can see that I don't really have enough room for a third one. So to adjust that, I'm just going to change my width or my distance apart down so that I can fit the three of them. It doesn't really matter. It's up to you. You could make one big tab that goes here and another big tab that goes there. I'm going to go with 3 tabs. So that's all I need to do there, and I've created 3 tabs. So for the next step to do this, I actually need to group these 3 items together. If I don't group them together, it gets messy. So make sure you select all 3 items and hit the group function at the top, which is this one here with 3 little people. And we've done that. So we've got our tab here, and as you can see, when I move the mouse over that centered box, the docking icon comes up, a little circle with the lines on it, and I can just dock it to the edge by dragging it down, docking it to the edge of my box. And that's all good, it's docked, but I don't know if it's centered, and I need it to be centered, otherwise it could have off-sided boxes. But before I do that, I also want to make a copy of these, because I'm going to use these exact ones up here. So I've selected them all, and I'm going to go Control-C, and then Control-V to paste a new set. I'm just going to drag them up here out of the way for now, and go back down to this one. So, I've got my 3 down here, they're grouped, and they're tagged to the edge or docked to the edge of this box. So holding down the Control for me on a Mac, or on a Mac, it's holding down Command on a Mac, that's if you're working on, but also Control on a PC. So I'm holding down Command on a Mac and selecting all of the boxes, and I'm going up here to my Align tool, which is this one, and I'm going to align it to the vertical center, which is to do that. Now you can see nothing happened, it didn't look like anything happened, because obviously I had it pretty close to centre as it was. So therefore I've got these 3 docked, these tabs docked in the centre of this box, and now all what I need to do is actually weld them together. So I'm going to select them again, like so, and then I'm going to go over to my weld function over here, and I've now created my first 3 tabs. Now I would then go up to my top one, and as you can see here, if I put these on the outside of this piece here, they're going to butt against each other, and I don't want that. So I actually need these tabs to be able to slot into those tabs. So I'm going to move them up inside my top shape. And I'm going to move, as you can see, the docking tool just came up again, a little docking icon as I'm mousing over. And drag down and dock it to the edge of this shape here. I'm now going to select the other shape as well by holding Command down and clicking the outside so now they're all tipped away. And they're dancing ants going around the edge. And I'm going to vertically align these as well. And you can see that did change the position of the order. So now I've docked these 3 here to the inside, and you'll see why in a second. So not the outside, if I dock it to the inside, what I'll do now is select everything again, so it's all moving, and then go to my weld tool again, and as you can see I've now got 3 tabs on the inside. And what I've essentially done is created one wall of a box. Now I would continue to see how this fits together. I can just drag this down, like so. And if you look at it nice and close, you can see that everything fits nice and fine. So that is how it would go if I was going to put it together as a box. It just comes down, and it snaps together nicely. In case you're not sure what I just did then, when you move the mouse over the corner of a shape, you can see that it's got the crosshairs that come up. So that is what it wants to do is dock it to the corner. So I'm over the corner of the shape, and what I can do is click on that and drag it down. Oops. Click it down and drag it and dock it to another corner. So if I click on the corner, the crosshairs come up, and that allows me to dock to another corner. If I just go to there, it just docks to a flat surface. So I hope that helps. But what we would do then is we would, because I copied those shapes earlier on, I would then put them down the side here, and I would rotate them. And if you're not sure what I just did then, I rotated them. You can go up to here, up to the tools, arrange, so we can arrange it. But it is also, the shortcut for that is the full stop on the keyboard. So you just press the full stop, and it rotates it 90 degrees. So I would keep doing that all the way around my box. I would drag them in and drop them again, and I would center them by selecting them all, which I just hold the Command key down and select the box as well, for control on the PC. It would be different this time. I don't use the verticals going this way, actually up and down. I don't know how that works, but anyway, I would align them horizontally, and you can see that it just shifted that side. So you'll use the align vertical center when you're trying to align them along this line, and the horizontal center when you're trying to align along this, as I just did here. And it centered everything. And now what I would do is go over here again and weld the two together. And as you can see, I'm starting to get the base of my box. Now, you would need to then put tabs up the side of here and start thinking through in that respect. But in essence, this video is just about creating box tabs in Lightboard. So I hope that helps some of you who are struggling with making box tags or are mystified by box tags. It's really quite simple, and now it comes down to experimenting with the different things you can do with box tags and making your own boxes. So you could just go about making a very basic square box, cut it out, and see how you go. That is how we make box tags in Lightboard.
The right mattress makes everything clear.
I know exactly where my passport is. The right mattress matters.
We'll find yours.
I don't know
Save
why
up
the
to
laser
50%
keeps
on
stopping.
select Tempur-Adapt floor models while
Like
supplies
now.
last. Mattress Firm.
It's okay, baby. It's okay.
Howdy folks, Tom here from Laser Engraved Solutions, and today we're going to talk about a waste tool. We'll actually build one in Lightroom. Some people call it alignment grid or a waste board, but we're going to make that in Lightroom today, and if that sounds like something you're interested in, stick around. Okay, so first I want to say thank you. The YouTube, all of my metrics on the YouTube channel is just amazing, and I want to say thank you so much for that. I basically went from 5 subscribers, which were all my friends or family, to 174 with 5.5 thousand views and over 386 watch hours. So I've only got 3 videos on there, and I want to thank you so much for that, because that's awesome. It's very humbling that you watch my videos that much. I'm new at this video game. I've been streaming online gameplay since 2016, and I've done a lot of stuff like that, but nothing like tutorial videos like I'm doing with Lightroom. But I just want to share what I learned with you, just to help the community. There's so much room for many more people doing laser etching and laser cutting, ornaments, and just all kinds of different things that you can make with this and sell, and there's a lot of money to be made in this space. So for that, thank you so much. It's been a while since my last video. I actually don't even remember when I did the last video, maybe a couple weeks ago, but I ended up having some trouble with my computer, and that's why this is the second time I'm recording this video, because I lost a SSD hard drive, which is the first time since 2016 I've ever lost an SSD drive. So if you know anything about computers, they're way faster than a physical spinning drive. But I lost one, and that happened to be the one that had all my videos. So I set my video everywhere, and everything else is full disk and options to take time. Now let's get into our waste board. So these are good for alignment things. Basically, what a waste board is the way I understand it, it's a piece of wood that goes underneath your laser, and it will show you where the marks are, so you can easily align things like posters, or other keychains, whatever, and you don't have to build a big board. Anyway, let's get into Lightroom, and we will start with waste board. We're going to start with this blank screen, nothing on it. And the first thing we're going to do, because my laser is 400 by 416, I'm going to make a and I'm going to go up here to the width, and I'm going to make it 400. I'm going to do mod with 400 by 400. Okay, so now I'm going to come up here, and I'm going to select move to base. Now it's in the center, and we can build from there. So basically what I envision is boxes. I've seen other people's waste grids. So the first box is 400, so now on this one we're going to do 350. and we're going to go to select, and we're going to move to page center. Alright, and now we're going to do one, oops, now we're going to do one that's, that one was 350, so this one will be 300. Oops, that's not one, hit the wrong key, 300, tab, 300, enter, and select, and move to page center. So you can see we've got our 400, 350, and now our 300, and we're going to keep going down to 100. So I'll speed this up, and we'll stop at 100. Okay, so now we've got our grid starting at 400 and moving in increments of 50 all the way down to a 100 by 100 millimeter square. So now what we want to do is we want to make some other squares in here for like coasters. So I'm going to build those to the side here, and then so we know we want our coasters are 4 inch by 4 inch. So if we come up here to the width and we type in 4 inches, just like that. Even though we're in millimeters, it's going to do 4 inches, and it'll convert it for us. So we hit enter, and now 4 inches, enter. Now we have it's converted it to 101.6. So now we can take that and grab it, and I'm going to move it kind of like right there. Okay. Now we're going to come down here.
The one thing that I like most about having a Cardio Mobile card is the relative peace of mind that it gives me, and knowing that if I do have any kind of an episode similar to what I had previously, once again I'll be able to capture that immediately and not have to worry about making the appointment, waiting for it to happen again, potential, and then all that time having the fear, right? What if it happens? What if we don't catch it? Is this life-threatening? You know, am I going to live to the next appointment? Which I know sounds a little dramatic, but seriously.
To our array tool, and we're going to tell it we want 3. You can see it's created 3 now, and then
Jamie!
3 rows deep. Now I've got reverse.
Jamie!
If you don't have reverse direction on, it's going to put them on top. So you want to turn. See how I put them up here? You want to turn on reverse direction, and that brings them down.
Jamie.
Okay.
Jamie.
So now we've got our array there with 9 boxes for 4-inch coasters. Okay, but you can tell it's not aligned. So what we're going to do is we're going to push our space bar, not space, shift, I'm sorry, shift, and then we're going to click each of these squares. And the middle one is going to elude me until the very end. Thinking it's going to be that one. Okay, so now we're going to come up here,
Jamie,
and we're going to click group.
The fuck, dude?
So now all of our 9 squares are grouped together, so we can move them as one unit. So now we'll just come in here, and we'll move that group to page center. So
Now you can see everything is page centered. Nice and centered up. You can see that it's centered perfectly. We probably don't really need that 100 millimeter grid, but we'll go ahead and leave it in. Now I want to add some circles for round coasters, and we know those are 4-inch, so they should fit perfectly inside the thing. So we're going to take a circle. We're going to push shift so we get a circle tool. Push shift so we get a perfectly round circle. And go select it.
I feel sick.
Say again, 4-inch. 4-inch. So now that's a perfect circle that's 4 inches around, or in our case 101 millimeters. So now we're going to put it right in the middle, and you can tell it's in the middle when your cursor changes. See how it's an arrow? See how it's an arrow right now? And then we get it right in the middle and it changes. So now that's perfectly in the middle of that one. We're going to go back over here to our array tool. And we're going to tell it we want 3. And we want 3 rows. 1, 2, 3. Okay. So now we have our circles perfectly aligned in our squares.
Why?
And everything's perfect right there.
Reload.
So, now, on my plywood sheet that is underneath my laser, which is
all I see is what?
24 by 30, I think it is. So it's 24 inches across by 30 inches.
Live chat.
Let me see if that camera will load up here. So you can see I've already burned this. Like I said, this is the second time I had to do this video. So the first video had the burning in it, but this one will not because I've lost that video file, unfortunately. But, so you can tell it's just sitting on a piece of 1/4-inch plywood that I bought at Lowe's. And so now we want to add our text so we know what
The jet
what.
didn't
So we're
respond.
going to add our text here. We're going to call this one 400 millimeter. And that's too big a text right there, so we're going to go down to...
So, you got to work tomorrow?
Let's go to 15. And then we'll move that to just inside that 400 millimeter line. Okay, and then we're going to control D that, so we don't have to keep doing it over.
I was apparently not
This.
live again. What the fuck is wrong with you, dude?
We know that this one is 350, so... And I will speed this up as well.
Looking for a quick and strong lighter? The perfect one is here to blow your mind. This new incredible